A very full agenda. So we need to get started. And we have absolutely a packed room, so that's even more reason for us to get started promptly. And we also have people online. So we're going to do this, hopefully able to bring in some of our speakers, but also people that are participating online. Good morning, and thank you so very much for being here. My name is Durham Wong-Rieger, and I am the president and CEO of the Canadian Organization for Rare Disorders. And I am so delighted that we're able to do this conference, I think, in the right kind of a position. This is the conference I wanted to do in June. We're a few months behind in terms of where we think we are in terms of getting the rare disease drug strategy and the rare disease strategy off to absolutely the right kind of launch. But I think absolutely we've come together in terms of the players. So hopefully, as you have looked at the agenda, you can see the logic of what we're trying to do here. We began this journey back in 2015. I think that would be a right date to think about it, right, Bill? Bill Dempster, who's going to co-host this entire conference with us, when we really launched Canada's rare disease strategy. It was done with an eye to bringing Canada together in terms of where we think much of the developed world is, and that is having a plan, a national plan, a strategy for rare diseases. I guess it was emblematic at the time that when we launched it, we had done it after about 2.5 years of consultations from CORE through the community, which is not unusual. We find that rare disease patient organizations are actually leading the conversations around the world. And we actually had the opportunity to bring it into Parliament, so that was good. It was never officially adopted, but it was there. And it was obviously referenced. We were very excited, when Ontario picked it up and began to move it forward. We see now that Quebec has come all the way around to actually putting their rare disease plan in place. And honestly, gosh, it looks a whole lot what we talked about in 2015. It looks a lot like what Ontario put forth, back in about that same period of time. So we are very excited that we can see the progress, albeit slowly. This is Canada, as we know. So, Canada does not work at a gallop or anything. So if we can get there, we do. But we are very pleased because it does make great sense. As all of you know, we are here really because we have a very powerful rare disease community. And I think we've had a community that has really worked from the bottom up, from the grassroots, but has also been able to engage along the way, tremendous number of supporters and stakeholders. And I do think we're at the point now where we have almost all of the key players on board. So this is exciting. As I said, I would wanted to be able to say this in June. I did not feel in June we were quite there yet. I am feeling that we have, I guess, crossed the Rubicon. We have made this pivot change. We have moved into the point where we are going to be able to see not only a rare disease drug strategy, but it will be, in fact, underpinned by a rare disease strategy. So this is what we're going to talk about today. We're going to put some of those pieces together. And I'm very excited, again, in terms of the agenda, those pieces that are going to be coming together. We're going to hear a bit more in terms of what that vision is and how we need to work together. We're going to start off with a little bit of an update in terms of what Canadians have told us with a survey that Ipsos has put out in the field for us. And we're going to be able to present the first results of what it is that Canadian patients mostly are telling us in terms of their preferences, their understandings of what that ideal strategy is going to be. So this is good. We were quite pleased with the response we got in a very short period of time. So it shows that people are listening, people are engaged. It also is going to give us an opportunity to build from that in terms of what else we need to do in terms of education. So that'll be great. We're going to talk a little bit. We're so delighted that we've got representatives from Health Canada here, and we'll have an opportunity to introduce them to you. We've got Christine Elliott, who is, of course, no stranger to any of us here in terms of Ontario, who's going to talk to us a little bit, I think, in an ability to really kind of pull some of the pieces together in terms of the vision that we're hoping, that will also be bought into across the provinces. And of course, the partnership that we can't do without and has supported us all along the way, and that is the pharmaceutical industry. So we're really excited. We keep calling this, you've often heard of, public-private partnership. So the 3 Ps, we have really pushed it to say we think it's absolutely 4 Ps, that you've got to put the patients in there. So there's no way you can do it without patients. But we also are really now very excited, because I think for the first time in Canada, we're working hand in hand with all of our professional practitioners. And I think we're going to be blown away by seeing what the vision is coming out of the clinical teams and also out of the research team. So pieces coming together. 2019, I think as a result of, a lot of good advocacy on everyone's part. And also, I think the recognition that rare diseases deserves to be actually built on. We got the 2019 commitment from the federal government to actually invest $1 billion to set up a rare disease drug strategy. And I will say, it obviously got a little bit waylaid, as you all know, by COVID. So we didn't begin the consultations, but that didn't daunt us in the patient community. We began those consultations. We're just slightly over 3 years to when we have been doing those consultations. And I looked at, we did at least 25 webinars, and we did, 4 or 5 conferences along the way. So we have been working to bring everybody together. And I do think that this is the point where we can see that really kind of bearing fruit. So I won't belabor it too much in terms of the introduction to it, but hopefully everybody in this room, knows where we're heading, at least in the grand vision, and is going to be working with us on that. But I think beyond that, of course, we do need to put all the pieces in place. So this is what we're going to be working on today. I think, I don't know if we were going to start with a conversation with Maciej Gajewski from Alexion, who is the lead head for patient engagement globally. He's not on the line yet. I know we told him it was 9:15, so he may be coming on directly. I wonder if we should, in fact, start with Ipsos. Can we do that? We were going to do the European landscape a bit and then talk about the Canadian landscape, but I think we want to maybe we can move directly to the Canadian landscape, if that's okay. And to do that, we're going to really invite Grace Tong from Ipsos and Naya Awada, who is one of our new board members for CORD. We're going to present to you the results of a survey that was done to really gauge mostly the patient communities, reflections on what is being proposed and what they're going, but also starting with back in 2015, again, that was a seminal year, we did a large patient survey to look at what the challenges were that patients with rare diseases and families were experiencing in terms of getting access to diagnosis, access to specialists, access to treatments. And we have that as a bit of a repeat, but we're not actually, going to show you that entire results. We will at some point present the entire survey to you, but we thought we'd present to you some of the highlights, but more importantly, also we wanted to put out into the field some of the options and some of the directions that we're heading for in this disease strategy, and really gauge kind of where the opinion is and really gauge where the knowledge is. So we're just delighted that Ipsos has taken this on for us. I'm going to invite Grace to come up here, who's going to present to you those first results.
Hi, good morning, everybody. So I'm Grace Tong. I'm a vice president at Ipsos. I'm here with my colleague, Hei-Jin Park, who helped conduct this survey. So we're very excited to be here, to be working with CORD to conduct research among patients and caregivers, to give them a voice in the shaping of this future national health strategy, national drug health strategy. So today we present some preliminary findings. We are actually still in field. Next slide, please. We're actually still in field, hopefully for another few days. So the study objectives were twofold. The first is to really get an understanding of patients' experiences as they are navigating through the healthcare system. It is quite complex, we know, and so this captures some of the initial findings from it, but we will go in much more detail in the full report. The second objective of the study is to really present the options for this future model, and whether or not patients and caregivers are aware of this Canadian drug strategy that's in the process of development. But ultimately what we want to do is hear from them, hear their preferences and their opinions over this area. So the methodology, which is next slide. The methodology is an open link online survey. It was distributed by CORD to its network. We specifically asked only for patients and caregivers to complete the survey, so we're quite targeted. Oh, thank you. Don't know how to use this, I'll figure it out. The survey launched on
That
October.
great big arrow means advance.
That's very helpful, thank you. The survey launched on October 26th. We hope to remain in field for a month. And the results from this survey is based on approximately 320 respondents. Right now, to this date, we have over 475 respondents. So we're making good headway in terms of response. So the first part of the survey, we asked patients and caregivers about their experiences. There are a number of questions around treatment, support, as well as information that was provided to them. So we don't present many of these results today, but what we did want to provide you with is an understanding of the time spent waiting, time spent with different healthcare practitioners, and has also incurred response costs as well. So time to accurate diagnosis. Almost half say it was a year before receiving an accurate diagnosis. 17% said it was 1 to 2 years, 19% said it was 3 to 10 years, and a not insignificant amount, 17%, said that it was more than 10 years before actually getting an accurate diagnosis. When we look at the average, at least among this early group, it is 3.1 years, and the median is 1 year to time of accurate diagnosis. In terms of the number of wrong or inaccurate diagnoses, and how many they received, what we see is over half received at least one inaccurate diagnosis, and almost 1 in 10 having received 5 or more inaccurate diagnoses. It's quite, it seems like a small proportion, but it's quite significant when you actually apply it to the actual population of those with rare diseases. The average is 2.8 years. And the median is 2 years. In terms of the number of healthcare professionals that they have seen from the first time of symptoms to the final diagnosis, 24% say 1 to 2 healthcare professionals, 34% say 3 to 4 healthcare professionals, and then 40% say 5 or more. It's quite a significant number. On average, patients are seeing 5.5 healthcare professionals over that time period, with a median of 4. Navigating system is not an easy task. In addition to the time spent and the mental toll, I think of seeing many physicians and having many inaccurate diagnoses, there are also financial implications, with 2/3 saying that they have incurred costs because of their rare disease. This is a busy chart. But what it does show you, I think I'll just ask you to focus on the total average number there. When looking at those who have incurred costs, the total average is $22,465. And we're looking at health service costs, non-prescription drugs, prescription drugs, support services, medical equipment, as well as other expenditures. So in the second part of the survey, we wanted to understand people's awareness of the Canadian strategy for drugs for rare diseases. And then we also want to propose a couple of potential models to them to get some of their opinions. We asked this in a closed open question, but we also asked them open-ended why they preferred one model over the other. There's some really interesting comments that came out, and we will provide more of that in the future. So the first question we asked, we actually described the Canadian rare disease strategy and the Canadian government's commitment to work together with provinces, territories, and other partners to create a national strategy to improve timely and equitable access to drugs for rare diseases. We also gave them the budget, which is up to $1 billion over 2 years, starting in 2022 and 23, with up to $500 million per year thereafter. We wanted to make sure we framed that budget so people understood when we asked the next question. Just over half are aware of the strategy itself. Very few are familiar. So only 26% say they've heard a lot or some about the Canadian strategy. So A part of this survey was also educating people, because we know that based on that first question there, that there is low awareness. We want to make sure that they were informed as they went through the survey. They were given descriptions of the overall strategy itself, but then also of these proposed two models. The first is the national list of drugs. And we said that funding would be allocated to provincial and federal public drug programs by subsidizing or covering fully a defined national list of drugs for those living with rare diseases. It means all patients across Canada would have the same access to the drugs on the list, regardless of where they live or whether they have a private drug plan. But we also want to state that there would be potentially a limited number of approved drugs, and it would cover only selected diseases. The second model was the rare disease centers model, the centers of excellence. We didn't call it centers of excellence because we didn't want to bias the overall description. So the rare disease centers with clinical experts providing care based on best practice guidelines. The centers would offer screening and diagnosis, access to drugs, referrals to specialists, access to clinical trials and research. Most of these functions of proposed disease centers are already in place within the health system, but they would be better coordinated. Patients would be able to access the program wherever, regardless of where they live. It would also offer a new data management system, which would collect real-world patient information to support optimal drug use. And it would have a reference center providing consultation and support to local practitioners. So the question was, keeping in mind the budget commitment for each model would be the same, which of the following best reflects your opinion? Overwhelmingly, respondents chose the disease centers as the model of preference, 82%, and then 18% actually chose the national list of drugs. So I think that's very promising. And these are early results, but I don't think they will skew much more different from this as we are at a critical mass. Now, why did people choose rare disease centers? They said it, and these are just a couple of preliminary quotes, but there's much more detailed information in the study itself. It opens doors for collaboration and optimal results. It is about going beyond access to care and expensive drugs. It would address a wide variety of gaps that currently exist in the diagnosis and treatment of rare diseases. And it's hard to say no to in-person care. Those in favor of a national list of drugs, it really is about the immediacy, the implications of getting drugs right away. It's also, people also thought that there would be access issues. So these centers would be located in big cities, they think, and there would be diminished access as a result to those living in more rural and remote areas. Another question we asked was about governance and the overall governance model and whether they would prefer a federal government who would provide funding, support, and standards for coordinated interprofessional provincial rare disease strategy, or would they prefer province or territory establish its own rare disease strategy? And overwhelmingly there, we have federal oversight as the preferred model as well. The main reasons, actually the main reasons for preferring a provincial rare strategy is that they think the federal government is too bureaucratic and too political. And that there's going to be faster processing time through the provinces. In terms of support for federal oversight, well, they think that it'll be battling the disease on a national front. There will be a coordinated effort. It'll be easier to manage. And some of these people do believe that the provincial governments are behind the times in terms of the rare disease strategies. So I think I'll hand it over to Naya now, but that presents the early results. We will be coming out with fuller results with Durhan and presenting those at a later date.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Naya Wada, and my talk today is going to be about how to inform rare disease policy with patient experience based on the survey that Grace just presented today, and what Canada's state-of-the-art of rare disease should look like. Just want to mention one thing, the survey will be open until November 28th, so we encourage you to participate and increase the number of participants and the input. Before discussing the survey result, can we keep the slide on the last?
I can't do anything that they can. What do you want it on?
The quote from the Minister of Health.
Sure. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah, thank you. Before discussing the result, it's essential to remember that 94% of the 7,000 rare disorders identified up to date do not have an orphan drug developed, invented, and available for them. And that national strategy for rare disease is not the same as the national strategy for drug for rare disease, though they are used sometimes interchangeably. The forthcoming national strategy for high cost orphan drugs will support the 6% of Canadian patients who have an orphan drug developed for them, leaving behind the 94% of 2.8 million Canadians who do not have yet an orphan drug developed for them. What that means is that the establishment or the implementation of the national strategy for high-cost orphan drugs, it's just the beginning of a long journey. So back to the survey. As the survey clearly demonstrates, there is a necessity to establish a rare disease strategy framework that includes more than just high-cost orphan drugs. This is because the multi-nature or the nature of the rare disorder require access to an intensive and wide range of healthcare and social support services. And that also means that with focusing only on orphan drugs, we are not addressing all the need of patients of rare disease. So how can we establish a national Canadian strategy for rare diseases? As clearly the survey result demonstrate that in order to establish this strategy, we need to focus or tackle 4 main challenges. The first one is the diagnostic odyssey, which can be addressed through devising diagnostic pathway for undiagnosed patients and the establishment of national programs and platforms and registries. The second one, it's the access to healthcare and social support services. Obviously, with the access to healthcare services requires various and numerous and different healthcare services to manage a rare disease, and that can be done through establishment of healthcare or excellence centers, or also called reference centers for rare diseases. And when it comes to social services, as this survey shows, that there is the rare disease has a significant implication and a significant economic repercussion on patients with rare disease, because the rare disease really incur many costs in different ways, many of which are not really recognized or clear. Some of those financial repercussions include inability to maintain employment due to the disease, and which also cause reduced income for patient and family, the travel cost, which is always exacerbated by the excessive travel or in uncoordinated patient care, as well as the disability-related expenses and out-of-pocket expenses such as medication or uncovered healthcare services. So going forward, many of the social support services need to be revisited in order to address those needs and look at the unique needs for the patient for rare disease and the repercussion of rare conditions. This policies may include employment policy, social development and disability policy, or education policy for students with disabilities. The third one is obviously the access to orphan drug, and this needs to be done through a streamlined and standardized review program, which would include also conditional approval to avoid any delay with access to life-saving drugs, and that can happen with risk agreement, sharing agreement, or managed access agreement. And the last and the not least, and the most important one is the consideration of is the patient empowerment and the consideration of patient voice in health decision making, in the policy making process, as well as in the drug plan. So in rare disease, we need to look at the patient experience as a source of evidence and source of data, as well as investment, rather than look at it as a source of aggravation or potential waste of resources. Why with a rare disease, patient voice is very important, because patient with rare disease can contribute to the limited knowledge about the nature of rare conditions as well, and they can also contribute to the address the challenge, the inherent challenge of limited evidence uncertainty related to orphan drugs. So, and that will bring us back to the what Honorable the Minister of Health, Honorable Amber Rose, said back in 2014 when she implemented a national strategy or pilot program to for patient engagement in the orphan drug process. And she said that no one has better understanding of what it means to have a rare disease than the patient who are affected by them. So that would take me to the end of my talk. And in order to build a resilient and sustainable rare disease ecosystem, we need to consider collaboration with all stakeholders and consideration of the voices of the expert in rare disease, especially patient and family with rare condition. And also an ideal ecosystem would incorporate policies that facilitate management holistically for rare disease patients. Now, Canada lags behind many other countries in terms of developing orphan drug legislation and rare disease strategy. However, Canada is also positioned in an ideal place today in order to develop an evidence-based strategy for rare diseases, and that can learn from other countries that have implemented orphan drug legislation and rare disease strategies, such as the United Kingdom and European Union. In order, of course, to transfer those policies and learn from them, we need to ensure their applicability in the Canadian context. And that can only happen if we, again, integrate the patient voice in the policy-making process to ensure we identify the needs and the challenges, the priority settings for all issues related to rare disease management, and also to build an inclusive, overall supportive strategy for all Canadian with rare disease. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much, both to Grace and to Naya, for kind of bringing this together. I mean, it is the case. Let me just make one small comment, though. There are rare disease drugs for only 6% of the rare diseases. It does not mean that it's only for 6% of the population, because those 6% of the rare diseases actually do represent the majority of patients with rare diseases. So the benefits are actually much greater. Many of the rare diseases, as you know, are ultra rare diseases that affect very, very small numbers. And of course, those are where some of the real exciting stuff is happening in terms of diagnosis, research, and development. And obviously challenges that are still being faced, you know, across the globe, and Canada as well, I think, is stepping up to looking at some of these other conditions. So, you know, really the benefits that are already there do impact a great number of people, but this is important. And we'll come back to some of the other stuff that Grace mentioned in her presentation. You know, when we look at the time to diagnosis, when we look at the misdiagnosis, when we look at the number of healthcare professionals that are seen, when we look at the fact that people do not get access to treatments, you know, and all of those things, as Naya indicated, are not only an impact to the patients and families, they're a huge cost to the healthcare system. How much does it cost the system to have patients coming back over and over again into ER because they don't know what they have and because they're trying to get a diagnosis? How much does it cost the system when patients are misdiagnosed, and not only are they not getting access to the right kinds of care and treatment, and in some cases preventive care that actually would be almost no cost, but they're also misdiagnosed and being prescribed something that is actually harmful, that actually requires them to come back for more healthcare intervention. So one of the things we want to be able to do with this new rare disease strategy is actually get a lot smarter. I keep saying we need to build smart systems. And one of those smart systems, one of the aspects, one of the key criteria in a smart system is that we're actually able to do some of the counting. We need to count, and we need to now translate some of that into what's the economic cost, not just to the patient, but back to the system of doing things badly. Just because we don't do it right doesn't mean it's not costing. And I think that's where we need to be able to demonstrate what the value of having a rare disease strategy is all about. Okay, so we were going to start a little bit with the Europeans, but I think Naya put us in a great direction in terms of saying we have learned. The only reason we even have a rare disease strategy is because the Europeans put forth a rare disease strategy. And we as CORD belong to the EURORDIS, the European Organization for Rare Diseases. And it was really clear to me, good gosh, if all the Europeans have a rare disease national plan, we should have a national plan, right? The same as when the Americans came forth with an Orphan Drug Act and then the Europeans did. We've been pushing since, 2000 to actually have an Orphan Drug Act in Canada. We've never quite got there, but it really does help inform why we need to do it and what are the benefits of it. So I think, as we say, we learn very much from the others. And certainly one of the good things in terms of where we are, sometimes coming late to the party means that you can learn from other people's mistakes. At least if you're willing to learn from other people's mistakes, you're not just going to go down that same path and make the same mistake. So hopefully Canadians are a bit smarter than that we can appreciate not only what is being done, but what we should not be doing. Do we have Magic online yet? Yay.
Yes, I'm here. Hello, Durhan. Hello, everyone.
So if anyone has any questions for Ipsos, they can.
Okay, so if anybody didn't hear what Bill said, we've got Grace and who's going to be here beyond this session, to be here until the break. So if you've got some direct questions to ask, you can certainly bring it to them. I think we'll reinforce again what Naya said. The survey is still open till November the 28th. It is for patients and families. But as we also know, just because you have a professional link to rare disease does not mean that you may not have a personal link to it. So we encourage everybody who, would be able to provide that input to help us do that. So that'd be great. Okay, Magic, are you online?
I am. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. How come we can't see you? Oh, there he is. Hooray, hooray. Magic was going to try to be here in person, which I think would have been even more exciting. But he's also agreed then that we're going to have the opportunity to do a bit of a dialogue in terms of the Europeans. Magic, maybe just introduce yourself and your role, and then we can talk a little bit about, I think if you've heard the previous conversation, right? What are the things that Europeans have advanced? And maybe more globally, because you do work globally as well. Where are some of the best practices there? But also, as importantly, what do we not have to repeat in terms of those learning, I won't call them mistakes, but the lessons learned. So Magic, maybe just introduce yourself, and really thank you again so very much for taking the time to be with us.
Thank you, Durhan, and hello, everyone. I'm really sorry I cannot be there in person. That was the plan, but then there was a little bit of a conflict and impossibility of moving to Canada this week for me. So I'm Maciej Gajewski. I have a pleasure to lead the government affairs and policy function for Alexion across our international markets, which spreads quite across a few countries around the world. So Canada is one of those countries. I work very closely with our team in Canada, Kathleen and Amy and others. But I do also look into quite different other geographies across the world. So hopefully I can add a few reflections, ideas to your very exciting discussions here today at the CORD conference. So I think, Durhan, you've been referring to the progress and what we may have achieved in Europe, and indeed, I think what we just spent a few days together in Spain last week during the World Orphan Drug Congress, the European edition of this event, which brought together 900 people from across Europe to discuss the state of play in the European rare disease ecosystem. And it is a rich discussion, multi-dimensional, a lot of different developments we have seen for the past 20 years, and clearly some inspiring food for thought. But also, as you noted, clearly some areas where perhaps some others should not necessarily follow the same way and maybe be smarter based on the experience and some of the ideas that were developed elsewhere, perhaps not always fully implemented. Maybe what I can start with, because I think that was the trigger for the conversation. When we discussed, Jurhan, you asked about, could you bring a little bit this notion of the European reference networks to the discussion in Canada, what they are and why they are potentially important, and is this of relevance for the Canadian framework for rare diseases? So I'm happy to do this right now. Basically, in very few words, for those of you who may not have heard about this, the European Union or the European Commission 5 years ago established a network of virtual centers of reference, or virtual network of centers of reference in rare diseases, spanning across 24 different clusters of rare diseases, bringing together more than 300 hospitals and 900 specialized clinics and thousands of doctors under one umbrella virtual system, which they named European Reference Networks. The objective of this development was to basically build on the realization that in the world of rare diseases, we are operating with the concept of rarity all the time. It doesn't only apply to patients who are suffering from those conditions, but this is of course the point of departure, but it also applies to the scarcity of knowledge, scarcity of expertise, of resources that may be available to treat different rare conditions. So in the context of the, let's say, federated European system with 27 different markets operating pretty much independently, the concept of the European Reference Network was to put in place one network that can be a reference point for any national health system when it discovers there might be a patient suffering from a very rare disease. And as it happens in many countries in Europe, you may not always have the best state-of-art facilities or expertise in every country for every of the 6,000 or 10,000 rare diseases that we know. But there is much higher likelihood that somewhere in Europe there might be someone, and actually that person could be available. So that was the beginning of the system. So the networks operate as a virtual system. They have coordinators, each of 24 networks, and they basically try to, first of all, accelerate research around some of the rare diseases by pulling together experts, clinical experts, investigators, scientists, patients, and making sure and actually trying to advance understanding of different rare conditions. Secondly, they are put in place to accelerate diagnosis of rare diseases. As you know, and we were just watching the data from the Canadian experience, it takes a lot of time, a lot of suffering to get diagnosed, and European reference networks, by virtue of collaboration, connecting to the best of the best in the space of different rare conditions, aims to facilitate and speed up this journey. Thirdly, there's also a big ambition, which probably hasn't yet been fully realized, about facilitating access to treatment and care across the European territory. Again, in the federated system, and I think federated, I'm using this word because it kind of applies to Canada, I think, perhaps quite differently, but also a little bit similarly. In the federated system, I mean, it's very hard to believe in, let's say, be a citizen of Slovenia and then be treated in Germany, or be a citizen of Spain and be treated in my home country, Poland. So it is a challenge because those health systems are not really interoperable. So that's where the European reference networks were supposed to help this and basically make sure that if you are moved to a network, a relevant network, and you can be offered actually not just diagnosis, but also treatment and care, regardless of where you actually live in Europe. Well, that promise probably is still to be delivered to be delivered under the European reference networks. It's an ongoing discussion, but regardless, there has been a lot of good work done over the past 5 years. So I will just maybe close very quickly now, because maybe Duran, you have some other questions, but I will say that one of the reasons why I'm talking about the European Reference Network, and I'm representing a pharmaceutical company, Alexion, I think we realized over the past few years that one of the deficient elements of the European Reference Network concept in Europe has been inability of actually establishing proper collaborations between the industry and the European reference networks themselves. And we soon realized that this is a really big gap and a really big miss at the same time. The ERNs represent a big potential, as I said, pool resources, pool expertise, pool capabilities under one roof. And as such can be a very interesting partner to the pharmaceutical companies that are interested in advancing research, in advancing data generation, in facilitating diagnosis journey of patients across different conditions. And yet, those two words don't seem to be working together. So last year we founded with a group of like-minded people and organizations a new venture, a partnership which we called Together for Rare Disease, which basically in its principle tries to bring ERNs and industry together by establishing a proper workable framework of collaboration, by establishing rules and conditions that should guide such partnerships between the industry ERNs, and hopefully over the next few years building up a very distinct part of the European rare disease ecosystem where the reference centers, the patient organizations, clinicians, scientists, and industry would be interconnected through a really well functioning network that may be virtual, or maybe some part of this become a little bit more real-time engagement, and that collectively they start to advance much more quickly towards solving some of the key challenges that Durhan mentioned a little while ago, as regards, the number of diseases that still have no treatments, or facilitating diagnosis journey for patients, or actually understanding a little bit more about the data that we have and taking the best out of the data, running the joint registries, disease registries for key conditions. So there is like endless opportunities almost, but we would like this to be a real partnership between the industry, academia, clinical centers, patient organizations, all working in a concerted effort to advance on those objectives. So this is our current focus, and I think this might be one of those things that you may want to consider in Canada, so that when you build up your systems, when you build up your centers of excellence, when you build up the community like that, you make sure that this is indeed inclusive of also the industry representation and voice, and as such reinforces the journey, the strategy towards the shared objectives, which I'm sure in the case of CORT and industry and other players in Canada, there is already high level of commonality. So thank you. I mean, that's really great opportunity to contribute to this discussion. Hope this is what you are looking for, Durhan.
No, that was brilliant, Maciek, and exactly what we wanted to, kind of understand, kind of where, I mean, you did both things for us, right? Help us understand kind of, what are the lessons and what are the benefits in terms of having these networks. And we keep saying in Canada, if, 27 or maybe 26 countries now across Europe with very different languages, very different cultures, very different, even different philosophies in terms of how to actually provide public and health services can come together, recognizing that the only way you're going to deliver the right services to people with rare diseases is by working together. If they can do it successfully in Europe, good gosh, we ought to be able to do it here in Canada. We're not that different, even though we are somewhat different. So I think that's a hugely important lesson to be learned. And quite frankly, I think we are well aware of it. Can I ask very quickly how important, Maciek, is having, cross-border care, fundamental to the ability for patients to get access to these reference networks, as you say, from different countries?
Well, I think this is like, first of all, it is a fundamental right, or should be fundamental right under the construct of the European Union, because it allows for the full mobility of people, but also assets and everything, and knowledge as well across European Union. Unfortunately, as we know, the rare disease patients are often in very dramatic situations, right? I mean, ability for them to travel, for their families to travel to a center which might be in a different country where people speak in a different language. This is a major obstacle. So it's not even about finances, it's about the entire logistics and operations of such thing. So the ERNs were put in place in order to facilitate this cross-border exchange and cross-border support. And I believe that they are actually playing that part very nicely. I think over the past few years, more than 1.5 million patients have been referred to ERNs across Europe, which shows also what's the magnitude of that need, and actually, you know, how they can support those patients in needs. Of course, they are not, as I said, they are not yet solving all the problems. They are not yet fully operational, fully resourced as they should be. But I think that they offer something that otherwise we don't really see very often in other geographies. So that's a very positive example.
So it's a nut that we have to solve also in Canada, right? In order for us to take full advantage, we have to figure out how we're actually going to be able to do that cross-provincial kind of care. Thank you very much, Maciek. That was absolutely the right start that we needed, picked up on some of the themes that we had said, and hopefully launches us off in terms of thinking, as you say, what are the things that are doing well? What can we pick up on? We have a slightly different model when we talk about our centers of excellence, but really some of the very basic same concepts and principles. So thank you again very much, and hope to see you soon in person. You owe me a trip to Canada.
Yeah, it's being planned, so be prepared. Thank you so much, and yes, I wish you a great conference to be continued. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The partnerships are essential, and we need to build that in. We're going to talk about that a bit more as well. So I'm really pleased to invite, I'm going to invite maybe the next panel to come up. I know that we've got Michelle Munjandar. Is Michelle here? I know she's here somewhere. Yeah, maybe you can come up. Daniel, are you coming up with her, or yes or no? Yeah, you can come up. There's lots of seats at the table. I'm not sure Daniel was fully prepared to come up. We'll invite Michelle and Daniel to come up. Christine, was Christine in the room here? Christine Elliott. Yeah, there you are. Hey, it was so lovely to see Christine very recently at an event with Life Sciences Ontario as well. And she very graciously, as she was leaving the event, I grabbed her in the hallway and said, "Can you do this?" And she looked at me and basically said, "What?" Was delighted to have you come up. Yeah, maybe come on up. Our third presenter, unfortunately, has taken a bit of a cold and is not able to be here in person, but Carrie McElroy with Sanofi Genzyme is actually going to be providing the industry perspective on this. So she will be here with us virtually. So I'm going to invite you to come up. I know that we're kind of right on time here. So I'm going to actually ask Michelle, maybe you can start and you can introduce Daniel as well. Are you speaking? Okay, we're not going to put Daniel on the spot to actually speak it.
No.
Okay, but we'll invite him up. Okay, Michelle Munjandar, who many of you will know because she was here at our last event and represents for us really the work that Health Canada has been driving in terms of getting this rare disease drug strategy implemented. So thank you so much, Michelle, for coming in. I know it was a very last minute that you got travel permission, so we're so thrilled that you're able to do it in person.
Let's not talk about the bureaucracy of federal government. That's a bit of a sore point after that slide. Well, thank you very much for the opportunity and the invite to be here this morning. Actually, I wasn't invited. It was Michelle Boudreau who was invited. So I guess you get this Michelle and not that Michelle, but that's okay.
Don't you think Michelle would be insulted if I didn't invite her?
That's fine. But maybe that's a good opportunity, a good segue to mention a bit of a new addition to our group, the Drugs for Rare Diseases group at Health Canada. The reason why Michelle isn't here today, she's still with the Office of Pharmaceutical Management Strategies, but Daniel McDonald recently joined the office as our new Director General. So we have a dedicated Director General for Drugs for Rare Diseases. So welcome, Daniel. which is really great. So Daniel and Michelle will be working closely together. And I think this just shows that there's an appreciation for a bit scary for our team, kind of the heavy lifting that I think we're going to have to be doing in terms of as we kind of finalize the policy work and move to an implementation phase. But it's great that we have Daniel to join our team and help with that lifting, and of course all of you who I know are eager to roll up your sleeves as well. So thanks Daniel for joining. So he's going to be here for today, so go easy on him. He's only, I don't know, he's still counting his days. So a couple of colleagues are here too, so hopefully you'll get a chance to introduce yourself. Daniel's only been, even though he's just been here for a couple of weeks, it's already, he's shown, he's kind of, you know, been dropped in, but already has made insightful comments. He's really calm and patient, and just has really been able, just a fresh perspective too. You can kind of see some things that are different, and has a wealth of experience in the federal government, which has really been helpful. So welcome, Daniel, on behalf of me and I think everyone here. So with that, maybe I'll move to the next slide. Do I have a thing? We can use this, the big green arrow. So some of these slides might seem a bit familiar to folks. That's another thing. Sometimes I like to use slides that are pre-approved, and that also helps a little bit, but hopefully I'll say some things that are new, or say it in a way that might be different, that you'll get a little bit more information. We also have done a great deal of consultation, not as much as CORD for sure, but a great deal. And thank you to all of you who have been part of that consultation, whether you've made submissions or you've talked to us or you've met with us, you've been part of town halls or roundtables with us, with the minister, whoever. We've really taken all of that feedback, input, and read it, listened to it, digested it, and reflected on it. You know, we've engaged with patients and clinicians and academics and payers, industry, you name it, a whole host of stakeholders. And you know, despite the different perspectives, you know, there really are a lot of commonalities. And I often say that we have the benefit of seeing that. And sometimes I wish that, and I hope that others see it too. And maybe those of you who host more multi-stakeholder sessions get to see it, that, you know, there are a lot more things that we have in common on this topic than actually that I think we're not that far apart. You know, hopefully you all can sort of see how it wasn't really that difficult to sort of see the areas of consensus. Wow, I should have brought my glasses up here. That's really, it's really hard to see. But you know, we heard lots about kind of the fragmented decision making and the postal code lottery. We heard a lot about, you know, that there's inadequate real world data to look at, you know, longer term effectiveness. We heard that patients, families, caregivers just feel disempowered. You know, they feel tired, you know, disenfranchised with the system. And certainly we heard that, you know, the drugs are expensive, and this is a worrisome to drug plans, public and private, and has them feeling a little bit vulnerable for what's next. So we did hear like areas of consensus from this around some sort of, you know, common governance framework, or some sort of consistency and coverage or way of making decisions, you know, better data to support that decision making. We heard that patient families need to be center of the strategy, and you know, be part of that process, and you know, longer term federal funding as well to support you know, existing plans and to have improved access, but also sustainable in the future. So a great deal of areas in terms of consensus. So most would have seen this framework that was developed, you know, following this consultation that we did, where it's, you know, anchored by 4 pillars: supporting patient outcomes and sustainability, seeking national consistency, collect and use evidence, and invest in innovation. and really guided by a series of principles to help us achieve, hopefully an ambitious vision, though we heard it maybe wasn't ambitious enough. That was something that we heard at the roundtables in April and May. So again, I take those. Another thing I certainly heard in the roundtables in April and May was around the sense of urgency as well. So one thing that we have heard all along in trying to sort of gather was a little bit around, potential activities for the strategy. We heard around, the opportunity to enhance the coordination for shared decision-making and reimbursement decisions. And I think that's something that I also saw around in the survey results too, a little bit around, what role could potentially the federal government play, opportunity around, patient outcomes and sustainability to promote risk sharing agreements or innovative drug reimbursement models, collect and use evidence, developing data standards, leveraging health data, sort of connecting up what we actually have, and invest in innovation. My goodness, we have such a wonderful, wonderfully sort of rich research environment here, and our opportunity to really think about what this could do with an investment in research dollars for the rare disease research community. So I wanted to focus a little bit on the kind of the current work and next steps, and I tried to be as light as possible on the bullets, and so I can kind of focus on what I'm saying. So we continue to do our internal policy development steps, and we're trying to finalize that work. We are doing ad hoc engagement with stakeholders. I'm sure I've met with some of you over the past while as well, and come to meetings like this to provide updates. I kind of prefer meetings like this because I'm able to give updates all at once. It's quite helpful. Or if we meet with, for example, member organizations, it's quite useful for people to get feedback at once. We're trying to engage with some health system partners as well to better understand, how they may fit in. For example, had some conversations with CIHI just to better understand, some opportunities there. And we've engaged all along with PTs, and that's always been a very productive conversation. I think, I've heard the question, and maybe I'll sort of head it off already. I mean, people have asked me the question, how will the current context affect this? I will say the PTs have always been very engaged in this topic. I think right now PTs we're at the point where PTs have needed more detail, and we're at the point where we're still crunching numbers. So we're not even at the stage of engaging with PTs just yet, I will say. So we're still at the crunching numbers stage. And I just give credit to my PT colleagues at the Pharmaceutical Executives Group who have been productive and met with us almost bi-weekly at times, and have been very giving of their time because they recognize this to be a priority. So we look forward to re-engaging with them when we have the details that they've been, like you, have been asking for in terms of, what will allocation look like as well. And we look forward to launching the strategy by the end of this fiscal year, and certainly working with partners and stakeholders. I think I've tried to send the message out. If you've heard me in any sort of recent forum, I've said, please, trying to manage expectations that, this isn't going to be a fully fleshed out, 3-year action plan that's going to come out, with a month by month, what's going to happen. It's also not going to be something that just is going to detail what the federal government is going to do or only. I think it's something that we all are going to have to contribute to. I don't have that expertise. I think it's something that there's going to be something that we're going to have to build together. I recognize the urgency though, and that the urgency isn't just coming from you all here. I mean, I've heard it from other stakeholders too. So how can we help with the here and now? And how can we help sort of develop and build for something in the future? So it's going to really sort of be a balance of activities like that, and we sort of need to help with some of that prioritization. I think that was one of the questions we asked at the roundtable too, sort of, what can we do first, move on, and then how can we sort of prioritize some of these activities to sort of work through a little bit later. And we'll need some of the expertise that, certainly from the DRD Secretariat at Health Canada, we don't have. And we'll want to engage with others, including many in this room. So I think I'll leave it there. Thanks for the opportunity to give this update.
Thank you. And it's Michelle says, Michelle and Daniel will be here. I think Daniel's staying for maybe a bit longer than Michelle, but certainly an opportunity to talk to him and to the colleagues that are in the room there, and really appreciate it. The great thing for, as you know with Michelle, both Michelles, quite frankly, is that they're very straightforward. And, we recognize that, there's only so much you can say, but what they say is really quite impactful and really quite honest. So thank you again very much for that. And we agree, we do not want a full-blown strategy for 3 years because we don't know where things are going to be in 3 years. We want to do it incrementally. And what we want to do, and I didn't get a chance to ask Magic this, is we also want to do it in a way that we can measure what's working and what's not working, collect that information. And to Grace's, presentation on the survey, we want to be able to put in place and benchmark and to say, now, did it work? Are things getting better for patients? I mean, obviously we don't have, the study population in such a way that we can make exact matches, but we can capture that, and we need to be able to capture that. So I'm going to move directly into one of my favorite people, honestly, who I'm so thrilled that she's agreed to speak to us, Christine Elliott. Many of you, there's probably nobody in this room does not know Christine in many ways, and we've known Christine for a gazillion years, it feels like. That's not to speak to our collective age, but it really does speak to the longevity that Christine has had in terms of her commitment, in terms of public service, in terms of health, and knowing her really when she was in opposition to health, but also coming into the government here. And we're really thrilled that she has, in fact, come here to talk a little bit about, how do we, one of the key things we keep talking about is how do we ensure that we've got the commitment on all sides in terms of moving forth on rare diseases. And Christine is no stranger in terms of her engagement with rare diseases. So Christine, I'm going to turn it over to you, and thank you again.
Well, thank you very much, Jane, and good morning, everyone. It really is a pleasure to join you today. And when I did run into Jane at a conference just a few weeks ago, and she asked me to be here today, and I thought how wonderful, because this is such a really important topic. And besides, how can you say no to Jane? You are a force of nature in your own, and you're doing a fantastic job. But I am really pleased to be here today because this is something that you might have thought, because I lived in the world of COVID for several years, that I didn't think about anything else. It was very busy with COVID, but I did think about rare diseases and some of the strategies that we needed to bring forward. And didn't have much to move it forward at that time because we were so consumed with COVID. But it was something that, as minister, we dealt with. We would have people come to see us, court and others, but also some of the things that I heard in my community office from my constituents about how they or a family member had a rare disease, and they were really feeling very hopeless, that they didn't have someone to sort of champion their cause for them. They weren't getting any better. They were being misdiagnosed, or in some cases really just ignored. And so this was something that when we would have our federal, provincial, territorial health ministers meetings with the federal minister of health, now Minister Duclos, that it was a topic that we did discuss, as opposed to having a national pharmacare program. What we as provincial ministers of health were really more interested in was having a rare disease strategy, plus some funds to go along with it, because we know that this is something that is going to be very, very expensive, going forward. How wonderful that these discoveries are being made, but unless people can access them, they're not going to be that useful. But I think it is really important that we continue to talk about it. The other ministers were very interested in it because we know that there is going to be an acceleration because of the work that many of you are doing, that there are going to be these discoveries for rare diseases. People do deserve to have access to them, but from a provincial treasury perspective, it's going to become more and more expensive. So it is great. I'm so pleased that the federal government is coming forward with the strategy and listening to people, because this is going to be more of an issue as we move forward the next 10, 15 years. But I think what we've already heard is that it is so important to do things in a specialized way, to be very strategic about the ways that money is going to be invested. I was really interested to hear that the results of the survey that indicated that people were interested in having more of the clinical centers of excellence. I think that is the right way to go. I also heard that there was a thought that it should be led by the federal government because the provincial government didn't really get it and didn't really understand it. I would say I wouldn't necessarily agree with that part, but I do think it is important that the federal government brings this forward, that all the provinces and territories are involved in it too. But I think the most important factor too, and you saw Rona Ambrose's quote, is the fact that patients and families need to be involved because they are the ones that are living with it every day. They are the ones that know what needs to happen. And it's not just, it's about everything in their journey. It's about the diagnosis and the misdiagnoses that some people have, but it's also about then what's the appropriate treatment. Once you get into that, then there's every other aspect of the person's life, from employment to social services to counseling to whatever else it is that they need. So I think it's great that it seems that everybody's on board in terms of federal, provincial, territorial partners, as well as making sure that all of you are involved and the patients and families are involved. I think that's the only way that we're going to be successful. And as we saw from what Patrick just said, if that can happen in the European Union, it can certainly happen in Canada, because I do know that the other provinces and territories are very interested in this. They're concerned about this from a financial perspective, of course, because you have to be, but more than that, it's the human perspective, because that was the most difficult part of my job, was to have to say to an individual or their family that these things are being dealt with in other countries, but not in Canada just yet, not in Ontario just yet. So I think the human perspective is the most important one. And that is something that we all want to make the lives of other Canadians better. So I wish you all well with your discussions today. I wish I could stay for the entire conference, because it is a very rich conference. You have great speakers and great ideas coming forward. So thank you very much. And again, thank you so much for the invitation to join you.
Christine is always very direct to the point, but also really, I think, making us all very much aware, right? We're not talking about, just having all the resources in the world. Resources are indeed, even with the public resources, even with the private partnerships, we want to make sure we're investing in a way that we're going to get the optimal returns on those investments. So I really do want to change the language. We're going to quit talking about expenses. We're going to quit talking about, the cost of things. We're going to talk about investment. So, but it's up to us then to really demonstrate what that investment means and how it comes back. And there's no better segue to this than to actually talk about our private partners. You heard Magic before. I mean, obviously he's a little biased coming out of industry himself, but I think he's also had the benefit of seeing kind of where the importance of having that private partnership from the industry engaged. And we aren't just talking about drugs. And I think we've come a long ways with our pharmaceutical partners for everybody to recognize we're talking about investment in the whole system. We're not talking about something that is just going to be very silo. And I think everybody recognizes, you cannot just provide drugs if you are not having the system that actually supports it. So I'm really happy to introduce, hopefully we can get this on camera as well, a really, really long-term friend of the court community, Carrie McElroy with Sanofi Genzyme. I'm so sorry you're not able to be here in person, but we're really thrilled that you have taken the time and hopefully, recover well. But thank you so much for taking the time. You look wonderful, quite by the way. So I don't know what your issue was in terms of being able to be here. Your appearance belies any sense that you might be sick. So
Thanks so much, Durhan, and good morning, everyone. And my apologies, I'm not with you in person. I am under the weather and pleased to join you virtually, but I didn't think I should come and share my germs with you. And so for all of you, those of you that I don't know, I'm Carrie McElroy, and I'm the country head of market access and public affairs at Sanofi in Canada. And thank you very much again to Durhan and to CORD for organizing this important conference and for the invitation to join these very accomplished panelists. Those are some hard messages to follow. As many of you know, Sanofi's a leading multinational healthcare company, and our work in rare disease stretches back decades. And I want to try to provide an industry perspective, admittedly from a single company, on a few items. One, the critical role that partnerships play in managing rare diseases. And two, some reflection on current opportunities and risks to sustaining and expanding these partnerships. Partnerships always depend on having the right players at the table, and we each have a role to play, and we know that no single party can solve anything in isolation. Being honest about where we stand at the moment has to be our starting point, though, and I feel many of us feel that the current setup is reaching its limits. Governments at all levels have been looking for different solutions for many years, and I want to acknowledge the efforts of Health Canada and Michelle's teams in recent months, and of course the provinces and territories in the past. And while Health Canada's stated desire to move forward is hugely important, we must engage provincial and territorial governments who have been grappling with many of these policy questions for years, and if not decades. Despite Canada not having a rare disease framework or an adapted pathways, manufacturers, including Sanofi, have been able to launch some, but not all, new medicines in Canada. And this is the basis of our role as manufacturers in the system. It's an essential foundation that allows us to invest and play a complementary role in the healthcare system. Companies like Sanofi take a global view of science and research, and our current plans at Sanofi see more new medicines being brought to market over the next 3 years than ever in our industry. And there are other hopeful and exciting innovation stories across our industry for many of the unmet need disease areas. But one of the key drivers of those investments is having access to the current standard of care, in addition to having some level of predictability about our ability to make innovations available to the patients that can benefit from them. And my job in the Canadian organization here is to advocate for Canada against any number of countries for the next product launch, the next investment, and to be frank, is getting more challenging every day. I am proud of our record of coming to the table with creative solutions and practical clinical and health system questions, but industry's investments in ongoing research, patient support programs, novel reimbursement models, and yes, even compassionate programs are all having a real impact for patients today. But the sustainability of that contribution depends on having timely and predictable access to reimbursement. And I think we can all agree that Canada has much more to do in this regard, especially for rare disease medicines. And to me, this is the opportunity and risk part. The complexity of our system works against all of us, but sometimes it feels like we struggle to find a way forward to improve it. So where do we go next? Well, first, I believe we need to walk before we run, and perhaps with much more urgency. We've been grappling with the right policy prescription on managing rare diseases for literally decades and with little progress. Meanwhile, Canada's peer countries seem to be able to evolve and explore different solutions much more quickly. And thank you to Magic this morning, who shared some of the great successes in the EU countries. with their rare disease workable framework. And Durhan, that's perhaps something I think a good model we can look at in Canada going forward. So let's not let perfect get in the way of good. And for the Canadian reality, it's reasonable to expect that we need to implement change on a step-by-step or an incremental basis. But what's critical is that there's shared recognition of the need for an overall vision of a commitment to common objectives and the structures in place to track our progress. As far as policies to support partnerships, how do we manage a space to test the models we know are at the cutting edge of connecting the best science with the best rare disease patients in a responsible, accountable way? And for the first time, we have access to substantial public funds via the federal government, but we just need to design useful, high impact projects to put those funds to use in our healthcare system. There's also great examples about adapted review processes, especially in HTA and payment models to better reflect clinical realities and the value of given interventions. Adaptive pathways for accelerated patient access with real-world monitoring and patient data collection and analysis is being done effectively in other countries. We need to explore these options. We've been talking about this in Canada for years, and I'd really like to see us start doing more to implement with a sense of urgency. Real-world evidence is critical to our success. It also is a very large, complex area, and it touches on all of us. So let's not lose sight of the basic opportunity to generate further relevant information to help all of us make better decisions over time, as opposed to the current process log jams we see around decisions at product introductions. Ultimately, though, we need to get to a more managed and flexible process. Critically, all stakeholders must have a role at the table with patients at the center of all that we do if we're to have any chance of sustaining progress. And I'm still an optimist at heart, but I'm hoping all of us can come out of this week's conference with a sense of renewed purpose and urgency to roll up our sleeves and start implementing the changes we know we need. Patients and Canadians expect us to make progress in unlocking access to diagnostics and treatment options now. So I thank you, and I look forward to the discussion.
Thank you. Really is, underlying it, right, is that we need to bring all the partners together. And I think, as Magic said, we have an opportunity to do this right in Canada and to make sure that we build that partnership from the very beginning. And I think, Christine said something to us really important as well, is that patients need to be part of that solution. And I know that that's always been kind of where we're wanting to go, but we need to figure out how we're going to do that in a way that's going to benefit everybody. I mean, really, we're at a magic time here. And I really hear that from everybody. We have broad agreement in terms of what the direction is. We have broad agreement in terms of what it needs to happen in terms of having centers and having the diagnosis and having the right access to the right treatments. I think never before have we actually been able to think about that whole slogan. I mean, many of us say it, right? The right drug to the right patient at the right time. Unfortunately, it's gotten more complex, because we don't always know at the beginning what that right drug is. We're getting clinical trials with small patient populations, and we in the patient community, right? And I'm looking at some of our patient members are saying we want those drugs as soon as possible. And we're willing to take some risks sometimes in terms of how certain we are in terms of how well they work. But on the other hand, we have clinicians who are responsible then increasingly for being able to prescribe drugs to the right patients where that patient is pretty complex. And we're not real sure along that spectrum, right? Many of these diseases, which is exactly the right patient. And we've heard everybody, including, Carrie talking about real world evidence, but real world evidence is not that easy. Real world evidence is not something that is as easily to collect and to be able to analyze and to be able to bring back into understanding. So all of these things are here, in terms of having increasing complexity of that very simple slogan that we all believe, the right drug to the right patient at the right time. So what we're hoping to build is this system that will allow us to optimize that, because you heard from Grace very early on, the consequences of not having that in place are people are delayed diagnosis, getting misdiagnosed, getting not access to specialists, and certainly not getting access to the right drugs, and certainly not getting the right follow-up care. But the solutions address all of that. And I think we can. So I really want to thank our speakers here. I think we've really come together on the same place. We're going to come back hopefully as close to 10:30 as possible. The large group to go run for, 2 coffee urns. So, those of you who are sitting in the back have actually made some good strategic decisions there. But thanks again to our panel. Really, really appreciate it very much. And we look forward to ongoing engagement. Thank you. Every time I see you
Other side.
Didn't have mics. I had to get the mics back. Hello, we're back. All right. Can we get everybody back because we want to get moving forward? I realize that everybody wants to network. I like to call up our next panel. So Anne Marie, Leanne, Sapna, Chris McMaster, Wendy's going to go connect with us virtually, and Brad. I'd like to invite everybody up. Okay, this is going to be a very quick panel. So we want to get started again. I mean, we've heard this today about where we want to move in terms of a rare disease strategy. And as we all know, there is something unique about rarity, but there's also much more to it than just the numbers. And so I really wanted to be able to have a panel. Is Anne Marie here? What happened to Anne Marie? She's coming. Well, I don't want to rush Anne Marie too much here. While Anne Marie's coming up, and she's going to be our leave-out speaker, I just want you guys to know what a trooper Anne Marie is. Anne Marie and I were together in Athens, and I hope she didn't mind my telling this story. And I invited her at that time to actually do an opening for us in this forum. Poor Anne Marie in Athens. So it's after the conference is over. She and her husband are going to take a few days and probably enjoy Athens. Anne Marie decides instead to have an accident where she ends up then in hospital with a broken arm and with a broken ankle or whatever she has in Athens. She gets rushed into the emergency there. And then her husband decides that he's going to have a fall and he kind of ends up in emergency himself. But she's now got a cast on her arm. She's got a cast on her leg. And I said to her, it's okay if you can't make it. She says, I will be there. So I just want to give full credence to Anne Marie. We also wanted to invite Anne Marie to open this session because I have to say within CORD, we are really negligent in terms of how we're actually dealing with rare diseases. You know, we say 80% of rare diseases are genetic. That's good. But then we kind of ignore the other 20% most of the time. We say that about 65–70% of rare diseases are pediatric. They start in, infancy, childhood, and then we ignore the rest of them. So I think it's important for us to recognize there are lots of rare diseases that are not pediatric. They may be late onset, or they are adult diseases. There are a lot of rare diseases that are not even, that are due to other kinds of factors. And so we as a community also need to take into consideration all the rare diseases. So I really wanted Anne Marie. Anne Marie, I'm going to turn it over to you and provide us a bit of what, your sense personally. The topic for this whole roundtable is why rare disease matters. Why are we actually focusing on rare diseases? Why then do we need to have a special rare disease strategy, rare disease drug strategy? So I'm going to introduce them all and actually ask each one of them to kind of speak in turn. Anne Marie Carr, who's with Hereditary Amyloidosis Canada. She's the founder of the group and has been a champion for this community, but beyond that community as well. Rare Disease Community is Excellence, and Leanne, you're going to see later, who's going to be leading off with Craig Campbell and Francois Bernier, the discussion around setting up these centers of excellence, but has been, again, a huge champion for us from the clinical and research community. Sapna Mahajan, who's from Genome Canada. Genome Canada has actually led some of the most important work that has actually gone into setting up the diagnosis for rare diseases, but also then spawning that whole ability to establish leading understanding in terms of where rare diseases are. And we were really impressed with Genome Canada when they were starting off with some of the precision medicines project, which is where they were working at, and decided that rare diseases made a good starting point. So thank you very much for that. We've got Christopher McMaster, who is the head of the CIHR Institute of Genetics and really has been a long-time champion in terms of rare diseases, in terms of the genetics area, and has some really has led really some of the thinking around where we need to position you know, the genetics, the understanding of rare diseases, but also rare diseases within the whole healthcare system. Wendy Erler, who is with Alexion, she's going to be speaking to us virtually. And again, really providing a bit of the pharmaceutical perspective, but beyond just Canada. And then Brad Alwart, who is a member of the core board and who we're hoping is going to help us bridge again some of the different speakers that have been on place. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Anne Marie, and then each person hopefully in turn.
Oh, hi, good morning. Good morning. Thanks very much for that, Johan. With regards to adult diseases and diagnosing them, we have a bit of an issue. If we have a childhood disease, those things are taken very seriously, and we get into all sorts of depths regarding that. Regarding the children. But with regards to adults and seniors, often what we find is that assumptions are made. So for example, when an adult or a senior goes to the doctor, they'll explain their situation, and often assumptions are made based on their age, where they come from, etc. Often diagnoses are made straight off the bat, and often those diagnoses are incorrect. Medication is prescribed, and the patient goes on their way believing that everything they've just been told by their doctor is correct. The older population often seems to accept the doctor's word as gospel without question. That I myself was very guilty of that in my earlier days of going down this path. So if you can just bear with me a second, I've actually lost my place. I thought I was organized, but these things happen from time to time. So just bear with me for a moment or two. Otherwise, I lose my train of thought. There we go. So what we really need to do is we really need to have a workable system for patients that's driven by facts, so that a portfolio can be made for each of those patients going forward, so that we have a clear and efficient plan built in with it in our systems. When previously I mentioned that assumptions are made. When assumptions are made, often what ends up with a lot of these patients that have been diagnosed, because the medication and everything else is not suitable for them, or it's not right for them, often what ends up happening is those patients go to, for example, end up in ER. And as we all know, we've already got our hospital systems already overburdened, and they certainly don't need patients like myself and others going down that road and making the burden even heavier in ER. So we have to find some sort of way around this to diagnose these patients earlier. Sometimes we have to listen to ourselves. We have our own instincts. We hear inside there's an alarm bell ringing. Often we ignore those alarm bells. We shouldn't do that, only because we know that if something's not sitting well with us, we should investigate that further. And by investigating that further, we will find out that we can indeed be we are indeed our own best advocates. And being like that, we can empower others similar to ourselves to go down that same route. And we will be surprised at the end of the day what's happening there. A lot of things that we do need to set up this criteria for the adult and senior population is we need the funding. And that's kind of clear in everything that we do. We need to make rare diseases economical in terms of development strategy for drugs and everything else. And last but not least, we need to integrate the rare disease strategies with other health initiatives so that over the whole of Canada, we can actually have a good process in place for diagnosis. Thank you. Thanks very much.
Good morning, everyone. Just get my slides up. So my name is Dr. Leanne Ward. I'm a pediatric endocrinologist at the Children's Hospital of Eastern Ontario, where I hold a research chair in pediatric bone disorders. And I'm grateful for the opportunity to talk to you about building a community of excellence in rare disease. So I appreciate Durhan the opportunity to do so. And I want to start just by sharing with you the perspective that I come from. So I am a pediatrician, and I do see children with rare bone disorders that are childhood onset, but these disorders span the lifespan. And so I see the parents of the children with rare disorders, and I see their grandparents as well, and can certainly bear witness to the fact that these rare disorders often accumulate morbidities as individuals go through their lifespan. And we need to be thinking about this space both from the pediatric and the adult perspective. And just to give you an idea of some of the disorders that I treat, they include osteogenesis imperfecta, X-linked hypophosphatemia, hypophosphatasia, and other disorders with really long names. I want to start by saying that we're not starting at ground zero. We already do have a foundation that's been driven by the passion of the physicians and the allied health professionals and the administrators that support the care of rare disease individuals at the various tertiary care hospitals across Canada and also in communities, and the universities as well that are behind these initiatives. So there's a lot of goodwill in Canada. There's a lot of collaborative spirit. In fact, people have said to me when I've carried out national research projects, they've said, you know, nowhere else in the world, perhaps could you do this so quickly and effectively than in Canada, because you collaborate so very well. So we have a lot of good going on in Canada, but we have a long way to go. And obviously that's what we're talking about today. So when we think about a community of excellence in rare disease, this is what I think of conceptually. We're thinking about centers of excellence that are grounded in tertiary care because of the need for specialized care, and also affiliated with universities across Canada because universities are obviously grounded in research as well as the mandate to educate the next generation of thought leaders and clinicians and basic scientists, etc. So a notion of centers of excellence, but we also need to be thinking about these centers with a reach that extends to the communities so that individuals can have supportive care closer to home. They don't have to travel as far, and we can empower local physicians in identifying rare diseases early and also providing partnered care with specialists in the various centers of excellence. So we think of a hub and a spokes model. So we have across the country different centers of excellence with that excellence emanating across the country. Obviously, this will take time to build, but this is sort of the general model that we're thinking about. So what does a community of excellence in rare disease look like? So it would uphold 4 pillars of excellence: clinical care, obviously, education, patient advocacy, and research. So when I think about these 4 pillars, and we'll go around the wheel, if you will, clockwise, in terms of clinical care, we need timely diagnosis. And we heard some statistics on that this morning, that there are delayed diagnoses, particularly for adults, as I see it. There's a study published recently in hypophosphatasia, where the median time to diagnosis in adults with this condition is 24 years. The disease is going undetected in childhood and then also being missed well into adulthood. So we need to do a better job of that. Obviously, patients need access to supportive care and customized care with therapeutics that, as we've been talking about today, are expensive and unique. We need care close to home. As a physician, I see patients traveling very long distances to see me, and that wears them down in terms of the time from work, the time on the road, the time away from school, the lost income that comes with these long trips. And yet they do them because they know they need to. We need to be thinking about mental health and quality of life support. Allied health support is huge. These patients have their specific conditions, but they're always linked to multiple comorbidities. These conditions are invariably multi-system, and we need our allied health professionals partnering with us in PT and OT and nursing and dietitian, et cetera. And then we need patient navigators. So you can imagine that if you have a rare condition and you need to be engaging with 5 to 10 different healthcare providers, that's very unwieldy. So we need individuals within the system who can help patients coordinate their care as they navigate through that journey. In terms of education, as I said earlier, these centers of excellence and communities of excellence would be training hubs for the next generation of leaders in rare disease clinical care, basic science, and administration. And then patient advocacy. I think we all understand as physicians the importance of dialoguing with the patient advocacy groups. We do that increasingly, and I think this is one of the things that I've seen evolve over my career that I appreciate the most, that we're working so closely now as clinicians with patient advocacy groups across the country. And then shared decision-making, of course, is vital. We need to be listening to our patient advocates, to the patients themselves, and making decisions in tandem with them. And then, of course, it goes without saying that when you're in a rare disease space, there's a lot to learn. That knowledge is constantly evolving, and we need to be pressing down on research initiatives in terms of developing novel therapies, understanding mechanisms of disease to better get at the heart of the pathobiology of different diseases, diagnostic innovation, and then registries. There's been mention of registries this morning. What does that mean? It means taking real world data, bringing it together to understand longer term outcomes, and linking that data to our international partners, because these are rare diseases after all. And even national data for some ultra rare diseases is not enough to understand the full landscape, and we need to link to our international partners. Advocacy groups, can't say enough about these. These advocacy groups are amazing. This is just some of them that I personally collaborate with, and this isn't a full list, but these are a wonderful group of forward-moving individuals who are willing to share their stories with us so we can learn from them as we move forward. I really appreciated the conversation this morning about the European Reference Network. So there's a lot of precedent going on in Europe for people coming together and building registries and sharing data and helping individuals get access to the care that they need in a large geographical region. And so we need to be doing the same, and we need to be connecting with these other international organizations. So that sets the stage, I think, a little bit for further discussion, and I appreciate your attention this morning, and thank you for your passion and interest in what is a critical topic in healthcare today. Thank you.
No, I think you're up.
Up next. Okay. Hello. I'm Sapna Mahajan, as Durhan mentioned, from Genome Canada. And for those who don't know, Genome Canada, we're federally funded. We've been around for more than 20 years, funding genomics research and innovation. And we have 6 regional centers. So many of you who are coming from different places online or in the room today, you may know the regional center. And I think today, when I think about the question of the strategy, you know, I come from a genomics lens, which is in its infancy in a way, but also rapidly evolving and has been key to this area, but will continue to be, especially as we rapidly evolve. We have an All for One project that was referenced, which is in different provinces in the country. And we've seen that it's not just about funding the research, it's about implementation. And when I look at your circles there, I know research was one separate circle, but if we fund and design research in a way that we integrate all these pieces, it will actually drive and accelerate change. So I think about the All for One project, which is happening all over the country. We actually have the provincial governments and ministries as partners that have a stake in the game, and we're being driven by what they need. We have economists involved, because if you really want to see change, there needs to be some economic evidence that it's worth investing in this. And of course, we need to quantify the impact on families and patients and have their voices, as we've talked about, which is happening. But I really think a strategy will probably and needs to create some kind of ecosystem coherence. And on the research side, it could really help bring pieces together and fundamentally change the way we are doing research to lead to impacts. We need to be more connected, and genomics, I'm sure Chris, you would agree, you know, it's a data science and data is the currency. We need to break down these invisible barriers. We need to integrate data, especially in rare diseases. We heard that this morning, you know, and when he said, well, if we can do it, or Durhan, you were the one, you're like, if Europe can do it, we can do it. We're talking about collaboration. We need to get past some of these hurdles. So I think there is going to be major disruption, and we need to be ready for that. I think we need to involve various stakeholders from every kind of, and we need to figure out through the strategy, how do we bring this together? And I hate using the word pipeline, but creating the pipeline from research, innovation to commercialization, but also implementation with healthcare workers. And so just to say, from our point of view, I think research has a really big piece. We're looking forward to this strategy to create some of that coherence and all of us coming together collectively. I think the one thing I'll end on, I spent many years at Treasury Board. I've worked in different sectors, and I think it's really important when you're developing a strategy in one part of government, it can be an amazing strategy. And I've seen this in other areas like mental health, where I spent 15 years. You can put out a great strategy, but if other pieces in the government, policy, regulations, or strategies are not aligned and they're not talking to each other, you actually can't achieve what's in it. So we really need to make sure that we are not doing this drug strategy separately, and a bit, not that it's not talking to the other players, but we need to change different pieces, policies, and strategies all around. The provinces have to play a key role. And so you've done an amazing job at engaging stakeholders. We need to continue to do that and really focus on the implementation. So thank you.
Hi, folks. Thanks again, Durhan, for the invitation to attend court. I'm always happy to attend court, and CIHR's at all the court meetings. If it's not me, it's somebody from the Institute of Genetics. I'm Chris McMaster, Scientific Director for the Institute of Genetics at the Canadian Institutes of Health Research, CIHR. For those who don't know what CIHR is, it's the largest funder of health research for universities and research hospitals in Canada. It's a government organization. We attended almost every court workshop and Health Canada workshop that took place. And even by the end of it, we'd bugged them enough that they actually asked us to present at a couple. But I'm really just going to talk to you about what we think we heard and how research we feel could help the rare disease strategy from these workshops. And I think the first thing that we heard that I think rare disease patients in the community would like is it's very clear that we need a rare disease clinical trials and treatment network for rare diseases in Canada. Canada's rare disease patients currently right now do not get immediate access to rare disease drugs because many of the clinical trials do not take place in Canada, because we do not have a clinical trials treatment and treatment network for the country, or clinical trials network for the country. That has some knock-on effects. That means you don't get first access to the drug, and that first access, because it's a clinical trial, is free. But also your approver, in this case, Health Canada, is not intimately involved in moving the clinical trial through the process. And so sponsors of these clinical trials often will file where they carried out the clinical trials. So you'll get first access to the drug. But that doesn't happen in Canada unless we get a coordinated clinical trials and treatment network. And by definition, they have to be linked, which means you'd almost already have built in the excellent hubs that we'd be looking for treatment in Canada. Indeed, you know, it's a 2 to 5 year wait in Canada to get a drug that's been approved elsewhere to get approved in Canada, and sponsors only choose to bring about 2/3 of those drugs to Canada, so we can't even access the rest because we're too small. And so I think this getting us down on the ground floor of clinical trials and treatments as a national enterprise would solve a lot of problems as far as access. However, if you want to be enrolled in a clinical trial, and we're the Institute of Genetics, so we focus mostly on genetic or inherited diseases, which is the bulk of rare diseases, you have to be diagnosed. And you have to know, helpful. And you have to know, especially as gene therapies are coming to the fore, what is the specific gene that's gone sideways in a particular patient to be enrolled in a clinical trial. And right now we heard it's many years and many thousands of dollars and several misdiagnoses because the pathway right now doesn't make sense and doesn't work well. Right now, medical geneticists are the folks that mostly order the genetic test are the doctors of last resort. That's why you see a whole pile of people and then they throw their hands up in the air as it's got to be genetic. You're going to end up in medical genetics. And that's why it takes so long. How do we change the diagnostic paradigm so a genomic test is actually right at the beginning? As soon as you suspect there's a disease, do we just sequence everybody's genome at birth, get it over with? Do we go to NICUs where we know a third to half the patients are probably rare disease kids and sequence everybody in the NICU? Or do you do it at first presentation at pediatric neuro or developmental peds or wherever you end up? What is the best place? And research can inform. But you can also say that $25,000, which is the best guesstimate in the several years and the many specialties that you have to go through before you get your misdiagnoses and then your eventual diagnoses could disappear because the hit rate right now for diagnosing rare diseases is very, very high. And we've sequenced only 1 million human genomes around the entire globe till now. We'll be in tens of millions within 5 years. So through that asymptotic speed, you can see through mass action, almost every rare disease gene and variant will be known within 5 or 6 years. So why the heck don't we get it sorted out first so that we're actually on the right foot as far as getting diagnosis done immediately? And research can inform that with respect to speed, with respect to accuracy, with respect to cost. And if you're not seeing all these specialists you're currently seeing, you're freeing up time for those folks to focus on people they can treat and not clogging up the healthcare system at the same time. Finally, treatments. Several hundred rare diseases. There's a lot of very good pharma companies doing good work to bring treatments to people with inherited rare diseases. But there's many thousands that are too rare for pharma to actually say that's too rare for us to go to. Fortunately, Canada now has a biomanufacturing strategy through the National Research Council of Canada and collaborators that's working on AAV vectors, which are the gene therapy vectors that are used to treat rare disease. And they're actually got a pilot project underway to say, can we bring a therapy for a very rare disease that pharma would not be interested in into the clinic? And the answer is going to be yes, I can tell you that now. But the cost, because it's all being done in government where my salary as a prof is paid for. If you bring the research hospitals in, their salaries are being paid for by the provincial governments. And if you can bring the cost down for these ultra rare diseases, because you're running it all through the government, even the manufacturing, the medicine, it's in there. And the other thing Health Canada is doing through their innovative clinical trials legislation is trying to say, how can we almost platform gene therapy vector approvals so that you can, if you're using the AAV gene therapy or number 8 for these diseases and all you're changing is the gene, well, you don't have to treat it as a brand new drug from scratch. The PK, PD, all those other dumb things scientists have to do that are important to make sure it's safe have been done many, many times. So you're just changing the cargo so you can platform it. And they're looking at, can we do that to bring down the speed and cost as well? And finally, the last is ORFA codes. I don't know if you guys know what those are, but ICD coding is the coding doctors and hospitals administrative databases use to track patients. And there's no ORFA code for rare disease. There's no ORFA code for inherited disease. Out of the 7,000 inherited diseases, the current ORFA coding in Canada covers about 300 or 400. The rest are ignored. They're also not put together en masse. If you look at pediatric cancer, it's counted as pediatric cancer, and then you whittle it down to the kinds of cancers. We don't have inherited diseases or rare diseases, a checkbox, and you whittle it down to the kind of inherited disease. But when people do it retrospectively, 1 in 3 beds in pediatric hospitals is a rare disease kid. But they're not checked like that. Pediatric hospitals don't count them like that. Administrative databases don't count them like that. And so when you go to say, how much money should we put into care, diagnosis, treatment, if it's not looked at en masse, it's completely ignored. If these kids aren't counted, they don't count. And that's the problem we're with now. So we need to get the ICD coding and the ORFA codes in there right now to show the value to Mr. Health Minister. The number one biggest expense in kids' medicine is inherited rare diseases, and here's the evidence. But we need the orphan codes to do it, to actually move the needle and get people interested. So that's another place where research can actually come in and inform folks that are decision makers at the federal government and province. And so we're hoping to get some dollars together to be able to do these things so that we can provide the evidence to change care management for patients. Thank you.
That was a lot. I will have to say is when court first began to talk about rare disease and we need to have legislation and we need to have a rare disease strategy, the biggest, most important partner we got at the very beginning was CHR and the Institute of Genetics. 2 leads before you, I remember, and it's continued. And we are just so very grateful in terms of the kind of, I mean, it's funny, we say the same things, and when Chris says it, it sounds so much more impactful, right? It actually sounds real. We say it and people are like, yeah, what do you guys know? So appreciate your being able to add really that to it. So it's important. Okay, do we have Wendy online? Is Wendy there? Yes, maybe.
Here.
All right. Wendy, thank you so much for taking the time, for speaking with us. I'm going to just hand it over to you. Can we see Wendy as well? Maybe. Okay, we're coming. You heard already this morning from Alexion. You're going to hear again from Alexion, but speaking from a somewhat different perspective. Hey, there you are. Hi, Wendy. Thank you very much.
Hi, everybody.
We're hoping to have you in person, but we will make do with the virtual.
Yeah, and I'll be honest with everybody. As Durhane said, I have the privilege of leading the patient experience team at Alexion, and this week is the U.S. Thanksgiving holiday, and my kids came home early for a surprise visit. So I changed my travel plans, and I hope everybody understands. I've been on all morning, and as I always experience with CORD meetings, it's been an incredibly rich discussion and so much insight. And I'm at this point where I feel a collective frustration and urgency. We should accept nothing less than partnership and making change. And so I really appreciate all the contributions this morning. Fundamentally, that partnership needs and should include industry. As Durhane said early, this isn't just about providing drugs. So while access is the ultimate goal, without early investment in rare disease research that expands science and disease understanding, even beyond the specific condition being looked at in one unique rare disease clinical trial, we won't really be setting the stage for all patients to have access to meaningful scientific innovation and treatment. One of the statistics that really hasn't been discussed yet this morning is, we know there's an increased number of rare diseases, closer to 11,000 have been named, and we know there's a journey to diagnosis. We haven't really talked about the fact that at diagnosis, there's still a huge gap for most families in being told there's a treatment for their condition. Really, and I think there's the whole ecosystem, including the profound investment that industry makes early in rare disease research. And what do we need to set the stage for success? We've talked a little bit about real world evidence. That's often thought of in the later part of drug development and commercialization as being important, is real world evidence. But actually, if we think about the contribution that natural history and registries and real world evidence around burden of disease, the contribution that those data sets make in convincing researchers to even look at a condition, that alone can accelerate research. So it is the whole ecosystem of partnership and involvement that's so critical. I was reflecting on the comment that was made earlier that the number one expense is still related to genetic diagnosis in pediatrics and how that is so taxing on the system. But it all comes full circle. If we can get some of these things right, if we have a network of care, we have expertise, patients' journey to diagnosis is accelerated, and then ultimately there are meaningful therapies, we're on the right track. But I would like to challenge everybody that the time is now for those of us that have been working in rare for a long time and listening to Durhane for as long as we have been, we're still like, we're preaching to the choir here, and we still need to hold everybody accountable that the system today isn't okay. So how do we bring all of this expertise to the table? Pharma with the research expertise and developing medicines, and then the access piece, but also, you know, the whole collective ecosystem and the partnership has to be far more transparent. So I'll pause there, but I just really appreciate all the comments this morning as well.
And we always appreciate you, Wendy. So really, really, for taking the time for chiming in. We all know that American Thanksgiving is sacred, sacred, right? Nobody messes with American thing. We were talking about whether or not we should have an ERDC meeting, which could be next year, and it's going to fall right before Canadian Thanksgiving. And it was like, oh, I don't know. Nobody cares about Canadian Thanksgiving anyway. So, which is a sad statement, but anyway, which is kind
But
of
if you
true.
revolve it around food and family, people care, and that's really what
Yeah, I guess so, though there is something unique about American Thanksgiving, as we all know. So we appreciate the very fact that you're able to do this with us. And moving forward, I'm going to point it because we've totally run out of time. But Brad, I'm going to ask you, Brad is been a member of CORD on the board of directors, but he's held a number of other kinds of posts, which actually, again, allows him to bring in several perspectives. I'm going to ask you to kind of maybe bring us home on this panel.
Sure. Thanks, Darhan. And yes, I'll try and keep it brief because many of the comments that I plan to make, no surprise, have been made by others, reflecting that kind of commonality and overlap. So in addition to kind of spending the last 15 years working as a pharmacist, as a market access consultant, and within industry as an access and government affairs person, the perspective that I want to bring today is that of a former provincial drug plan manager, member of the PCPA, and government policy advisor. Although it's a position that I left about 5 years ago, I'll offer maybe one small glimpse or one small perspective into that or through that lens. We were asked to really consider a couple of key questions as panelists. How can a rare disease strategy advance the work that's already underway and future work that needs to be contemplated and considered? And what impacts that might have on patients and families who continue to kind of struggle with rare disease? And the panel itself called Rare Disease Matters. I think there's no question, even though it may not seem like it from time to time, I would suggest that rare disease has always and will always matter to government bodies. And the reason why it continues to matter is because of the people in this room who continue to push, to meet, to educate, to advocate on behalf of all your constituents and perspectives. So I guess my number one suggestion would be to continue to do that. The effect of that is immeasurable, and there's nobody else who can really comment on some of the key challenges that are faced by patients and caregivers than those themselves. So please keep that up. Without a strategy, what we have is status quo, which really is a lot of well-meaning individuals and groups that are perhaps doing their best within the constraints and other competing priorities that they have. But a strategy can absolutely help provide a blueprint for all the many stakeholders within our federated system. And perhaps, maybe not right away, but perhaps can take care of some of the less glamorous things like oversight and governance and responsibility and continued funding, the things that, kind of lay out who's responsible, who's accountable, what needs to be measured, how frequently it needs to be reported. All those things are essential to kind of ensure buy-in from various stakeholders, government levels, but also to continue to measure and monitor the things that really matter. Maybe I'll close with a couple of points and leave some time for discussion. I think it's critically important that whatever the future state continues to, what our current state continues to evolve and what the future state looks like, there needs to be increased opportunities for patients and families to be heard, and not just through kind of, written submissions that can be considered at a table of experts, but an opportunity to pair some of the data, some of the research, like what was shared early this morning, and put kind of a human face and put it in the context of people's everyday lives. You know, from my experience, many elements of the system do not do a very good job of considering the individual patients, their families, and what the societal impact, collective societal impact is from many, many, many patients and many, many, many families. So I think the future state absolutely needs to include multiple seats at the decision-making table. And I guess I'm, you know, looking back on kind of my perspective, I'm encouraged, maybe more so now than I have ever been, around at least some of the traction and the initiatives. So certainly the leadership that's being shown out of Health Canada, but also through CADTH, you know, a number of initiatives and new working groups are starting to take shape. There was many years of discussing it, several more years of kind of slowly recognizing the need to do something about it. And although the progress, you know, may be frustrating and slow for some, I wouldn't want to diminish the importance of people coming together, working together, and starting to put some of these strategies on paper. And it's my hope that whatever this future state ends up looking like or evolving to, that we are as a group, as a society, able to put access earlier in the process so that we have the ability to monitor, to measure, to evaluate, and to generate some of that real world evidence. Because the way things are today, with the funding structures and all the work that needs to be done prior to a reimbursement decision, I think is very challenging. The last presentation I think I gave as a government official, I think was at a car event. And that was 5 years ago. And one of the graphics I used were, you know, two people standing on either ends of a cliff with a cavern in between them. And they were building larger and larger hammers to hit each over the head with, right? As the gap between them continued to expand. And I think the key point that I tried to make 5 years ago is that it's not working and it won't work. And this unfortunately seemed to be the path that many of the stakeholders were on. But it was groups and organizations like CORD and many others that continued to push, you know, maybe those key stakeholders being industry and payers, governments, push them together to reduce that gap, that gulf. So let's keep it up. Thank you.
So unfortunately, you know, we're not going to have time to have discussion with this amazing panel. I think we could have a full rest of the morning discussion, but we do have probably the most important event for this conference coming up right now, and that is going to be the discussion around the creations of centers of excellence. So I want to be able to move into it. I know we're starting late. We're going to really give this a full hour because it will need it. And we've got these clinicians working their butts off putting this session together. So we want to give them every opportunity to be able to execute on it. I really want to thank the panel. Hopefully we'll continue to provide input into this. Let me say something really important. Each one of them touched on such amazing needs that we're going to have as we're moving forward. And we're really envisioning the creation of project work groups that are going to help flesh out each one of these, including some things that will happen tomorrow, including the managed access, including the real world evidence, but also including made in Canada research. So I think some of these are really important. So I'd like to thank again the panel, and then we're going to call up Craig. Well, Leanne's already here, and Francois, and we'll turn it over to you guys. Thank you. So she did all the hard work for you, so you guys just have to take it home. Leanne already did what the news got done.
Thanks so much, Durhan. And oh, Angela, okay. And thank you all for the very thoughtful comments to date, the great or to this point in the day, and you know, all the forward thinking. It's very motivating and inspiring. And so we're going to transition to come on up here. We got there's a seat here too. Good. Yeah, we're good. Great. So We have the very great pleasure of chairing this session, and I'm going to let, well, you've already met Leanne. Francois, do you want to introduce yourself as chair of?
I'm Francois Bernier. I'm a clinical geneticist out of Calgary and also serve as a scientific director on Children's Hospital Research Institute. And one of the national projects, as you heard about, All for One. So I co-lead that as part of a Genome Canada project to share data nationally. So great to be here.
Thanks, Francois. And thanks for agreeing to help us on this. And my name is Craig Campbell. I'm a pediatric neuromuscular specialist and the acting chair chief of pediatrics at the Children's Hospital in London. So our work here today is to think a little bit more, dig in a bit deeper on thoughts around clinical centers and networks of excellence. There's been many references and discussion about that already today. And what we're hoping to do, as if the objective wasn't, wasn't enough to tackle, this was the list that shows up in your program. Obviously, we're not going to be able to tackle all of these things, certainly not in an hour, not in a day. But what we really hope is that this is a launching point for really fleshing out an idea of a proof of concept. I really like the title that Durhane's adopted and her team have adopted for this conference, this proof of concept. And I think we really need to drive that forward and develop a model that is, something we can test as a proof of concept, that's something that's concrete, something that we can put in front of stakeholders to define this. And so in the next little bit, we're going to hear from three panelists. I'm going to have ask Leanne to moderate that session. I'm going to do a little bit of stage setting next, and then we're going to ask all of you in your tables to do a little bit of group work. And we have three questions, which I'll lay out a little bit later, and then we're going to have you guys pick things that come right to your mind about centers and networks of excellence project plan that we can take away. So, and Francois is going to moderate that part of the session. So I'll hand it over to Leanne and the panelists.
Great, thank you very much, Craig. So we're going to have each of the panelists speak in turn, share their thoughts on these centers and networks of excellence, and I'll start with Francois.
I think our panelists will go that way.
Okay, sorry. We're going to start with Angela.
Hi, everyone. I'm Angela Genge. I'm a neurologist. I've made a career out of rare disease and haven't slowed down much. I am at the Montreal Neurological Institute, and currently I run a clinical research unit and a centers of excellence for ALS, and have just begun a nationwide rare disease clinical trial network. It's really in its infancy, but we're looking to really raise the profile of Canada internationally for attracting rare disease. I don't know how many minutes I have, Craig, so I'll talk really, really fast. So I've basically made a career of getting clinical trials to Canada and to patients with rare disease. I'm a poster child for what you can do in a disease if you really hustle. The ALS community in the 90s was in Quebec, which is where I started my practice, were a whole bunch of very bright people developing this devastating disease in the prime of their lives and having no access to anything. All the trials were being done in the US and in Europe, run by France. And that really kickstarted my career in pulling clinical trials to Canada, because I felt the tremendous injustice of these people never being able to get drugs until they were approved everywhere else, as the previous panel said. So what's happened is, over the career, we've completely changed the game. We have now a phase 1 clinical trial unit at the Neuro, the first neurologically based clinical trial unit
phase one unit, basically. I think I was even ahead of Queen Square in London. We have gone from 0 to 8 phase one trials in ALS. So lead site, first patient in a big study for SOD1 ALS with tofersen. I didn't get the first patient in the program. I got the second. I was a bit annoyed, but that's how you work. That's how you achieve change, as Durhain would say. And so 8 ALS phase one trials. So now Canada is on the list to go to places first in patient trials in ALS. Gradually helping to build up a couple of other, maybe 5 different sites in Canada. Of course, we still do the others. And why does that matter? It matters because with this, we've educated Health Canada on ALS. Every rare disease needs to educate Health Canada, as you know. And they're very primed to understand the trials that are being that they're being asked to provide NOLs. They look at the data very deeply, and we've really changed in many ways how ALS patients see their opportunities within Canada. There are other diseases that are coming on the coattails. So 8 ALS phase one trials, but another 8 phase one trials in other diseases, including Pompe's gene therapy, including glioblastomas. But it does take work, and you have to be prepared to do the hustle. So my partners in all of this are patients, right? So when I'm tired, they hustle. When they're tired, I hustle. We are a community together. ALS Canada has been super supportive. The provincial associations have been super supportive. My remaining frustration is a drug is approved by Health Canada, and the length of time it actually takes to get on formulary in each province is still unacceptable. The education around special access programs is happening in ALS across the country, but it's simply unacceptable. And we still have, in ALS, the most promising drugs are for genetic forms, really promising drugs, and we probably will have one approved next year. We have provinces in which the delay to get the genetic testing is around the patient having to see a medical geneticist, and the waiting time for the medical geneticist is 3 to 5 years. My patients are dead. You can't have that kind of gatekeeping in a system. I don't care how important a specialty group feels they are, you cannot do that. So one of my staff has initiated a pilot project so that every patient diagnosed with ALS gets genetic testing as soon as they're diagnosed. So that's the kind of things I've been doing. And Craig, I think that's as much time as you're giving me, so I'll pass it on.
Oh, great, Angela. Big round of applause. You know, I really appreciate that you've led this panel discussion with an example of a devastating disease that really dictates the speed with which we need to move ahead. So thank you for sharing that perspective. Our next panelist is Dr. Terry Lacaze. Terry.
Thank you. Thank you, Duran. Thank you, Kurt, for organizing these 2 days. So my name is Terry Lacaze. I am the scientific director of MyCern. MyCern stands for Maternal Infant Child Health Research Network. It's a network that links the 18 child health research organizations across the country. They are, most of them, embedded in academic healthcare centers, so from Vancouver to Newfoundland. And we also work with 3 maternal focus research organizations as well. Our network is affiliated with more than 25 subpopulation or disease-specific network, intensive research network. And over the last, I would say, 3 years, following the mandate of our founders are essentially pediatric hospital foundations, and they are affiliated research institute. We were asked to build capacity to facilitate multi-jurisdictional clinical trials across the country. So our goal is to facilitate and to support investigator-led teams to conduct clinical trial in any space, but there is certainly a focus on rare disease since most of the networks we work with are focusing of rare disease. Those capacities are what they are. I mean, we are expanding. We partner with those networks when they go to CHR to get fundings. CHR has put actually a lot of money and investing a lot in clinical trials. So over the last 6 months, we have partnered with teams that were successful. So we are now in a better positions to expand on our capacity to support them. As Chris McMaster said earlier, I think we still need more investments in developing such an infrastructure. I mean, each site has already capacity, but there is obviously a need for linkage, coordinations, consistent training, capacity for sites to expedite it on the regulatory piece. And I think such an infrastructure would be extremely helpful to carry on our mandate to bring more drug through clinical trial to Canada. So we are happy to be here to support the developments of those centers of excellence. There will be a strong research component to that, and they will be aligned with the clinical and diagnostic needs as well. And of course, the engagements of patients and partners at each site. So this is where we are hoping to help today.
Great, thanks, Terry. And I think this really takes us back to a point made earlier that we already have some robust existing infrastructure in Canada upon which to build, and MyCERN is a really excellent example of that. So thanks, Terry. And then Dr. Laura McAdam, you're next.
Oh, sorry, thank you. So I am Dr. Laura McAdam. I'm a pediatrician at Holland Bloorview Kids Rehabilitation Center in Toronto, and I'm the physician lead in both the neuromuscular as well as Rett syndrome clinic. And so today I've been asked to really speak more towards the patient journey. And we've heard many excellent talks already today focusing on the patient journey. And I really appreciated the information that was shared from the Ipsos Reid survey that has been completed or that is ongoing. It really highlights what I see day to day in my clinical practice. So I wanted to start with a story that I hear very commonly in clinic. And so this is a story of two parents who had a child, and around 1 year of age, they were concerned that something just wasn't right with the child's development. So they saw their family physician and they were saying, something just isn't right. I don't quite know what it is, but there's something around. They're walking, they're rolling, they're sitting. It just doesn't seem right. So they saw their family physician many times. Their child did start to walk around 20 months of age. And for those of you who aren't pediatricians, that's a little bit late. They were reassured, saying there wasn't any concern. They're still developing. They're gaining their gross motor skills. Around 3 years of age, they're going, something still just isn't right. They went back to their family doctor. They were referred to a pediatrician who said, you know what, things are progressing. Yes, I see what you're saying. Maybe not quite at the same level as peers their age, but it's going to be okay. So they go back to their family doctor, their child enters junior kindergarten, and the teacher says, something just isn't quite right. They aren't keeping up with the other kids on the playground. So within the school system, they arrange for physiotherapy assessment. That happens just before the end of junior kindergarten, and the physiotherapist says, something definitely isn't right. We agree, but we don't know what it is. They go back to their family doctor, they see another pediatrician, and the pediatrician says, we need to get you urgently into neurology. So now the child is 5.5. The parents are being concerned for the last 4.5 years, and the child neurologist says, I think your child has Duchenne muscular dystrophy, so a rare disorder. They check a CK level, it's very high. They send off for genetic testing, and then they're referred to their pediatric rehab center. So once they hit that pediatric rehab center, they have further discussions of what this means, long-term impact of having this rare disease. And they're started on a medication treatment. They now are linked with their therapists that are talking about therapy interventions, they're doing longitudinal assessments over their pediatric lifespan, and they're doing monitoring of medication treatment, and they're linked into a social network with community partner organizations, a community within the clinic, as well as integrated care. And so really, all of this is highlighting the journeys that we've heard about from various speakers today, from a diagnostic odyssey, incorrect diagnoses, a prolonged time to care, but the importance of having broad partnerships. And so I think that's the strength of the CORD conference today, is really looking at all of those community partners that are engaged, that want to work collaboratively with families, with partner organizations, with researchers across Canada to ensure that we're having equitable access from a diagnostic standpoint and a care standpoint. And it needs to be grounded in good care, quality of life, and optimizing function regardless of age. Thank you.
Great, thank you, Laura. I'm so glad you discussed Duchenne muscular dystrophy, an example of a devastating disease as well on the other end of the life cycle. And it's no surprise that Canada's national advocacy group for Duchenne is Defeat Duchenne Canada. Families don't just want disease modification, they want cure. And that's a big part of the narrative today. So thank you, Laura.
So much to the panelists. Just a logistic update here. We're just given the time, and we are recognizing we're already compromising lunchtime. I'm understanding that the private-public partnership section of this with Peter Brenders and Sandra Anderson, the section beyond the pill here that's to come after this, will be shifted to the to just after lunch. So thank you to Sandra and Peter for agreeing to that. So I'm going to run through, as I mentioned, a little bit of setting the stage discussion. And I apologize, in the interest of time, we won't go into great depth around this. I'm looking around, seeing many familiar faces to CORD conferences in the past, and recognizing there's a tremendous amount of expertise here, and we want to get that input and have you guys directly contribute to this. So I'm going to just take a few minutes and go through a couple of slides, and then hand over to Francois to set up the this little bit of table work that we envision happening here. I think, again, everyone's very familiar with the fact that there are various rare disease networks and centers around the world. We've heard about some of those. They've generally evolved from the landscape in which they function, and many times very responsive to the unique objectives and needs for their country and region. But most have, components that fall into one of these categories, awareness and advocacy, the patient journey, clinical care, research, and education. And I think we've had the opportunity today in past conferences, in our interactions outside of this conference today, to understand a little bit about other networks. But I think it's really key that Canada take a novel approach to developing this, and we've heard about that. We obviously have a lot of expertise that exists in the country already, but we've recognized, even here, it's been said this morning, that it's often siloed. We do need a starting point and something that's unique to bring the various networks and stakeholders together in our country. CORD's been leading that. We need to formalize that. We have a unique geography and population, a small population for a wide geography that isn't the reality for some of the other networks that are established out there. And of course, we have a unique health system, one that really allows a lot of collaboration and a high standard of care. So again, as we do some of this table work, one of the first questions is going to be around, you know, what are these key components that would go into a rare disease centers of excellence or networks of excellence here in Canada. And so I've listed these again. I'm not going to go into great detail, but, you know, certainly some of these things like you know, awareness and advocacy, I mean, will be really important, particularly in Canada, because we don't have a formalized rare disease strategy. We've heard components of the patient care journey. Clinical care has been touched on already, the importance of linking diagnostics. We've heard about rare disease registries already, research, driving research components of this forward, and of course, you know, education. So training our healthcare practitioners that are in our Canadian system to address rare disease issues, provide them the confidence to navigate for patients in partnership with tertiary care centers. So basically, we're going to start with an assumption that you're all in this room because you're passionate about rare disease, and that the rationale for a rare disease centers of excellence network is really something that's already resonates with you. So question one in our discussion when we break out here is going to be really, what are the key components, the key elements of a network of rare disease centers of excellence? And again, you can use the components that we've listed here. You can add others that you think we've missed, but we hope some groups will take a little bit of time to put together what are those key elements that are absolutely necessary. We also know that there's different model systems that have been built to create rare disease centers of excellence and networks of excellence. And again, we want you to spend a little bit of time thinking about what that network or what that model looks like. And we've heard about ERN this morning. There's also some things in your package and past meetings that have looked at the NORD model for centers of excellence. We have to think about governance. Is this a formal governance model or informal? And then Leanne pointed out so well, you know, in Canada, the idea of a spoke and hub model might be very critical for us given the geography of our nation. And so the second question is really, what is going to be the best model for Canadian centers of rare disease? And, you know, what would be the main criteria for being considered one of these centers or networks of excellence? And you know, we already know, I think on the second page or one of the pages of your following the description of this session, there's many different centers and networks that are listed. And those should be used as a way of framing thoughts about, you know, what are the key things that a center of excellence are doing already in our current context. And then the final thing that we'd like people to focus on is that, you know, knowing that Health Canada has put forward a monetary commitment to drugs for rare disease, and knowing that CORD and other stakeholders have impressed on them and all of us the need for infrastructure rather than just direct drug coverage, and knowing that centers of excellence would be a vital part of that infrastructure, does it make sense that we come together and propose, you know, a launch team to create a concrete plan for these centers of excellence and networks of excellence? And really, what is the feasibility of getting a launch team off the ground that would guide us and put this proof of concept plan together? And who would be on that launch team? And I've listed some things here. So question number 3 is really, what is the feasibility of putting together a launch team to start us off? And what would be the 3 main components or work that group would do in a 6 to 12 month delivery time that would really make it unavoidable to buy into funding and resourcing a longer term effort to develop centers and networks of excellence in Canada. And so that might be, you know, pulling together an asset map of all the resources we have, or putting together a patient needs assessment or an educational model for rare disease. So what are those, you know, really 2 or 3 main things that that this launch team might do over the next year to create that foundation that we can jump from? So with that, with those things percolating in your mind, I'm going to hand it over to Francois to set up how we're going to do this. So Francois.
Okay, so here we go. All of our work this morning comes down to 15 minutes, 20 minutes. Where you're going to tell us how we're going to do this, right? So the 3 key questions are back up here. What I would suggest everyone do at your table is pick your favorite one. Pick the one that you feel passionate about. Get outside your comfort zone. So don't necessarily go straight to this is the space I work in, so I'm going to try and provide my opinion, my space. Go to your kind of key question that you want to work on as a table. So identify that first. Identify a scribe. There's little notepad. So try and put, you know, question 2, if that's your question, at the top of the piece of paper, and just start writing. And I think if you look at these questions, really, they all fit into the start small, act fast model. So what are the key elements of it? What is the model? And then how are we going to launch this? What's the feasibility of actually putting together key deliverables for the next 6 to 12 months, things that are truly going to have impact? So pick a question. If you get through your question and it's not lunchtime yet, pick another one. We'll try and go for about 15 minutes or so. And then if you're online, no, you don't get an early lunch. That would be unfair. So if you're online, just start writing. Type it out in an email, put it in the chat and say, hey, these are my thoughts. Durhane's email inbox is not full enough. So if you have, I didn't warn about this one. So if you have thoughts and you haven't had a chance to kind of get them down on your table, or your table doesn't scribe it out completely or thoughtfully enough, just put it in an email and send it to the group. We also want to be accountable. So our accountability is we'll take the information you guys provide and try and summarize these 3 key questions with key points, and we'll make that available. So that's our commitment to, as chairs, to advancing the whole thing. Okay, so off you go, pick a question, pick a scribe, go to it, and then we'll get to lunch.
Yes, yes. I wonder if they go to a table. I don't know.
Shall we circulate and sort of eavesdrop?
That's what I think we should do. I think we should all kind of head out, pick a few tables, try and listen in. And if tables are stuck, guide conversation a little bit, but it looks like they go bit. Let's. I don't see how we do report with it.
Yeah.
When I walked in the room this morning, I looked at the table, said, can't do report back. Can we take an hour?
Yeah.
This session could have been an afternoon.
Yes, let's report at the next meeting. I guess. Like,
Yeah, we will
we'll-
report.
we can
Yeah,
Create a document and share.
Okay,
Yeah.
perfect.
yeah, but I don't see how we got table feedback.
Okay, so we circulate.
Yeah. Head on out, or pick a table and go contribute. Like I look at Susan's table small, like the table is small.
Paper?
Yeah, yeah. At the end of it, I'll say, just bring your papers up front.
Okay.
So as I close off the session, I'll just ask them.
Sure. I'm monitoring the chat as well. We got 50
Okay.
people. I just said answer with 1, 2, or 3 from whatever you want to get in, and we can send that to you.
Yeah.
It's so nice to see you all in person. Read some friends. Good. And honestly, my new analogy for this is like the gas is the 500 meters. That's where we go. As far as mostly built. I mean, are we really gonna wait for the licensing and the license to drive? No, we're gonna drive this, thing, right?
Yeah.
And so let's get it for us.
Yep.
I think that's the main point.
Get going.
Yep.
Start small, move fast. I like that.
I like
That's-
fast.
That's perfect.
Right now,
Yeah.
drawing the vision.
Yeah. Wish people get to encourage. Yeah.
I sent
Send it
kids.
to, I'll send it to.
Nice version.
Okay. Yeah, you know, I just try to conceptualize what we're all talking about. So thank you. Good. Shall we go and
Yeah.
get to know people
Yeah.
and? Yeah, definitely.
For the results function of the two models.
Go ahead, Sue.
In which model we can learn a lot from that. Get some time by cluster or by size. I think we have to, we don't put some core infrastructure in the city. Connect and the yeah. And every designer engage my firm to see whether we can use beyond the connect piece, which is really about patients having the genetic diagnosis. For the registry allowing patients to read, to be protected by researchers, but that's a small fraction of the real need. She was wondering whether we could not stop thinking of working with Genome Canada or CH Japan once the system is working. For a much larger group of patients that so the kind of national registry, so that would be tailored to a very different kind.
I think a prospective study, a prospective registry will be only entry point is the fact that we are currently in the form testing, and that's where you begin with it. I think that we need multiple entry points. So if you show up in a clinic or in a clinic and you have a diagnosis, say, hey, we can enter the record. You're already diagnosed. Most of the patients are part of this family organization. Well, they're done. They need
There's
to-
a lot of more groups are actually asking for infrastructure to develop registry. Yeah, so I'm not think that we should pretty much do one single. It should be, should provide a platform and develop their own. It would still be giving, you know, the disciplinary.
$1 thing like one registry versus a federated network of registry, and there's existing ones that we don't want to try and. So it's probably going to be a federated network of them, I think, so all for one could be a version of it.
Yep. All for one might be the way to go.
Yeah, and we could bring underneath, you know, all the core data set out to data, like existing registry, we don't need to be able to ingest data. It's all going to be on governance, and the best thing is that if patients self-register, you get rid of some. When Angela's report, okay, provide some time, you can come back with. Okay. Did you want to sum it up at all, or? I'm not sure what to do. Everyone's liking this. Yeah. So, Angela, you're on one. Go get lunch and come back. Why don't we let them work for 5-10 minutes now? And then I can go back on and it's just announce this and folks like, why don't you, dialogue's great, we're not gonna interrupt it, go grab some lunch, continue the dialogue. Bring your lunch back. Bring your lunch back. Yeah, so they can keep on working through lunch, that way we can start earlier and get Sandra and Peter back on. That would be fun. So let me start this now then. Yeah. Pardon? Oh, no. People can, you know, as they get hungry, lunch is served. They can get up and start feeding themselves. Yeah. Exactly. Continue dialogue. It's a working lunch, and that way we're gonna start a bit earlier so that we can catch up on time. No. Exactly. Yeah. Want me to leave that or 12:45? And then we have our two. Okay, and we have two more speakers coming in. That's right. It's on 12:45. But don't worry about that. Well, I'll.
You want to make the announcement? Or you want me to?
If you want, I can do it myself.
Hi, everyone. Sorry, just really briefly interrupting. You're going to be able to keep on doing this all through lunch. However, lunch is going to be shorter than when it is on the schedule. So as you get hungry. Okay, sorry. Attention, attention. Yeah, thank you. You're going to be able to continue this dialogue through lunch. This is amazing to see so much energy in the room. We're going to come back. Lunch is already served. So as you want to take a break, go grab lunch, bring it back, keep on going. We are going to pick up your notes. We're going to come back at 12:45 with our next speaker. So you've got more time on this. Bon appetit and keep up the good work. Okay, hope everyone has enjoyed their lunch. I know I told you 2:40 or 12:45, but I've seen such amazing ideas come out from the tables that we wanted to give you two tables a quick chance to report back, if that's okay, Francois, and then you can lead them through what you want them to do next, and then we're going to have our next presenters come up. So. Yeah, we've got two tables that have mics. Okay. Yeah, for sure. Well, here, you can react to what they're saying too. Okay, so I have a table over here behind this pillar somewhere, I believe, that has a microphone and an incredible idea that has to do with EMR or something like that. I didn't want to steal your thunder. Is that correct?
That was a buildup.
Yeah.
So we talked about question number 2.
Yeah.
What is the best model? There was a couple things that came out of that. The first one was just looking at how the pediatric model is and how we could replicate that for adults. The whole concept of in pediatrics, it's very much for that segment and not just for that disease. And that's the challenge in adults as well. So being able to look at it from the segment standpoint. Looked at the model being set up as having an intake hub. The whole idea of a navigator or someone to navigate and the consideration of dedicating a division to rare where there is a decision tree that's made and you have that intake hub. And the consideration of, yes, we have bricks and mortar substantially in the Canadian marketplace, but that you have kind of a foundation from an infrastructure standpoint, and then you can connect up virtually. But one of those pieces of information was also how the storage of information occurs across a provincial landscape and a federal landscape. And one of the pieces that we talked about was figuring out somehow from that model of there's a standardization of EMR systems, that once you get to a place where you're looking at adult from a segmentation standpoint, that everybody is aligned to use one system and one system alone. And then you can standardize not only an intake consideration, but also the input of data and the storage of data.
Excellent. Right on. That was a, well-deserved buildup that's way more than just EMR. I love it. Thank you. Okay. I heard something about patient engagement. We've got one more microphone on the table. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi there.
Yeah, it was working. Yeah.
It's working. So we were answering question number 1. And what we came up with was also the respect the rights and perspective of your patients. I think it's important as caregivers to not shame patients when they have or where they're wanting to encourage alternative health practices into their care. So whether it's integrated therapies, massage therapy, acupuncture, or seeing a naturopathic oncologist that can help with some of their side effects. So stop shaming patients. And I think remembering that we're all on the same side of wanting quality of care for patients. I myself am one with, we talk about rare disease, so Li-Fraumeni syndrome. Had I chosen the treatment plan that was in place for me, likely I wouldn't be here because we didn't do genetic testing when I was first diagnosed with cancer. So
thanks so much. Francois, I don't know if you want to explain what's going to happen with this input and all the other stuff that people have written.
Yeah, so maybe I'll just continue on with a few comments of things I've been hearing around the room. So right up front, maybe I'm just going to get a bit of a pulse on the term center of excellence. And so what I'm going to ask you to do is, if votes in public spaces can be awkward, so I realize you might just want to sit on your hands, and just trying to get a bit of a sense, because we've heard this from a number of tables of the thoughts on the term center of excellence. So if you like the term center of excellence, hands up. I know there is no other alternative yet. So, but I just want to get a sense. Okay. If the word center reference, yeah, could be an alternative. So we're going to do some alternative names in a second. A bit of concerns about the term center of excellence. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so that was, you know, the concept that if they have center of excellence, that people kind of want to be the center, there's only one, and it creates this competition. Another hand up back over there around center of excellence. If you yell it, I'll repeat it. Yeah, I guess tier 2, you're the incubator. So incubator center, I like it. We're kind of bringing it up. Good concept. Okay, so just, I'm going to reflect back some of the things I've been hearing around the room a little bit. One, the center of excellence is a physical place, but maybe it shouldn't be reflected that way, but sometimes I don't think any of us feel it would be that. So I've heard people think about programs and networks. So programs that are part of a network of excellence. I think the word excellence makes sense. It's a bit meritocratic, as some people might say, it's something you achieve, but we also want to make sure that we have standards for those centers. So I think that's a conversation that will continue around just, you know, what are these, but it's more important to define what it does than to worry about names. But Durhane, do you have, yeah.
I knew turning it over to clinicians was going to cause trouble. No, this is a very important topic. I know Andreas came up and said it. And I said something back to him, which I will say now, but this is a very similar, important time to think about this, as you're saying. So the Rare Disease Centers of Excellence comes out of a WHO collaboration that we've got between Rare Disease International and the WHO. And they're very supportive of the idea of having, I think many of you have heard before, and some of you have heard Matt, who came in from RDI to talk about a collaborative global network of centers of excellence. And the vision is to have centers of excellence around the world that would actually be networked together. And then there could be regional networks, right? So, but it's a really high level, top down kind of a program. And many of us have also been saying that this is not reality. You know, around the world, we're not going to actually have that. And we need to look on the ground in terms of what it is that we can build. But they are somewhat wedded to the idea of centers of excellence. And not reference center, because reference centers has a different concept, right? It really does not necessarily talk about the delivery of care and services. The US has picked up on centers of excellence, and they have these 30-some, you know, centers that have, you know, criteria around them. And there is the sense that there is competition among them. And then there's also other centers that didn't get designated as centers of excellence who kind of want to be centers of excellence as well, because it may be also suggests that you may be able to get the opportunity to apply for funding, especially coming out in the US of the NIH, so National Institutes of Health. So I think it's really worthwhile our debating and see if we want to come up with something that would be a better recommendation. Recognizing the goal is to have global networks of something. You know, it could be just global networks of rare disease centers. When we were speaking with Indonesia, they have, I think, 6 centers for rare diseases. They're called centers of excellence. I think somebody else mentioned the fact they have centers of excellence, and then they have centers that are, it's not centers of distinction, but it was a different note saying that they were not up to the full standards of the centers of excellence. So that was the idea, was that you have centers. But again, it created a bit of a hierarchy. And I just, a whole notion of a hub and spoke model, you know, everybody wants to be a hub, nobody wants to be a spoke. So, you know, like, how do we get around that, right? So I think that it's at least worthwhile, and maybe the goal is, maybe the strategies to start with, what do we want to be and what do we want to do and how will they serve? And then talk about what they might be called. But I will say it's really important for us to think this through, because we are sitting down again with the WHO to move to the next level of this memorandum of understanding. And I'm looking for terms that also can be used universally across the globe. And I kind of don't think centers of excellence are going to work around the globe. I kind of don't think centers of reference will work around the globe. So it may be something as modest as saying rare disease centers, and then having certain kinds of criteria. I think as Leanne did this morning when she put together those different kind of spheres. So maybe, you know, and maybe not everybody, every center has to meet all of those requirements in order to become designated. So I put it out there, and I guess what we wanted are terminologies that are going to be fit for purpose, but we have to figure out what the purpose is. So, you know, I'm really glad you raised it, but I will tell you is that we're sitting down with the WHO to kind of work through the next memorandum of understanding, and they want us to come back with something. The most important thing they want us to come back to is what we're calling. They didn't call it, we called it, and that is proof of concept. We want to be able to demonstrate that we can have on the ground in various countries, these centers that are actually can serve as hubs and be able to serve across, you know, broader range and be connected to. So again, you know, I'm hoping that we'll have a number of these other workshops coming forth in this next iteration. And within that next iteration, we can actually start to scope out what the purpose is in Canada. I mean, and again, we're looking for some commonalities across the globe, but we're recognizing each and every country is likely to be different. So I'll leave it at that.
Just remind people to pick up the notes. That's what Francois was just about to do. I know I saw a lot of people writing. I saw even some really good handwriting, which is something that we would love to see. Can you please bring them up to the table at the front, and we're going to collect them up here. If you've got number 1, 2, or 3, just try to put that, and we're going to try to compile them all. I'll make sure that Francois has them, and we'll bring them together. So now we're going to welcome up 2 speakers that need little introduction to the CORD universe to talk about public-private partnerships and what is the potential role of the private sector in terms of beyond the pill opportunities for rare. So Peter Brenders with BeiGene Canada and Sandra Anderson with Innomar Strategies, over to the two of you for 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Durhane and Bill, for asking us to speak today. I had created one slide, but just to give you an introduction, my name is Sandra. I head up commercialization at Innomar Strategies. We work with a number of pharmaceutical manufacturers to help them bring their drugs to market and offer different types of patient support programs to help patients navigate the ecosystem. So today, and maybe Peter, you want to introduce yourself?
Hi, I'm Peter. Sandra's the lead. I'm just the follow-up on this one. I work with BeiGene, so talk more.
So we were asked to talk about some different examples around public and private partnerships, really helping patients. And what I tried to do on this slide is summarize some key examples of different ways that public and private have partnered, and as well as industry, to help patients navigate and get access to their care. And so I'll start on the first column. We met as a team and we talked about clinic relationships. So currently today, there's a number of examples of different ways that hospitals, the public sector, has managed their capacity limits, and actually, there are challenges with constraints with those limits, and they've partnered with privately run infusion clinics. And so there's a number of examples, current state, a high level, speak about a few. Oncology partnerships with Sunnybrook, drugs that are not covered under OHIP are, outsourced to Provis Clinic. Our Innomar clinic, we partner with a number of cancer centers across the country to help patients get access to their drugs. And then there's examples of, ultrasound and imaging centers across the country in different regions where the programs are coordinated and outsourced. And there's an opportunity for patients to get access to these tests in a sooner way through the private system. So those are just some examples that we could maybe think about and applying them to the rare model that we're talking about. The second example is real world evidence. And there's a few examples where we have also worked in the community collaboratively with industry and private and public systems. The first example was working with AlphaNet Canada. All of this is in the public domain, a patient group. We worked with the patient support program to collect data and then to be able to monitor. AlphaNet was able to monitor monthly telephone conversations with patients, collecting health related quality of life data, stored it in a registry, and then we were able to compile that and balance it with the Innomar patient support program medication utilization data. And we were able to link the data sets to tell this true story of what that patient journey was, and we were able to quantify that. We also were able to work in another manufacturer was launching an SMA, and there was a public-private partnership for data collection to demonstrate effectiveness and long-term safety. And that was a requirement by INESSS when they were getting their review. So another example of how the manufacturer was able to support a large collection of real-world data, which was then used to demonstrate the effectiveness and long-term safety of the product. Patient support programs is another example of public-private partnership. Patient support programs are funded by manufacturers and they supplement the public healthcare system. They were created in a way to enable patients to have access to life-saving drugs. And they filled a gap that wasn't covered by the public or private payer. So right now, today, there are hundreds of patient support programs, specifically in rare, where a lot of these programs help the patient, navigate different areas of their journey. They can include reimbursement navigation, helping the patient figure out their paperwork, what access they have to insurance. There's infusion services, nursing support, and even genetic and diagnostic coordination to help manage the complex reimbursement process. And we have a number of examples where we're able to work with patient advocacy groups, hospitals, and different types of outsourced clinics to help the patient navigate each of the steps, including genetic testing when they weren't understanding where to get their genetic tests. And then the last example of partnerships is in the area of education and research, and we've spoken a lot about that today. There's a lot of industry collaboration with different types of physician associations, and I've used the example of in rheumatoid arthritis, GI, dermatology, and of course oncology, where industry provides support for clinical research grants, fellowships, education programs. And there's a few examples I've put on the slide there. The Canadian Association of Gastroenterology and Research Programs, where they have funded clinicians, gastroenterology residents, summer students, and research awards, as well as the Canadian Rheumatology Association and CRA. Again, another grant program that provides education and funding. So these are all different types of ways that each of the stakeholders have worked together. And I think it's an example that we can also apply when we're talking about rare disease and the centers of excellence. I'll pass it to Peter.
Thanks, Sandra. That was amazing. As I mentioned, I'm with a global oncology company called BeiGene, and so right now we're treating some very rare, ultra rare cancers out there. But I want to build on sort of and acknowledge what Sandra pointed out in terms of public-private partnerships in Canada and all the great examples she did. Industry's here. There are partners that are going on. And one of the earlier panels this morning talked about that some drugs don't come to Canada because Canada's small. I want to point out that's not true. Canada is actually very large. We're almost 40 million people. We're much larger than many other countries that Canada is. Yes, we're smaller in the US, but we're very large and there's a very interest. The reason I think a lot of things don't come here is because Canada is very hard. It's difficult. It's difficult to treat patients. When you look at these public-private partnerships that are out there, did you know that in the US it's illegal to provide infusion services? Companies can't do that. Did you know in Europe where they have these great rare disease programs, there are no PSP programs. The health system actually looks after their people. In Canada, the industry is stepping up. Not even to a point where the industry has been interested in this one, the interest almost becomes a requirement. And then it becomes a catch-22. You get a certain point, you come into market and you're supporting and you're providing support and you're investing, whether it's a patient support program, you're doing clinics, you're doing research, and then you try to get to some point, it's like, well, will the system adopt it and will there be access? And the question comes back, well, you're providing it for free. Why do we need to pay? Really? That was your outside voice. But in all seriousness, those are the responses that come back. It's like, well, no one's asking for it. Well, no one's asking for it because we have a patient support program that provides compassionate free product and looks after everyone. And then we're stuck. Doing research, yeah, we want to do research here. Every country, every company does. And so I'm selling hard and BeiGene wants to do a ton of research here. We disproportionately invested heavily in Australia for research. Why? It's a smaller country than Canada. Why? Because it's easy. It's easy to do research there. It's easy to invest. There aren't 47 different IRBs. There aren't difficulties. And at the end of the day, yes, access can be a challenge in Australia as well, but it's one group. Not to say that I want one in Canada unless that one actually looks after patients, but there's a reasonable conversation. The Canadian conversations are very different than that. Well, we'd like a 90% discount because that's what the old generic that no one uses costs. Well, yeah, I want to win the lottery too, but that's not reality. We need to invest. I'm a company that's lost $500 million last quarter and $500 million the quarter before that, and $500 million before that. We're a 12-year-old company that have lost well over $7 billion so far. We're not profitable. I got one product. I got a one-trick pony coming out there trying to help. And the answer comes back. It's like, well, could you give me a 90% discount? No, I can't. I want to help patients. We all want to invest and find partnerships here. We want to do research here. We want to invest in patient support programs. We want to invest in real world evidence. Canada has got great talent, but it's not a nice system. And I think that's the challenge in front of us. If we're going to partner there, we have to sort of all step up to sort of say, look, yeah, we all have a role to play in this one. Because if we start to go down this path, and I think Durhan, I think you've said before, like half of the drugs don't come to Canada. And I think I saw a slide from IMC a few weeks ago that of those that come here, only 20% get paid for. That message filters back, and it becomes tougher for people like me to go to my global office and say, look, no, Canada's great. At some point, they're going to call me on that. But I think that's the opportunity that we all need to come together in partnership. There's a willingness, but in partnership in my world, both partners come in. And I see good, strong partnership with academia. I see good, strong partnership with patient and physician groups and the industries there. Someone's missing. And I think that's our challenge. How do we get that done? We have time for questions?
So how do we get that done?
Sandra?
I think there was a lot of good discussion today about rare disease centers of excellence. I think the point that I was trying to make on this slide is that there's a lot of positive things already happening. It's not starting from scratch with the Rare Disease Center of Excellence. As a big pillar of the rare disease strategy, I think there's things we can leverage. There's learnings. I agree with Peter. There's things we have to do to change, but I do think that we're not starting from scratch. So we should take the learnings and the examples that I've provided and figure out how we can integrate them. And I think there was some good discussion of the breakouts earlier.
Yeah, and the only thing I'd add to that is, and I think there's been good examples of how you got that done, but you got to ask and you got to push. At the end of the day, the old joke about governments are like wheelbarrows, useful, but have to be pushed. And I get we all want to work nice and kumbaya together, but we've got to push on this one. We got to ask. And Durhan, you've been phenomenally successful at doing that, but so does everyone else here. We got to get what this system is. Canada's got to get back on top, and we're a long way from it.
Thanks. And just Durhan, you're going to come up here. There's actually a floor mic on a table over there as well. We're going to try to maybe Angela's going to. Oh, do you mind bringing that back over? Can someone run that over to Durhan, please? While you're doing that, I want to say that we have some friends that are normally here at CORD, but are actually advocating and pushing right now at Queen's Park. Cystic fibrosis is there. On Parliament Hill, Defeat Duchenne is in Ottawa today. Later this week, Life Sciences Ontario is going to be at Queen's Park on the 23rd for a full day, and rare disease drug strategy or rare disease strategy for the province of Ontario is one of their three key messages. So yeah, if anyone wants to know where and how to push, you don't have to look too far. It's happening right now. Durhan.
No, just asking a question back to, what you said before, right? And that is, we're talking about creating these rare disease centers. I'll drop the excellence part for the moment because I hear kind of what people say. Is there a direct way in which we could actually have investments in? So, if we have a center that's set up in Geo that is going to be designated as a rare disease center, and we also have, networks that we're talking about. So Leanne talked about, the networks of bone disease. Is there a mechanism by which monies can actually be put together to actually, provide the funding for these centers that are not necessarily kind of just specific to a program or a project? That's all I'm asking.
So we actually had this discussion at our table when we were discussing for the case study. We looked at number 2 about what would an ideal model look like. And I think that there was unanimous, alignment, that it's not just about the children, it's about the adults. And could we set up centers, you know, and have a multiple disciplinary concept, kind of like a cancer center where you have, it's again, in cancer, there's many types of cancers. There's many types of places that go in the cancer center. Could you set up a similar concept in rare? And have almost like a navigator that would then, you know, follow the patient from the time that they were enrolled in a clinical trial, help them navigate to get access to their product and where should they go next. And so, you know, there could be a concept of that, as well as connecting in the EMR, the data. Right now, the challenge is everything's separate and all over the place. All the examples I've shared, they're not connected, right? Is there a way to connect it? And really, patients at the end of the day own their data. Can they help be a part of this? Can they have their data on their smartphone? Can they be the ones that go from center to center and run their own data? These are just conceptual thoughts, but as a way to centralize it so that it's not so separate and siloed as it is right now today. And we thought about oncology as an example, just because there is oncology centers of excellence in that, you know, capacity. Patients are treated there. Patients have access to resources. Could you take that concept and apply it to rare?
Hi, thanks both so much. Our organization and the Pan Canadian Coalition, the NRBDO, are in full support of public-private partnerships, and we have been for a long time. And from the rare blood and bleeding disorder space, we've seen a lot of public pushback recently on the privatization of healthcare. And I just kind of want to know your thoughts about, you know, when you see provincial governments pushing back on privatization of healthcare.
Sandra told me I can't be controversial, so.
I'm sorry to bring up a controversial topic.
It's interesting. And I think a lot of the pushback, though, comes down to understanding in terms, right? And public-private partnerships, the investment. Does the public really understand that the industry is funding all these infusions? Does the public actually know that, you know, we're providing these support programs, we're doing the navigation, stuff that you would expect the health system would do? And that one, it's not the provision of its care. There's just, like, as Sandra talked about, the gaps that were filled by the industry because the system is shirking its responsibility. When we talk about, is there a way to coordinate and bring these centers together? I kind of thought that was the health ministry, but it's not. And at the end, it's because we're on the ground. And so we're stepping up and people get offended. It's like, wow, the industry's involved. But yeah, they care about patients too. And we do, like, cancer's in my family. I want the system to work, but isn't that the great problem of it all? It's like, well, how could you get involved? Well, how could we not get involved? And if we didn't get involved, then that's a loss too. Like, it's the Kobayashi Maru. Let me invoke my Star Trek here. But at the end, I think it should be the partnerships. I think you have an industry that's very willing to be there if the system is willing to work. But if the system doesn't, nothing we can do, really.
Thank you.
So this has been great. I just want to maybe sum up both the previous session and this one. We heard from the clinicians who are within the health system that they are ready. I think there were 7 specific actions that we can take right now to build these networks of excellence, whatever we want to call them, starting with awareness, advocacy, and education, all the way through to care and support. Durhan, your questions are really getting into the nuts and bolts. Who's going to pay for what, when, and how? And Health Canada, we heard this morning, is actually crunching the numbers. So, and then this session shows that the private sector is already stepping up. So I think we were preparing for this conference, and Durhan was mentioning, you know, 70 to 95% of what we need to do is already there. We just need to actually tie it together and call it something, and then make the case for what that $500 million starting fund can be put to in terms of good use from Health Canada. And again, it's just great to see Health Canada here with ears and brains and to share where they are right now. I will say all of the notes that people have brought up, I'm sure there are other ones. The chat online is blowing up. Like, people are really engaged. We've got 50 people online at this conference. So thank you, Zoomers as well, for joining us. The conversation continues. All of this will be rolled up. And just thank you so much, Peter and Sandra and Francois, for leading the last session with all the other clinicians. Thanks so much. Very good. Okay, we would like to welcome up the next panel. We've got one person online, I believe. That would be Wayne. Can I just do a quick mic check with you, Wayne? Are you around?
Yes, sir, Bill. Looking forward to this.
And then we've got Tammy with the ALS Society. Is Tammy here? Yeah, we got Martin. Okay, there's good Tammy. Martin Cho with Takeda is coming up. I believe Wayne Critchley with Global Public Affairs is online. Wayne, quick mic and tech check for you.
Yeah, I can.
We've got,
Bill, can you hear me?
yeah, loud and clear. And then we've got Fred Horn with 360 Public Affairs, a former Alberta Health Minister. So I think that that is quorum. The other challenge that we have is to start thinking about investing in rare. It's not just a cost center, it's actually an investment and all the other things that, that patients and caregivers have to go through to actually deal with and address rare on a day-to-day basis. When we can actually find optimal care and treatment for them, how do we think about that as a value-based healthcare or value-based intervention as opposed to just a cost center? And what is the perspective of patients and how do we measure the impact on patients, families, and society? So the first panel, and this is going to be an open conversation, is how do we define value for rare, for patients and society? So maybe we'll start with Martin, just a quick introduction of your role at Takeda and your perspective on a definition for value for rare patients and society. Over to you, Martin.
All right, thanks, Bill. My name is Martin Cho. I'm the head of Patient Value and Access here at Takeda. Been there for 1 year. And I do, thanks for the first question, Bill. I think it warm up. I think the value really depends on the stakeholder, right, that you're asking. Whether you're a clinician or patient or the government, I think they have a slightly different, definition of value. And I think that's some of the problems that exist today, right? I think clinicians obviously want to treat the patient. They're probably looking for clinical outcomes. For patients, it's not just, the patient journey, understanding the screen diagnosis that you guys talked about this morning. That's critically important. But also, obviously, beyond the treatment and their health being taken care of. From payers, and obviously, they look at a very evidence-based decisions. From a manufacturer, here at Takeda, we engage with the patients early in the process in our development. So, when we go into our phase 2 studies, we engage with the patients to understand their patient journey, the gaps, understanding what's clinically meaningful for them in terms of, and then try to incorporate those into the clinical studies that we design. So I think it really depends on, when you say value, it depends on the stakeholder that you're talking to.
So we're going to build on that, Martin, and start to think about the Venn diagram and where the overlap of value might be. So maybe that's just a challenge for the future panelists, and maybe we'll bring it back to you, Martin, too. Yeah. So Tammy, as a leader of the ALS Society, what does value for rare mean to you?
Thanks very much. So ALS Canada is embedded right within the community. So we work with people who have been diagnosed with the disease, helping to provide the things that the healthcare system doesn't, like hospital beds and wheelchairs, so they can stay at home. And we're also working on that national level as well as the international, both investment in research as well as advocacy. And so that helps to keep us very connected to what's meaningful for people with ALS. And as we start to see new therapies, when I first came into the cause 13 years ago, there was one therapy that was about 15 years old at that point. And now we have 2 therapies that have gone through Health Canada approval this year and a third that's going through the process. And so when we think about therapies as they're coming forward, these are therapies that may have incremental change for a patient. And so often a challenge that we see is that with these therapies, they're not making somebody better. And you can't measure it in the same way because, again, the investment hasn't been there in research to truly understand the biomarkers and to get to that sort of place. So we're starting to be able to see it, but we're measuring value based upon slowing of progression, of which it was hard to identify to start with because of the heterogeneity of the disease. And so I think about an opportunity I had to speak to a politician, and his first thing was, and I'll take actually wheelchair access instead of pharma, but it makes a difference. He was so adamant that wheelchairs cost too much for people with ALS. And he said, for $30,000, I could buy a car. And I said, well, respectfully, and I had to listen to him for a while for being very quiet. Respectfully, I then said, please, for the next 3 minutes, while I'm allowed to make my remarks back, don't move a muscle. And I said, don't itch, don't move, don't flinch, don't even have a facial expression when I'm speaking. Now, let me tell you why $30,000 is a deal. And it's an exoskeleton. And the fact that somebody can retain this much movement in their hand means that they can control their wheelchair. And that means incredible independence. And it means they're safe. And it means that they've got so much more. So is that value? And if we have a therapy that can slow progression incrementally, just a little bit, and somebody can maintain this much more, it's not going to register on many of the scales that are used to evaluate value, but it's everything for a person with ALS.
Thanks so much, Tammy. It reminds me of when you spoke at the House Health Committee in Ottawa. You could hear a pin drop there when you brought people into imagining being somebody with ALS. And I know that that's a real gift that you have, that you managed to build that empathy for other people for that disease. So thank you. I neglected to name one person on the panel, and Oksana, I will owe you whatever you want. Oksana Iliash is on the board of CORD and also a regulatory affairs expert on everything to do with drug development. So I'll come to you just in a second. I'll go to Fred first. Fred, what does value mean for you, having sat in some pretty difficult chairs as a health minister and all the other chairs and hats that you've worn over the years?
Thanks, Bill, and thanks for the invitation. I'm going to build on what Tammy said in just a moment, but I mean, traditionally in health systems, we don't think about value. We think about cost. And, you know, the typical budget of a Ministry of Health is a line-by-line budget, essentially a list of programs, each of which have eligibility criteria attached. In many cases designed to keep people out, more so than include them. And the extent of the discussion is, you know, how much do we increase incrementally that same budget for a given program year over year. So it's a discussion that's grounded in supply, right, as opposed to what we're getting for the investment. It's grounded in the status quo. So anything that's inefficient or not working, or most importantly, an avoidable cost, is already baked into the budget before budget planning time comes around. And if it's left unchecked, which it usually, you know, it largely is, and all of the things that are going on in a provincial health system, that inefficiency then compounds over time. So if we add an extra dollar to something that is completely not working, not delivering value, and I'll come to value in a minute, it's like compound interest. So we're compounding that inefficiency over time, and we're paying more and more for it. And sadly, even though we engage as governments, or I should say governments today engage in discussions like this, as evidenced by Health Canada and others that are here, our ability to implement and to move ahead on things that really will increase value is severely inhibited by that process. So there is a school of thought which is quite well developed around the world today around a different approach. It's called value-based healthcare. And you can look at it from any angle. You can look at it from a patient or a caregiver angle, right up to a senior level decision maker. And essentially that formula, which was initially proposed out of Harvard in the US, is a definition of value that's based on achieving outcomes that matter to patients, which is where I was thinking about Tammy's example, for the most reasonable, not the lowest cost, but the most reasonable cost. So that's a far cry from, looking at volume indicators like we do today. How many home care visits did we achieve this year, even if they were only in 10-minute increments and we weren't actually providing the service that people were looking for from our provincial home care program. So that's a shift in thinking. And believe it or not, there's great progress being made around the world, and lots of interest in Canada on rejigging our budgeting process. But the key there is about, and I'm sure we'll come back to this. It's not any outcome. It's not only the clinical outcome, such as slowing the progression of a disease. It's the outcomes that matter to patients, often referred to as patient-reported outcome measures or patient-reported experience measures. So I'm hoping we'll have a chance to talk a little later about how this might apply to a rare disease center model.
Thanks so much, Fred. Oksana, what does value mean to you?
Oh, wow. Well, thank you first of all for this great invitation, although I've been a little bit late. In preparation for this conference, I was actually did some research and reading because I said to myself, well, there probably were a lot of smart people who were already looking at this definition of value from different perspectives. So I found a few publications. So the concept that I'm going to present is not just mine. It's just, again, the collaborations of everything that I found and everything that everyone else was thinking. So from the definitions of value, we have to consider three major elements. First is the components. That's exactly what has been discussed right now, usually when we think about cost versus outcomes and that balance between the cost versus outcomes. This is like a component of the how much we are getting or paying for the healthcare services. Second big element is, of course, perspective. And we are talking about perspective of the patients here, which unfortunately a relatively new concept, because prior to many years, it was perspective of the payers, perspective of the providers, perspective of the drug developers. And now we have to add perspective of the patients into that components and into that elements. And the last but not least is a scope. And that's where perspective of the patients is very important, because the scope is really scope of the development of the treatment. Are we developing of the treatment for a genetic disease that will be a one-time administration and where the patient actually, if not fully cured, but will be significantly improved in terms of their ability to perform? Or we are developing a treatment for treating of the outcome of the disease, for example, cardiomyopathy outcome of the Duchenne disease, yes, which is improved the overall patients' well-being, but definitely not helping patients to live long as or productive as we would love the patients to live. So that scope has to be connected to the patient's outcome and patients' evaluations of value. And patients actually right now have a big contribution into driving the scope and telling actually at the stage of the research, we don't want to have another treatment of the system. We have enough treatments of the system. We want that investment to be done in a different way. We want it invest into the actual treatment of the disease and condition. And we start defining value at the stage of the research, then pushing it through the clinical development. And then eventually when we get to the stage of the drug being reviewed and hopefully put on the market by Health Canada, there will be sufficient amount of the background information generated. So the cost of the drug will be almost derived from the full development of the drug. It sounds like maybe a little bit of a dream, but if you start thinking from that perspective and get all together educated on what we're expecting, and especially listening to the patient voice on what exactly we need, then hopefully we will find this balance of the cost and the outcome, and we'll have a good definition of value.
Excellent. Thanks so much, Oksana. Okay, let's go to Wayne. Wayne, you've been around this game for a long time. We just did a webinar on the PMPRB as CORD to try to, get that sort of sorted out in terms of what they're doing now. But just as a quick reminder, Wayne, who doesn't need much of an introduction to this group because he was chair of CORD for quite a number of years, used to be executive director of the PMPRB, which sort of sets the ceiling price for patented medicines. But it seems like the panel has come a long way in terms of value beyond price. I don't know if you have any thoughts on that, Wayne, or if you can contribute something based on all of the journeys that you've done on this issue so far.
Sure thing. Yeah, Bill, thanks so much. And Durhan, thank you for the invitation to take part. I really regret not being able to be with everybody today. It looks like it's been a fantastic conference. I have been following it, and I just, only thing I'm missing is the interaction with folks in the crowd. So I'm glad to see you're having such a great conference. Yeah, that's right, Bill. It was 7 years ago. I joined Durhan and others up on Parliament Hill for the launch of the rare disease strategy at that time. And we've come a long way since then, and great tribute to Durhan for all her work on this over that time period since then. I hope that Michelle and Danielle are still with us from Health Canada. I wanted to, I did unfortunately, this morning while I was watching the conference, I also received the PMPRB's latest annual report. So of course, it caused me to focus my attention there a little bit, and I'm afraid I can't speak for a few minutes now without referring to PMPRB, as much as we all had hoped that file was and that issue was behind us. So I do want to draw everyone's attention to the webinar that you had on Friday. I missed it, unfortunately, but I know it's going to be available online, and I encourage people to look at it. I heard that it was an excellent webinar and really good discussion of what the issues are. The ongoing PMPRB reform is really the only negative that I can see in all the discussions about rare disease strategy. And the latest proposals from PMPRB will, in my view, work directly counter to the rare disease strategy, also work directly counter to the government's biomanufacturing and life sciences sector strategy announced last year. So I'm glad that folks from Health Canada are there. I don't know if anybody from PMPRB is there. I don't see anybody on the program. It's unfortunate they're not, because I think it would be appropriate for them to try and explain what they're trying to do and to give people a chance to engage with them. But in any event, when we're talking about value today, I think we're all agreed that we need to have a full, holistic and collaborative approach to that. And in particular, of course, patients, suppliers of treatments, medications, physicians, and payers all have to be part of the discussion. So PMPRB approach does not do any of those things. They do not engage patients. They do not engage physicians and suppliers in their negotiations. It's an antagonistic approach that is taken with suppliers. The focus is only on cost, although they like to they say they want to focus on value. They really don't. They focus only on cost, as Fred Horn alluded to earlier, in terms of how government budgets have historically been directed. And that means you leave out a lot. It has to be a more holistic approach. So what's the answer to this? I don't know. CORD will be making a submission, I'm sure. I hope CORD will. I don't know what will be in it, but I did want to throw out an idea that Durhan, you and your colleagues may want to keep in mind. You'll recall that during the pandemic, the government recognized that the PMPRB reform proposals would be an obstacle to the development and availability of vaccines and treatments. And so they specifically exempted all vaccines and drug treatments for COVID-19 from the PMPRB during the course of the pandemic. So they would not be an obstacle to Canadians' access to those necessary treatments. So I think we need to recognize that the current reform proposals, in fact, will make things 10 times more difficult for drugs for rare diseases to come to market in Canada. And given the importance of this in the context of the rare disease strategy in particular, we can't have government policies under the same minister working in direct opposite directions. And so I hope that more can be done within the health portfolio to look at this. And one modest approach, and certainly not the solution by any means, but one immediate modest approach is to exempt drugs for rare diseases from the PMPRB program for the time being, until such time as the appropriate approach taken to federal drug price controls is considered. So I'll leave it there, Bill, but I think, you know, the whole question of value, we really need to, we can't leave it in the hands of a handful of bureaucrats in Ottawa. We need to take a much more holistic and comprehensive approach.
Thanks so much, Wayne. I know a lot of people in the room might have been on the webinar on Friday, but just a quick recap of what the PMPRB is now proposing, and it's up for submissions right now. They are not proposing any new tests for what a maximum price could or should be. It's just criteria for investigations. So it's like you go for a drive and the cop pulls you over and she says, I think you were speeding. And you ask her, well, what's the speed limit? And she says, well, I'm not completely sure, but I think you were going too fast. Why don't you step out and we'll talk about how fast you should be going. So the question I think for people is, would you drive under those circumstances? And that's fundamentally what's being proposed right now, which is investigation criteria. There's zero visibility on what a compliant price could or might be. And I think that sort of builds on what Peter mentioned about Canada being hard. You know, Canada is being hard to understand for sure in terms of what a compliant price could possibly be. And right now, your idea about exempting, we're in the interim period. It's almost free pricing right now. Any price can be, you know, charged for a new medicine that's coming in. That can be revisited once they get, you know, their guidelines together. But it's a really critical time to be involved. And as we were saying with Durhan, we were trying to get this issue a little bit in the rear view so that we could have all the positive energy come forward and just get through. Yeah, I don't know. Let's bring it back to maybe to Martin, because you're often dealing with some of these issues at the global level and in Canada, and you're looking at them. You know, you've got so much under your jurisdiction now as a VP at Takeda. I mean, where is that Venn diagram where you can find the sweet spot in the middle of you know, value in terms of beyond price, so that everyone gets the value out of their investments?
Yeah, and I'm glad Wayne brought up the P word, the PMPRB. I was contemplating whether to bring that up or not, so really appreciate that. I think that's what's the challenge, right? Within the global context, you know, I think someone talked about earlier about, or Peter mentioned about, you know, going to global and asking for, you know, investments. And when you look at Canada, it's a great place. We have great physicians, we have great research centers, great hospitals, right? And we do compete with other countries. And when there's uncertainties such as PMPRB, you know, it makes it a lot more challenging. You know, I think, you know, when you talk about the value, Bill, I think, you know, again, if you kind of always come back to the patient, what's most important for the patient, or value to the patient, that's where you can't go wrong, right? So I think, you know, just kind of adding to what, you know, she talked about in terms of the ALS patient, I know, you know, when you know, have a medication that's taken 4 times a day, but, you know, you bring a new drug that's taken once a day, you know, payers might not see value in that, right? But for a patient, that's huge, especially for a child, right? You know, it's like a 5-year-old child taking medications 4 times a day versus once a day. And that's, you know, that's huge. So I think, you know, kind of the center of the Venn diagram would be the patients, or what's most clinically meaningful for the patient, but not just clinically meaningful, but even quality of life, right? And I know for me personally, you know, I have a child with a, you know, rare condition, and I go to states to get my medications for her, right? And that's a choice that we made because, you know, there's a gap in the system.
Yeah, we talk about rare. I actually sent Fred a picture of Mass General Brigham that is advertising to Canadians right now, saying thousands of Canadians are getting access to healthcare in Boston or out of Boston. I mean, we're now having to look outside our borders to get access to care. Maybe it's not just about rare. Maybe this is maybe a question back to you, Fred. Is the system so strained in general? Will that open up an opportunity for real change now, beyond just rare?
It should. I'm not sure we're seeing much evidence of leadership in that direction at the moment, with you know, federal and provincial ministers focused on this, on their difference around an increase in the Canada Health Transfer. We're not really having a discussion about where we want that money to be applied. And if, as in my previous example, if all we're doing is adding incremental funding to things that are already inefficient or not producing outcomes that patients want, then, we're not only wasting the opportunity of this crisis, so to speak, but we're going to pay more for it in the long run. So, this is where I think, I was really surprised to see the ad that Bill sent me on the weekend. I think this is where we as a rare disease community have an opportunity to sort of lead in the shift for the discussion from cost to value. The things, and it's, there's value-based healthcare. It's not like the quadruple aim or, any of the traditional frameworks, lean, or any of the methodologies that you may have heard of in the past. What's really interesting about it is it's something that's, it's a system that's built from the ground up. So the pillars include the patients, obviously, and their families. They include the clinicians and what they call integrated practice teams. So not just doctors, but other professionals as well. Data and the infrastructure to support the collection and analysis of data real time. And one thing that I think is really important is the delegation of decision-making around access to that local level. So I was saying earlier, I'd be interested in, talking and thinking about how the model of a rare disease center might support more of a value-based approach. To me, the reason you would build the value-based approach, yes, it might result in a better government budget. It might result in what we consider to be better decisions from a high level in a provincial drug treatment program. But the real beauty of it would be the fact that the decision-making was that much closer to patients. And of course, with that comes, understanding about how we're going to share risk. So once something gets started, what is the mechanism to stop it if it's not producing the intended results, right? How do we introduce substitution? Those sorts of things. But in a true value-based system, you would, in my mind, you would begin making the decisions at that level. And so governments have to be prepared to do that. They have to be prepared to share some of the risks, share some of the budgetary risk, but they also have to be prepared to supply the data that will, particularly cost data and patient-reported outcome measures, that will drive the decision around when to try, when to stop, when to substitute. And a lot of that is there. I think a lot of it actually has been thought through in some of the product listing agreements, value-based agreements that already exist, but we're not allowed to talk about because they're subject to confidentiality agreements between government payers and the companies. So a couple of thoughts on an approach, but I think you could be key in building this, because you only get value if you start with the patient and work up.
And jump in, talking about the patient. Tammy, what are you hearing now, and what can the ALS Society do to contribute to some of this?
Well, I need to pick up on what Wayne said when he said that, PMPRB tends to be where the pain is. As we're seeing with a therapy that was recently approved, it's not just the PMPRB issue, it's actually a CADTH issue as well, where again, with ALS, you're at a place where we're just getting to therapies. And so the definition of how we move forward is more gray at this point. And so what we're seeing is that we have eligibility recommendations that are such that there's a cross. So because we're not advanced enough to have been able to bring down the time to diagnosis, in Ontario, it can take 21 months to get a diagnosis. In Saskatchewan, it's 27. Average life expectancy of somebody with ALS is 2 to 5 years. The eligibility criteria for the new drug are that you can't be more than 18 months symptom onset, but you have to have a dramatic enough progression that you will hit this reimbursement decision window. And so we're finding that 10% of our population is going to be eligible for reimbursed therapy. And so if you, again, can maintain your function as long as possible, you can appreciate this, and whatever that statement was from Star Wars, you can appreciate the situation that we're in right now, where the very people who are most likely to benefit aren't going to get access. And so how do we, as you're thinking about programs, when we're still in that beginning stage of these programs, not having programs, how do we get into that kind of space? But I think it does come back to what matters to the patient, and why are we still trying to force something into what was set up for a much more advanced, much more defined process for other therapies or other diseases than we have rare, when we're just stepping into this space for so many diseases like ALS.
You have to wonder if the 82% of respondents to that survey for Ipsos were saying the centers of excellence is the way to go, because the decisions can happen faster if it's in the clinic and closer to the patients.
Yes.
So I don't know, maybe the last word to Oksana and Wayne, are we getting there with the centers of excellence, networks of excellence, whatever? Rare disease centers, thank you. Are we making progress besides figuring out what the right nomenclature is? Are we going to get there, Wayne and Oksana?
Oh, yes. First of all, yes, Bill, I think this is exactly the right approach. And I'm very, really very enthusiastic about the progress that's been made on this in the last little while. So definitely the right approach. And most definitely, a quasi-judicial body based in Ottawa is not the right approach, because it does not engage any of the considerations that everybody on the panel has been talking about the need to provide coverage while you're developing evidence, being flexible, being nimble, being able to react to new information and respond, being able to ensure that patients are engaged in part of that whole process. The PMPRB system does not do any of that. And it should not be, it should focus on what it's supposed to be, which is a check to make sure that there's no abuse of a monopoly position. It should not be trying to regulate the pharmaceutical market to the degree that it seeks to do. So that's my pitch. That's my speech for today, Bill.
That's how not to value. That was the panel that we did on Friday, but you've continued it now, and I think it's timely, because we only have a short window for these submissions. That's a good point. Oksana, last word to you.
Oh, thank you very much. No, I completely agree. I think Wayne said it very well. I definitely support fully, and on behalf of hopefully the whole court is supporting this Center of Excellence, because first of all, I think the urgency of the decision making and the urgency of that access and the urgency of the availability of the medicine is driven by patients. Yes, and that's where the value comes into the place, that if we all pull together and we have the centers of expertise and the excellence, and it's again driven by the needs, hopefully it will, not even hopefully, it will happen, because you can see how successful they are in Europe. So there's examples that are good examples that we could build on.
Excellent. Well, thanks so much. Please join me in thanking this. Oh, we'll get to you right now. Yeah. Don't worry, Joan. While we're getting the next panel up, we're going to get Joan a microphone. So it's over there. Would you mind bringing? Oh yeah, she's going to go find it. Yeah, it's over here. So the next panel we've got.
Hello. Yeah, I just.
So just before you ask, I'm going to get the next panel to come up so that you can jump in. We've got Susa Benseler from University of Calgary, Charlene Todd with Roche Canada, Joan Weir with CLHIA, the Canadian Life and Health Insurance Association, and Rosalie Wyanch of C.D. Howe Institute. So please make your way up here. Durhan, there's an extra spot if you want to jump into for this one. It's up to you, or you can just do what you do from the floor. Okay, excellent. So Joan, yeah, we're getting this up.
I just wanted to, the thing that Oksana was referencing, the redefining healthcare or value-based healthcare, came from a book by an economics professor, I think he was at Harvard, called Michael E. Porter, and it's called Redefining Healthcare, Creating Value-Based Competition on Results. And it's a great book. The other thing I wanted to mention was last week I was at another conference called Patients Redefining Healthcare. And if you really want to listen to what value-based healthcare can be, they'll have a YouTube, I don't know if it's up yet, but their November 17th presentation was all about value-based healthcare. and how they're actually instituting for the colorectal cancer community in Quebec, the Jewish General Hospital has a, they don't want to call it a pilot program because pilots never never go further than a pilot, but they actually have a lot of good work going on in that particular community. And it looks like the Lung Association in Quebec is actually going to follow suit with trying to develop a value-based system and an integrated care plan for the lung cancer patients. I think it's lung cancer patients in Quebec.
Thanks so much, Joan. And just a shout out actually to a couple of researchers at the Jewish in Montreal who are with Fred and me in Boston for the International Consortium for Health Outcome Measures. Now that's a mouthful, but that is was started by Michael Porter from Harvard and Elizabeth Teesberg. Is that correct? Am I pronouncing that right? Who's at University of Texas. And amazing things are coming out of that. And there was a very strong Canadian delegation there, and Durhan participated in a breakfast with the Canadian delegation on value-based healthcare. So it is coming to Canada. It's been here as a concept for a while, but just listening to all the things that the clinicians are proposing, that Sandra and Peter brought forward, we're building it here under a different name potentially, but all the concepts that you went through, Fred, are I think being captured. And it's not the PMPRB approach. Wayne, if you're still there, don't worry, it's not PMPRB. So, okay. Let's see who we have online and who do we have up here. So let's just start with a quick introduction of our panelists here while we figure out who's possibly calling in, because I think Rosalie might be on the line. So maybe we'll start just with some introductions. Go ahead.
Sure. Hi, I'm Susan Benzler. I'm a pediatric rheumatologist. So I care for kids with rare diseases, inflammatory diseases, and I'm also a researcher. I serve as the director of the Child Health Research Institute in Calgary. So it's when I listen to the different bubbles, and I always feel like I'm jumping between one or the other. And I think one of the key things that we should potentially consider is perhaps reframing our approach to care transformation, to how we define values.
Excellent. Thanks so much. Go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Carleen Todd. I'm the Vice President of Access at Roche Canada.
Excellent. Welcome, Carleen. Do we have Joan or Rosalie on the line?
Joan said she was coming, but she might not arrive in time.
So Joan may not be here in time. Let's, and then I don't know if Rosalie is on the line potentially. I know she's now based in Kitchener-Waterloo, so a big train ride downtown Toronto sometimes.
She was actually going to be in town today, but
Okay.
so maybe we kind of been misconnected in terms of her being here.
So let's get started with the power panel that we have. The challenge for us is, can we put a price on value for rare? I don't know, Susan, is this part of your research in terms of pricing for rare, or is that what do you mean by reframing? Why don't we start with that?
Yeah, so the research that I'm doing is research across different disciplines. So I'm a clinical researcher. I'm a clinical epidemiologist. I try to learn from every child and family that I have the privilege of caring for, but I'm partnering with people in the lab that are trying to understand disease mechanisms, and I'm partnering with health economists that are trying to capture all aspects of burden of disease and cost, as Fred was talking about, not only the cost of the medication, but the cost of coming to see me, the cost of reorganizing their family because one child requires specific care, the many, many aspects of costs, because frankly, not because I'm interested in money at all, but it's because that's what governments listen to. So it's true. So the question is, what should we value and what do we value? And I think there is something that perhaps we haven't emphasized enough. We're looking around at how people do things in Europe, and I am from Europe, and yes, they've built a wonderful structure with the reference networks, but there is something that I would call the Canadian way. And I think the Canadian way is that we, one, put patients and families at the center of what we're doing. And we should do this every step of the way. And two, that we listen to each other and trying to learn from each other in terms of identifying and overcoming barriers towards the best value for the patient. And being part of creating this value. So for example, in my world, I can calculate the cost of the visit, the diagnostic tests, the medication. But what I cannot calculate is, what if I make a diagnosis early on and I'm allowed to start a treatment that is effective early on? What happens to the trajectory of the child and the many, many cost savings, if you're thinking money, or the many, many gains that the child and family will have going forward? I think we have to reframe our thinking of, coming from the moment of what does a drug cost to a trajectory of, if you want, cost saving or opportunities created.
Thanks. That's a great kickoff. Carlene, do you want to react to that? I mean, you're helping develop individual therapies, but I know Roche does a lot more than that in terms of diagnostics and very active in hospitals. What are your thoughts on putting a price on value?
Yes, we do. And I just wanted to speak to a point that both Sapna and I think it was Chris talked about earlier, and that was the importance of an integrated approach, so an access continuum. And we absolutely must think about that entire continuum all the way through from clinical trials and research to the regulations and reimbursement pathways to commercialization and then clinical practice for patients. And so, that is why we do need to think of it more holistically. And we also then need to value holistically when it comes to budgets. It's not just a drug budget. It's looking at the different siloed budgets and actually finding a way of connecting that access continuum. And to Fred's earlier point, also thinking about broad value and the different elements of value-based healthcare along that continuum. So for me, it's about breaking down those budget silos. It's going to be critically important.
So what does Roche do in order to do that? Or as you're submitting for one specific therapeutic, are you thinking as well, okay, what is the actual impact of the burden of disease beyond just your individual therapy that you're bringing to a jurisdiction?
Absolutely. We must be doing this with our research. It also requires that we start early and we actually bring patients and communities together as we design our clinical research to make sure that we're generating the outcomes that do make a difference to patients and do matter to patients, as well as matter to payers and matter to society. So, I think this is an area where we also have more work to do as an industry. And maybe I'll just refer to some work that's coming out of the UK, and it's the innovative licensing and access pathway, where manufacturers work very closely with agencies all the way from the beginning when they're looking at how their trials are designed and development, working with patients as well to make sure those outcomes are included in the design of the trials, all the way through to regulatory approval, the reimbursement process, and then ensuring that that innovation is delivered in clinical practice in the right way to make sure it gets in the hands of the right patients. So we all need to be thinking more holistically around joining those pieces together, I think. So
Excellent. Thanks, Carlene. What is the voice of the patient, Durhan, and how can we leverage and listen to that in order to understand value?
Yeah, I'm glad there were a couple of just blank spots so I could jump into this. Actually, this is the presentation that I'm actually doing at, I think, 7 or 8 o'clock tonight. I'm actually doing something from Malaysia. They have a forum that's taking place and they're calling it From Health Economics Evaluation Perspective, Rare Diseases. And, it really is kind of what we're talking about right now, what I'm becoming to embrace very strongly. And that is we need to demonstrate the economic value of what it is that we're bringing, exactly as you're saying right now. And Susa, you really, I think, laid it out there from a clinician point of view, but even from the patient point of view. We can't just say, well, patients feel better, they do better, they're going to, this is important to the patients. I mean, we can, but when we put it into an equation, then what we find, and this is no disrespect to CADTH or to HTA, it's just that they work with real formulas. And so I'm saying, okay, but listening to what Tammy said just before, right? How do you put that into the formula of the fact that I can do more? And I think we need to start thinking about not on an individual basis and maybe not even on an individual disease basis, but exactly what Susan's talking about. So I wanted to bring up, just go to the next slide there.
You can advance here too.
Oh, I can advance. That's right. I
Yeah.
forgot this big green button that I talked about. It does work. So I just want to bring back what it was that we saw earlier, right, from our survey. And if we look on that right side, right, if we were to actually add some economics to it, what does it mean, right? Exactly as Susan's saying, how much does it cost it? How much benefit do we get if we, or how much is the loss when we're talking about having to kind of wait for, 3 times to get, what happens in between time? We know what happens. The patient occurs with another illness. They show up back in emergency. They get, waited for hours while they're getting treated. They maybe not get a diagnosis, or they may get prescribed something that's not going to work. What's the cost of all that? And this is what we need to start to cost out and to be able to demonstrate back. I think, again, as we said, if we bring in that diagnosis early and we're able to take some immediate steps, what does that cost out to? We have to be smart and put all this back into, I think, what we're doing. I mean, companies do it when they're bringing a drug to market, right? How do you choose one drug over another? Well, luckily, you don't just look at the economics of it, because if they did, I was just in a chilling exercise with one of the companies which showed us how they actually can build these forecast models. And when you look at the forecast model, you recognize that even if you're bringing in the 8th Me Too for a very common disease, and you only get something like 10% of the market, you can make your money back. If you're going to a rare disease, which only has, 5,000 patients worldwide, you're never going to make your money back after maybe about 10 years or having 10 other indications that you can use that same platform for. So, I mean, there is an economics to it, and then there's the other side of it, but we really have to be cognizant. I mean, it is hard when you have a drug plan say to you, I can treat 1 rare disease patients or 7,000 diabetes patients. And that sounds harsh. But somewhere in there, one has to be able to demonstrate back, what is the value of treating this community? And this is some of the stuff we need to look at. And this is what we saw today, right? What happens when you get a wrong or inaccurate diagnosis? Gareth Bainham, a very good colleague of mine in Australia, he's able to demonstrate how much it actually costs in order to get a wrong diagnosis and then to get the wrong treatment for a rare disease. I mean, it ends up being tens of thousands, sometimes hundreds of thousands of dollars. And we need to put that back in. So it's not just devastating, it's also economically devastating. And I think we need to start building that back in. So it isn't just good to have. And the same here when we're talking about the number of healthcare professionals, right? We're already talking about the fact that our healthcare professionals are stretched. We're already talking about the fact that we don't have enough physicians, we don't have enough nurses, we don't have enough genetic counselors. So if we're not using them optimally, what does it cost the system? Again, it's not on an individual basis, but if we build this system right, we need to be able to build back in to say, yes, there's an economic, function. And it may not be dollar for dollar, though I will say is that, if we're looking to patients incur costs, we know that. And these aren't just patients' costs, because these patient costs actually reflect back on societal costs. What I'm spending in terms of paying for these, I'm not spending on something else. What I'm spending on paying these is what I'm not going to be able to do in terms of furthering the economy. So there's a net impact on all of this, right? It's a zero-sum game somewhere in there. And, we need to be able to take that consideration. I love this. This was, I don't know how many of you got a chance. We were at the Walrus and we heard a presentation from Dennis Oswald, who was from the Weifer Group. And he did these numbers for us. And you look at it and you basically are stunned by the fact, for every dollar we invest in pediatric oncology, we get $2 back. I mean, he used some of the low and middle income countries to actually be able to demonstrate that if we're doing this, there is in fact a net gain. Oh, sorry. I mean, and this is, again, this is nothing for nothing, but I think this is what Oksana is talking about as well. What are the value elements? These are the things that count in terms of what patients are saying, right? But it's a holistic approach to values. And I think this is what we need to do. But I think even beyond that, we can cost those out. And it's not like you want to reduce everything to $1. On the other hand, it does reduce to $1 and it makes a compelling argument. And it does actually set up the case for why, in fact, as we say, investing in this is absolutely not just the right thing for patients, but it's the right thing for society. It's the right thing in terms of the whole economics here. So I just wanted to put that up. And the same here, if we look at some of these value scales, right? And again, this is looking at, here's the macro level in terms of society, but if you look down, it has a parallel in terms of the micro level. So again, when we invest, there's a value back to the individuals, but there's also then a value all the way up that chain. So I think, again, it's being able to think smartly at this, and I'll just kind of end on these, and happy to kind of, if anybody wants to look at some of these slides. This is, again, on a broader basis, not just for rare diseases, but you can see in there where rare diseases are an inordinate part of healthcare costs. So anything that we can do to bring those costs down, back in line, or even below actually has a net impact in terms of our use of resources, our societal value. So it seems odd for, from a patient point of view, but I think as patients, we need to also recognize that one of the ways in which we're going to be able to sell this is to actually be able to demonstrate, that there's just, it's not only a good thing to do, it's actually the smart thing to do.
Thanks so much, Durhan. And these slides will be available after and online because there were some pretty small text there, but it's I think those were great. Go ahead, Carly.
Just kind of build on that. Jahane, I think you might be aware of this research that's coming out of Australia as well as part of their HTA reforms at the moment on social return on investment. And it's some work that's being done by Rare Cancers Australia, working with an independent agency. And they've actually put a monetary value on the societal, the economic, the humanistic impact of rare cancer treatments on long-term outcomes for patients. And to your earlier point, it's about talking in a language that resonates with decision makers and payers. And their research showed that for every dollar invested in cancer treatment for rare cancers, more than $3 was generated to the economy, to society through those interventions. So it's a different way of framing the value.
Thanks so much. Is there an ethical dimension to this as well? So you're measuring through economics and saying, if we invest this much on a macro level, we're going to get that much back. But to your point, Durhan, sometimes the price is significantly high to potentially save one life. Isn't there a Thai soccer team in the cave situation sometimes where we just have to do the right thing and get those kids out of the cave?
I asked this to Dennis. He's the gentleman from the Wyford Institute who did that chart. And I said, because we know that on some of these individual bases, right, you're not going to get a net return. And when patients say, well, I can go back and I can pay my taxes and I can take care of yourself. I said, yeah, but you're not going to pay $300,000 in taxes. Let's not get too excited about it. It's not going to happen that way. And what the goal is, you build a societal model. And because you're able to provide cost effectively on a societal level, you can then accommodate those individuals. You're not asking each and every individual to be cost effective. Otherwise, it's sort of like, why bother ever having kids? Or what would you do with anybody that actually came to a school with a learning disability? If you did it on a kid by kid basis, you wouldn't. But if you did build a program that is inclusive and you build a program that actually benefits, everybody there, then you can actually accommodate those that actually might need more time and attention. So it's creating the model that actually allows you then to do, as you say, that ethical, to do the compassionate, to make sure that you're inclusive. The other thing that's really important, of course, is kind of where we come from, the rare disease community. And that is, if our underlying premise is leave no one behind, if that is absolutely what we mean from an equity inclusion point of view, then we need to build a model that can actually be paying across the board so that we can, include everybody, rather than saying each and every person is going to have a dollar sign on their head.
Susan, is this resonating for you as well?
Absolutely. I mean, we just have to make sure that we're asking the question, right? We have to not ask, should we do one or the other? We have to ask, how can we do better? What is it that we need to do in order to have a better outcome for our patients? It may come with a price for a medication or for a wheelchair or whatever it is. But at the end of the day, the key thing is, what can we as a community do so that every member of our community has the best outcome possible. And, you know, as a pediatrician, that goes beyond rare diseases, frankly. You know, we're not doing that much better and more common diseases. But I think the rare disease community has an opportunity here. And for me, this concept of excellence, sorry, Durhan, but the concept of excellence has a little bit of a feel of we're competing with each other. And I really think we should make sure that we have to bring in the strength of our community, the strength of integrating care providers, researchers, health economists, and most importantly, rallying around children, adults, and families. That's the only thing. If we can find a name and a path forward for us as a community, building on each other's strengths and, you know, lifting us all up, that's I think what this network should do.
Excellent. We're actually bumping up against time a little bit. Any last thoughts from this panel, and then we'll get the next one up. But this has been very exciting and inspirational. I think we're on the right path, but what do you think?
Just going to make one comment about how important it is for us to all share in that risk, and that we really are invested. Every stakeholder, every partner has a role to play here in leaning in, and that's where we can learn from other jurisdictions as well. You know, we're learning about innovative payment models as a way to share that risk. It absolutely requires integrated health data infrastructure and systems so that we can actually generate robust real-world evidence to make better decisions. And that's something that requires federal, provincial, territorial commitment as well, and commitment from all of us.
Can I make just one other comment? It goes back to Wayne and the PMPRB, all of our favorite topics. But it is the case of building a system, right, in which it is compelling for industry to invest, compelling for clinicians to invest in a way that ends up with the best overall outcomes. We're never going to say, and this is what I was delighted to see in terms of industry, each and every drug has to be able to be the most cost effective for us and develop it. No, but we need to have an overall model though that would allow us to say, okay, we can invest in the same with a clinician. We're not saying each and every patient comes in and gets the same amount of time. That would be a disaster. But what we actually are able to do is be the most efficient and provide the best care so that we can have the time for that patient who needs it. And I think this is what we're doing. And I love what, you know, what Colleen's saying here is that at the end of the day, we can build the model that will allow us to be able to serve everybody if that is what our focus is. You know, I hear it, you know, that, you know, we want to set it up so it's inclusive, non-competitive, and that we can bring everybody on board. And I hate to say it, at the bottom of it, maybe there is, you know, the common denominator for everybody is money. But
so one quick shout out again from Europe. I think you mentioned, Susa, at least 2 major jurisdictions there don't bother requiring an economic or HTA review if the budget impact is less than 50 million euro a year. Whereas here, we will measure everything to the third or fourth decimal that would potentially help 3 patients. So maybe we're over evaluating on the economics, and that's actually causing some of the sorry, am I allowed to be a bit of a panelist and throw something in there?
well, we're all equals here.
Okay, there you go. I don't know, any last words or thoughts before we wrap this up? How are we doing?
Perhaps in response to what you're just saying, there are many barriers that we have here in Canada, and many of them have been mentioned. So perhaps one of the major exercises of this network has to be to address them one by one. The ethics problem, ethics approval problem, many have been mentioned. So that's a unique opportunity for us as a network, costing things out as Durhan was saying, but also pointing the finger on the key barriers towards better outcomes.
Yeah.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. And Carlene, you set us up for the next panel because talking about patients and registries and getting the data, and that's what we're going to talk about next. So please join me in thanking this panel.
Okay, after Bill did the hard work in terms of running 2 actual moderated panels, I have the easy job of actually introducing the next panel, which is actually going to run itself. Really, as we've heard all, you know, over and over again, right? We've got to have the information. If we don't have the information, if we don't have the data, we cannot do many of the things that we're talking about, especially in terms of advancing the system. So the question is, where is that data? Do we have the opportunity to be able to collect that data? Those of you who are here in June actually had the opportunity for us to talk about patient registries, talk about data platforms. We're just going to take it then to a next step further to be able to talk about data management systems. And I'm not really sure what to expect from all this, but I'm just delighted in terms of the panelists. So I'm going to invite to come up Lori from CADA, who's absolutely well known to us because she's been involved with so many things. Penny Ray, I think, is hopefully calling in from Alberta, and so she will be online. Manzawati from McGill is going to talk a bit about the data, the government procedures for data collection, data analysis, and data sharing. And then we've got Catherine. Catherine here? Did I see Catherine? Oh, there you are. Yeah. Catherine is my surprise here for everybody, who's going to talk to us about a unique platform that she has been developing. And hopefully we can see how it might actually work with regard to one of our major needs. And that is, how do we collect real world patient evidence? And how do we actually make use of that in terms of analyzing what the outcomes or benefits? I will say is that tomorrow, as a codicil to this discussion, we're going to have Bruce Carlton on. And Bruce is going to talk about his platform for pharmacogenomics, which again is a way of being able to collect patient outcomes, you know, from treatments. And he's using that platform. He's used it for pediatric oncology treatments, but also using it now for COVID. So Bruce will be there. I was hoping to get him in today, but he's at clinic, so he can't do it today, but knowing that we've got the opportunity to continue this discussion. So this is going to be hugely critical for us in terms of being able to talk about what does and exists in terms of patient registries. I like the comment that somebody made earlier. Let's build on what we have. Let's see how we can make best use of it. And then let's see in terms of what it is that we also need to expand. So I'm going to turn it over to Lori, who very last minute I asked her, but she's going to do something so important for us. And that is give us an overall summary in terms of patient registries in Canada. And they did an amazing workshop a while back in which they collected and actually had, I think, 30 or so representatives from different patient registries on. So rather than us have 30 patient representatives here, we're going to have Lori, who's going to give us a summary of 30 patient registries. So over to you.
Thanks, Durhan. And I'm just going to try and give you a quick overview of the work that we're trying to do. And just to say where we're coming from is the optimization of integration of real world evidence. So next slide. Does that, oh, it's me. Do I do that? Okay, good. I just wanted people to know that after the Best Brains Exchange, which we talked about, we've continued talking and consulting and just have really advanced our thinking. And I think a lot of the things that you see on this screen are a lot of the things that I'm hearing about today. Oops, sorry. And then when we talk about rare disease registries, we know there's an evolution of registries across the globe and in Canada, and we've been looking at, you know, what are those elements that we need to look at from the regulatory and HTA point of view to start using registry data to support decision making. Well, I'm not good at this. There we go. Okay. I wanted people to be aware that in the CADIS journal, there is a manuscript published about a Canadian registry that's, you know, very high quality. So maybe could be a center of excellence one day. So that's there for people to look at and read. And we're about to publish, Lorraine's here working with Lorraine Boyle. We're about to publish an environmental scan where we identified, describe, and have tried to assess pan-Canadian rare disease registries using the request tool. The request tool was developed by over 20 HTA agencies. Just there we go. To try and have a standardized way of can we trust the data in this registry? And so it's you know, it's designed for, and it's the registry owners that assess themselves. and then it is submitted. So this was developed by a number of agencies in Europe, but now we're trying to see, can we put this actually into practice? This is just the table that was developed and presented by Lorraine, and I can ask Durhan now. We have a poster, and I said it would fit perfectly on that wall right over there that we could show people tomorrow if we're allowed to hang that up. So we identified 25 pan-Canadian rare disease registries, and just as a starting point, what we did was we took the publicly available data and we tried to apply this tool to all the pan-Canadian registries. And then we had this webinar that Durhan came along to, and we just talked with these registries. What are the challenges? What's working for you? And people were really pleased with these results of what's publicly available, because they have other data, obviously, that they don't put on the website. But that was a really good discussion, and we want to keep talking to these registries about how we can support them and work together. So we are also have initiated developing guidance for Canadian rare disease registries. So the purpose of this guidance is to say, what are the standards and processes that we need to have better quality, or to just enhance the quality of data that we already have in Canada's registries. And we'll be doing that in collaboration with registry holders within Canada. So it's going to be done with you. And so we're just starting that process. And that was why we wanted to reach out. And so if there's people out there that want to be involved and are interested in generating data and registries, we would love to hear from you. So this is going to be a review of the international literature to identify the best practices. It's similar to what we're doing for guidance now, but we're doing this specifically for rare disease registries. So what's out there and what can apply within the Canadian situation, which we know is difficult, but we at least want to align with all those standards. We want to work with Canadian international experts to say, what do we believe are quality standards and how do we get there? What's a core data set that we need to enhance decision-making? And then to identify what are the barriers and facilitators to develop a platform for rare disease registries to be able to support decision-making in Canada. The other thing that we're working very hard on, I would have loved to talk to you more from, listening to but we really are trying to do learning by doing. And so we've got a number of learning projects that are collaborative and multi-stakeholder. For right now, we're really focused on pediatric SMA. So we have a multi-stakeholder working group that we're working with as a team that has a representative of the patient organization, a clinical researcher, and the Canadian National Registry are working with us. We've got an environmental scan of all the HTA recommendations and all the managed entry agreements. We have a partnership with an international consultant. We're doing a scan of all international sources of real world data. And we're also collecting data from the Pan-Canadian Registry and from Canada's administrative data. And then we're going to have a multi-stakeholder meeting to discuss all the information that we have to think to how can we move forward in this space. And we're also working on projects, but we're less advanced for cystic fibrosis and ALS, and also primary biliary cholangitis, which we're working with Health Canada on a project that's about notice of compliance with conditions. So I just want to show you, so this is on the internet now, and I'm not saying that's easy to find on the CADTH website, but it is there. But we did have a multi-stakeholder meeting about pediatric glioma. We had patients that were there with clinicians, that were there with the registry, that were there with Health Canada, with 4 industry sponsors and payers. We had pre-meetings with patients and clinicians, and then had this meeting of everyone together. And there's a beautiful table. I've just showed you the headings, but what we did was we identified what are the priority outcomes that we should measure. And the feedback that we got from this, everyone found the information from the patient community was incredibly helpful and valuable. And so that's the message in that report. And we were able to bring people together, and we've identified all the outcomes from all the different stakeholders. And so the table just shows you of all the things that the patients brought to that table that ended up being prioritized by everybody. So I think it was a really important document that I really, hope that you can look at. And now I swear to God, I did not touch anything.
It loves the slide.
And so we are now trying to move forward from that. We've identified the outcomes. Well, now we're trying to measure them. Okay, so we're working with the registries, we're working with CIHI, we're working with Statistics Canada to see, can we measure the things that we decided were important at that meeting? And at a higher level, we hope to go to the symposium, because this also brought up all the issues about patient support programs and things, gaps in the system, because all the drugs for this disease are off label at the moment being used. So anyways, I welcome you to look at that. So then we also have published recently, so guidance for RWE. So this guidance is to standardize, if you have generated RWE and it's going to be submitted for decision-making, these are the best practices for reporting it and highlighting all the methodological considerations for those submitting the RWE. And so there's going to be a public webinar on December the 2nd. There'll be lots of chance to provide feedback about that. I'm, trying to present to patient groups as well. We want to hear from all stakeholders. We're really trying to go around and have presentations with different committees, different organizations to really get a lot of feedback. The feedback's going to close January the 6th. There'll be another webinar in the spring about what we heard and what are we going to do about it. And then the final document will hopefully be presented at the CADIS symposium. So that guidance is, once we've generated that data from registries, how do you report that so that it's transparent and it's trusted and is going to be used for decision making? And that's it for me. Thank you. Who's next?
Maybe I am just waiting for the slides.
Or maybe it's me. The suspense mounts.
Or was it Penny, actually?
Did you want me to? She's trying to talk. You can go up, you can share a screen. Whoever gets the slides up first can go.
There we go.
Okay, well. Okay, sorry, Penny. Well, first of all, thank you very much for the kind invitation, Doreen. It's a pleasure to be here. This is my first interaction with CORD, and I hope first of many. I am actually an assistant professor at the Department of Human Genetics at McGill University, but I'm a lawyer by training, and I come in peace. I want to talk to you today a little bit about some of the important points about data governance. And you've heard about governance a lot today, this morning, mentioned, but I want to just briefly point out a few things that I hope are useful. Part of my research is really anticipatory. So we are interested in looking at some of the ethical, legal, and policy issues that may arise in research, and how we can deal with them early on so that they don't become impediments as we move forward into translation. So a couple of things. Data governance is key. It's a key component of the design, implementation, and long-term sustainability of patient registries. And one of the important things as we think about Canada is the fact that, a lot of this information is going to come from different provinces. It's going to come from different institutions. Data interoperability and standardization then becomes crucial. And I'll come to that in a moment. But one of the very important elements of data governance is that it ensures the data can then be shared in a facilitated manner, right, without undue barriers, while ensuring ethical and legal safeguards, that are in place. And again, coming back to the importance of standardization and interoperability, one of the ways we can do this, especially since we've heard of some of the challenges that we may have here with research oversight or you know, the multitude of REBs that have to review applications and go on. One of the ways we found useful to reduce the amount of time and the amount of inconsistency is to try to standardize first and foremost core consent elements. And these are for prospective data collection, but also what we've learned from the pandemic through retrospective data integration, right? So you have data that's already been collected that you would like to include into a new registry. There are ways to be able to do this. And what we create in order to facilitate that is what we call retrospective filters. So we decide on a number of core elements that we believe are crucial to have for any data that is integrated within this patient registry or a database, for example. And we ensure that people have been consented for that. And if there aren't, then we find solutions and discuss it with their research ethics board. Sometimes we ask them kindly to have a larger interpretation of certain clauses. And this way, we don't need to reconsent individuals, or we don't need to do amendments. And sometimes we do actually get waivers from research ethics boards. And the pandemic has shown our ability to do this. It's really interesting to see really during those 2 years, what we thought was impossible or what we heard was very difficult to do actually happened and happened very efficiently. So the importance of standardization is not necessarily as a data harmonization effort, but it's also about standardization of the tools that we use to be able to do that. We've actually published something recently, not on patient registries, but thinking about, you know, guidance in terms of consent. And this was for the National Human Genome Library. So we've proposed core elements of participant consent documents. And of course, some of those include clauses about recontacting, clauses about, you know, sharing some information that could go into specific databases. And I welcome those who are interested to look into that or to talk to me later about our efforts to do this. Privacy and confidentiality are also key concerns, and sometimes this will be one of the barriers in terms of interpretation, especially within institutions. They'll say, well, okay, well, you can have this, but it has to be presented in such and such way to reduce the potential for breaches and so on. And we have to understand that while this is the case, there are actually different types of risks that are involved, and we have to also be proportional in the way we manage those risks. And so this requires an efficient governance framework that is in place to be able to present the different type of data that's going to be made available and put the actual proportional risk management for each of those data so that we really don't create unnecessary barriers for data that can be actually shared more quickly. And there are different safeguards that can be put in place. There are technical safeguards, especially, you know, with software with softwares and the servers, but also administrative safeguards and physical safeguards as well. And when you have all three, you have a solid system that can be used. Data access is also very important. And there are many researchers here that understand the necessity of having access to this information in a timely fashion. This requires that we have very clear oversight procedures for data access. Again, processes that are really efficient, in other words, timely, equitable, and ethical. And it's also very important to make sure that these are also transparent. Again, when you embed these procedures with the necessary ethical, legal, and regulatory requirements, then we don't have to be second guessed at every level, whether it's from institutions or from oversight committees. And I want to end with this. Because this is really what it's all built on. It's trust. If science has a currency, it's really trust. And trust is not only, created, it has to be sustained over time. And you have to think about this from a reciprocal perspective. These patients who are providing this information, some of them, are not expecting necessarily, clear direct benefits to them now. They know this is going to be helpful for future generations, but we owe it to them to maximize the use of this data to advance research. And this is our reciprocal way of doing so. Thank you very much. Whoops.
So good afternoon, everyone. It's such a pleasure to be invited to speak here today with so many, Canadian leaders and innovators within rare. So my name is Kath Ensign. I'm an almost PhD from the University of Toronto Department of Pharmacology, where I focused on rare disease. I also taught at U of T for 5 years, and I'm also the CEO of Variant. And Variant is a tech bio platform. So we are a private company that unlocks personalized treatment plans for people living with rare genetic diseases. And this is guided by the experience of every patient that's gone before them. So I'm going to briefly wear my academic hat to present the rationale for this platform. And then I'm going to switch near the end of the presentation and put on my founder hat and talk a little bit about what we've been doing at Variant. And so, obviously these statistics are very familiar to everyone, but you can just consider this to be a prompt to update your materials. I've seen some old stats of 7,000 diseases and 300,000 or 300 million patients. So consider this your prompt. What's really been interesting with whole genome sequencing coming down in cost so dramatically from a couple billion, a couple decades ago to a few thousand when I started my PhD to a couple hundred today is that we've realized that the vast majority of rare diseases are monogenetic, with a few percent also expected to be monogenetic but not yet identified. But the leaps and bounds that diagnostic innovation has not produced the same innovation for treatment, such that 96% of rare diseases still have no standard treatment. I've heard 94%, so somewhere in that ballpark. And despite things like the Orphan Drug Act in the States, our great innovative neighbor, the rise of biotech and creativity in partnerships between patient advocacy organizations and pharma companies, there's still no standard treatment, right? So this leads patients to go to internet forums for medical advice. So we know that 86% of rare patient caregivers go to Facebook and Reddit in order to source treatment insights. And this is research that's been published by others, but we've also run our own internal research studies, which have indicated that almost as many have actually had those treatments acted upon. And what this tells us is that the standard of care within rare is peer-to-peer interaction, and that this is actionable. So the vast majority of clinicians are willing to act on this internet forum sourced information because this is such an information impoverished environment. And of course, this is going to increase for the population in general. Everybody in this room has a medically actionable variant in their genome. And it's expected that by 2025, half of all doctors' visits are going to include consultation with genetic tests. But for now, experts agree for rare diseases, genetic stratification to inform treatment is best practice. And I want to bring a couple of key studies to your attention here. So this JAMA neurology study on the left-hand side is actually very timely. It was published just a couple of weeks ago. So these researchers described the efficacy of using genetic testing and genetic stratification in order to inform treatment. Epilepsy treatment, because as we've come to understand, more than 85% of all epilepsies are monogenetic in nature. So this explains a lot of the historical patient heterogeneity we've seen in this, globally large population that is actually a collection of rare disorders. And by knowing the cause of seizures, specialists, such as the many sitting in this room, can actually suggest rational therapies in order to treat these patients rather than, sequentially and randomly trying the
30 different anti-seizure medications that Health Canada has approved, and this helps them avoid the incurrence of disability that severe seizures can cause. And providing the rationale for this kind of precision medicine is the study on the right-hand side there. It's a little bit older, comes from the Journal of Human Genomics. So traditionally, when we've looked at the role of genes in medication response, we've looked at liver enzymes and the way that the body transform these drugs. So cytochrome P450 genes, for example. To be clear, that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the rare disease itself. We're talking about the single gene that's causing the disease. What these researchers found is that these rare genetic variants can often account for 100% of the medication variability from patient to patient. And what this tells us is that oftentimes the rare disease variant itself is what's controlling the medication response between patients. So taken together, this body of research tells us two things. First is that rare disease treatment is best when it's personalized, which we all knew already when considered at the rare variant level, but also patients with similar genetics will respond similarly to the same drugs. And that's kind of where we come in. We're recognizing this. So we help rare patients share medication insights with one another. We sort rare disease patients into genetic communities based on their genetic report. So we're only launched for monogenetic conditions at this point. So we sort them into communities, and then we do something super radical and innovative. We ask them what medications work. And then we ask them which meds don't work. And then we aggregate and anonymize that information and share it back within the communities. And this allows for, accelerated symptom management. And this allows them to find new insights to take back to their doctors to discuss new treatment options. And just to be clear, this is something that's already happening within Facebook groups, right? We're just trying to add a little bit of reliability and validity to those numbers. What this actually does, because we'd be remiss not to mention pharma and the utility of this kind of RWE within pharma. For the first time, we're facilitating a continuous development and iteration cycle between patients and pharma. So the users, who all are verified patients, are providing us with approved and off-label treatment feedback, but in turn, we're presenting this back to patients in an aggregated and anonymized way. Should also mention consent is obviously very important. Trust is also obviously very important. So we've got multiple consents built into the platform. All of our, for now, we've only launched in the States. So all of our HIPAA, and actually we're abiding by GDPR laws, has all been facilitated through a company called Vanta, which specializes in this kind of thing for startups. And so this creates a better, streamlined treatment pathway for users. But we're also able to provide this type of data to pharma. And this has, turns out, very many use cases within pharma. So just as early as things like project initiation and identifying leads and candidates, this can help pharma kind of inform their corporate strategy and pipeline strategy. It can also, because we're collecting symptom data, can help inform what endpoints your clinical trials should have. This can often be a trial's downfall in rare. We all know of a trial that didn't meet its endpoints when the drug was, purported to be efficacious based on word of mouth within the community. We don't want that to happen anymore. It can also, because we can directly ping users through the app in order to inform them of clinical trials. That's another possibility. And we also can help with things like indication expansion and refinement, as well as post-market surveillance, analyzing market performance and cataloging adverse events. And this allows, of course, pharma to develop drugs cheaper and faster. And then users on our platform can immediately start to provide feedback on those drugs. And just to give a sense of how we're landing with patient communities, I have no marketing budget whatsoever. So this has entirely been through word of mouth and free campaigns, but we've managed to amass interest from over 350 different communities and 1,200 patients within 3 months. And so the whole idea behind this is that hopefully patients in the future don't have to start from zero. You don't have to start at, you know, trying the first thing that comes to mind from your doctor. You can hopefully have some more data to take to your provider in order to get your symptoms under control faster. So thank you again. Once again, I'm Kath Vinson and I'm from Variant.
I guess that moves to me then. Can you guys hear me? Checking. Okay. And is someone going to present the slides, or would you like me to? So I take that as
Because the AV here doesn't have your slides, you're going to have to share your slides.
okay. All right, no problem. I can do that. All right, let me try and. All right, can you see that? Checking.
Yes, we can.
Yeah. All right.
Yes.
So, thank you. Sorry, Todd being on the other side of the country. So thank you for having me. My name is Penny Ray. I am the Chief Information Officer for Alberta Health Services, and I'm going to take us way upstream of the discussion that we've just been having, and really start to focus on capturing data at the point of care. And I have been the iceberg here is a lot to do with when people talk with me about the work that we're doing in Connect Care, which is the systems that we're implementing within Alberta. They talk about, well, it's electronic documentation. And if you look at your electronic health record or clinical information system as just a point of recording your interactions with patients, then you're really at the tip of the iceberg. What we're trying to do is really start to leverage some of the workflow management pieces, the best practices, the closed loop medication administration, and really starting to leverage the data that's created here to inform things like registries and do it as part of the delivery of care so that we're not creating additional burden on an already fatigued workforce. And you would have seen that through COVID. So give you a quick sense, IT for AHS provides IT services, not just for AHS, but for organizations across the province. And we have about 120 or so acute care, or 106 acute care, but the 17 cancer centers in there as well. So we have lots of facilities across the province. We are in the process of implementing Connect Care. We're just over 60% of the way through that. We've just completed our 5th wave of 9 and are deploying an end-to-end clinical system. To give you a sense of what that involves, people will say it's an Epic implementation. We actually are implementing, we have 80 systems integrated with Epic. And so we are doing everything from putting in blood management systems. We've got enterprise content services. We've got dictation and transcription. We've got all sorts of different things that we've done. We standardized to give you a sense of how we got into this. And when we talk about standardization, it's really important. We had about 5,000 clinicians make 5,000 or so decisions between workflow and clinical standards as we went through this in the space of a year. And so you can imagine we were, for healthcare, working at warp speed to say, what is the provincial standard for how we treat pneumonia? How do we take temperature? What does blood pressure mean? So that we have provincial standards now that we are leveraging across the province. When you're talking about standardization, I'm not really expecting anybody to read this, but it's not just one thing that you need to standardize. This is really looking at the information flow within Alberta between AHS, which looks at acute community long-term care, and the privately delivered parts of the health system and the types of communications that you need to have. And so really having a look at lots and lots of areas that need standardization. It is a very time-consuming job to get all of the standards in place to be able to have people be able to share. So when you talk about for registries, you need to have standardization. It is not for the weak of heart to take on. And we've talked about, I think you guys know what the clinical registries are. I don't go past this. And where in Alberta, we're really looking at clinical registries to help support research, which is a lot of what we've been talking about, to inform some of our best practice. And so we have right now about 1,600 order sets and protocols embedded within the system that are the best practice that we've seen. So we want to be able to continue to learn from what we're seeing as outcomes and push them back into the system, so we continue to look at that closed loop of knowledge management as well, to be able to provide proactive care, as we were talking about, in terms of some of the personalization that this group has been talking through. And also our patients are asking us, how do we interact with each other? And I think we've had some great suggestions on that as well. There's lots of different ways that you can do them. Some are more crude than others. The basics, lab, pharmacy, looking at how do we define or how can we extract from the system things that we can globally say, okay, this looks to be a cohort for this particular type of disease. And so we're also working through much the same as everybody else. How do we get the best out of the system that we've put in place? In Alberta, we have a lot of different registries. I'm not going to go through them. You guys can read, but just starting to have a look at some of them are Canadian based, some of them are local, and we're trying to have a look at what are the next ones that we're going to want to put in place. And so it would be interesting to continue to work across the country around how do we continue to improve these. And I would add into the governance discussion that we were just having that the fact that we have different privacy legislation in each jurisdiction across the country makes this more difficult. And so I would also encourage us to continue to advocate for similar privacy requirements, or else Canadian registries are going to be a much more uphill battle than they really do need to be. And that was all for me.
So we probably have time for a couple of questions. I don't know where you want to go, Lori. Did you pick up a few things that you wanted to react to after listening to the other panelists, or?
Yeah, well, I'm going to meet afterwards and talk to my friend over here about the future of, I mean, I don't have questions, but it's always just really interesting to be here and just seeing what we could do if we could all work together, right? That's what I get from all of this.
That's great. We do have somebody online who wanted to know a little bit more about the requests tool. So thank you, Catherine. Is it designed to capture and evaluate RD, like rare disease specific data registries, or more common disease registries? And does it ensure that rare disease patient relevant data is used in HTA?
Well, what it really does is just tells you, for example, is there patient consent to share this information? You know, what is the objective of the registry? It asks for a data dictionary to know what are you measuring. So it's more to know, this is what we're measuring, this is how we do it. Is it pan-Canadian or is it only in one province, right? So when you're looking for, it's just a good first appraisal of everything about this registry. I'm going to see if we can get up our poster tomorrow, but you can see how the registries enjoyed using it. They found it really useful as a way to guide them when developing a registry. So that's very useful. And we've actually got a few countries, HTA agencies around the world that want to see the work that we've done because they're trying to do the same thing. And so that'll be again, an international sort of, but it's more people are saying the tool could still be improved of how do you put it into practice is now the real question. But it really is just describing everything about the registry and really trying to be very complete. I don't know, Lorraine, if you want to add anything. Did I say that pretty well?
Yeah.
And then, Lorraine, do you mind grabbing the mic there? That'd be okay, because we've got people online as well. Thank you.
I think just to reiterate, the tool itself was developed so that registry holders themselves could showcase the capabilities of their registries to regulators and HTA agencies. That's really the purpose. And it was designed so that there was a consistent approach by all registry holders to be able to do that. So there are 23 items within the tool, and it's, fairly straightforward. It's fairly prescriptive about how to do that and how to showcase what your registry is all about. And then you can have a conversation with regulators and HTA agencies to talk about here's what we can do in the way of evidence generation, et cetera.
Yeah. So then like if you wanted to know, we're already using it in our learning projects. Are they measuring the outcomes, for example, identified important to patients? That would be in there. So we'd already know. Well, Canada has a registry that measures those things. So we can direct people that are interested to those registries because we'll know about them. That's sort of the idea we're thinking. No, well, we're trying to gather it as a hub so that we'll know if we want information from a registry, we'll know where to go faster. But that's what we're exploring, right? Of could we say, we just want everyone to be able to know, look at what Canada has, right? And what we can do.
I feel like we're building the car, and there's a really important part of the car that you are developing, which is the data.
Yeah.
There's an important part of the car, which is the gas. $500 million is going into it that will actually give energy to everything to move forward, right?
Yeah. And even what are the centers of excellence we could, yep.
Sorry, just a microphone, if that's okay, because people, oh, we got one right there. People can't hear you.
Do we need a certain amount of people to start the registry?
We had in one of our webinars was a clinician and sort of said, they had a patient, it was extremely rare and not even knowing. And that's where the community again and other registries around the table said, come and see us. We can help you and start assisting you. Like, we need, because you're starting, obviously always going to start small. And then how do you build? Well, that's making connections and relationships.
Excellent. So one last word to Francois, and then we're going to wrap up this panel. So
Yeah, it's kind of a word, but also an opportunity and question. How do we avoid reproducing more silos? And, we already have silos across health data within jurisdictions, health data across jurisdictions is hard. And I might want to comment on how we're trying to share health data across jurisdictions. But how do we avoid silos? And it would feel like this is the opportunity to avoid silos, to think about not a single registry, but registry of registries, some umbrella or, agreement that allows us to understand what is common data.
Yeah.
And then to share that data in a comprehensive way. Is that the kind of vision here?
Well, exactly. Right. If we already know we've got a great registry here and they're collecting all these things, you can start making decisions. And the learning project we did for pediatric glioma, it's all pediatric cancers are in that registry. And we now know everything they're measuring. So it right with that knowledge, you can make better decisions of how to move forward.
Excellent. Any last thoughts? Soon to be Dr. Itzen.
How do we avoid silos? I mean, I think that the data set that Variant is collecting, I like to think of it as like an additive data set, not a standalone data set. So, for those of you with PhDs in the room, there's if you conduct a study, you can't just use one methodology. You have to use multiple methodologies. So because the data set that we're collecting is so nuanced and new, this is like the histology to the Western blot, or the fMRI to the PET scan, hopefully converges on the same answer with other data sets, but in and of itself is novel. Yeah.
Penny Maher, any final thoughts to leave this panel with?
Well, I mean, I think one of the greatest arguments, is good preparation, in the sense that, when we're thinking about avoiding silos, it basically means that we want to create something that's rich, it's big, but that it's also multi-jurisdictional. We find ourselves most of the times facing barriers, and they're not barriers that are necessarily based on evidence. There are perceptions, wrong interpretations. And I think the work done by Kadith here, the landscaping and good preparation of understanding the culture, but also coming in prepared for those discussions, is really what's going to make a change. Because we're going to be able to say, well, we've thought about these questions that you're bringing up to the table right now, and this is how we interpret it. And we're not alone. All these provinces, all these stakeholders are jointly thinking this way. And I think that's much more powerful message.
So I think you're saying that given the people in the room today, for instance, that's a demonstration that the silos are being broken down because many people are here, right?
Yes.
Penny, last word to you. By the way, where's your accent from? I know I'm probably not supposed to ask that. I was just so curious, trying to figure it out.
I'm Australian, but I've been here for 20 years. So middle of the Pacific, I think, is where I'm at right now.
Thanks.
I think the important thing when we start to talk about registries is that we're all speaking the same language. And I know, having tried to get people within a single province to speak the same language, that nationally it's a challenge. And I don't think that's something that any one of us can do alone, and that we really do need to work together to get some of that same language if we're going to make this a national resource, would be my suggestion.
Excellent, thanks. And we can speak the same language with whatever accent we bring to it. So
exactly.
Thanks, Penny. Hey, please join me in thanking the panel. All right, we have a break. Please go ahead and take 15 minutes. We're going to come back here at 10 after 3 for the last race to the finish.
So as well as part of our guidance, we're actually doing a separate thing about consent. So I'm working with
All right, I know this is the second networking break and people haven't seen each other in sometimes 3 years. So I'll just ask folks at the back to make sure their coffees are freshened up and get back to their seats, please. Okay. While we were waiting, bonjour Philippe. You're listening, good. A lot of people are here from out of town and we're wondering if there's going to be a get together after day one. A little cocktail réseautage. There's nothing formal, but we will be potentially gathering for those of you who want to keep the conversation going after day one. I'll be back on a little bit later to say where we could all get together at the end of the day if you'd like to continue the conversation or talk about other things. Share your stories, where you're coming from. Excellent. Thanks for coming back. For the last sprint to the end. So we're going to start the afternoon of the last panel off with a presentation from someone with the Sumaira Foundation. I think Sumaira, see, like, thank you so much. We have a presentation from somebody at the Sumaira Foundation, which is going to be fantastic about the diagnostic odyssey and how to make this much easier than what Homer experienced in that other odyssey, right? That's what we're going to do. Oh, sorry. I'm just looking to see who's coming up with their presentation. So Shanice Burnett with the Sumaira Foundation. Shanice, did you know, one time, I'll tell you this last story at Cord. I had somebody on my who was an intern over the summer with bios, okay? Like who was supposed to help me like figure out who's doing what and everything like that. And it wasn't just their names I was messing up. It was all of I was getting the wrong bios because they were looking at the wrong LinkedIn things. So it got to the point where I actually threw out my notes and started making stuff up about people. So Shanice Burnett, she enjoys skydiving in her spare time. I'm just kidding. She's going to tell you all about her and the Sumaira Foundation. Thank you so much, Shanice. Over to you.
So my name is Shanice Burnett, and I am an ambassador of the Sumaira Foundation. I'm also a patient advocate. Today, it's a great pleasure to share my story with everyone here. I was diagnosed with NMOSD last year, August. So it's been a year. I can definitely say that was very life-changing for me last August when I was diagnosed. So what I'll be doing today is I'll be walking everyone through my diagnostic timeline and journey, which was 3 years. It took 3 years for me to get my diagnosis. I should also say I am a medical student, so I have seen this in like 2 lights, as a medical student and as a patient. And being a patient, it's a bit disappointing what I've experienced, especially in the ER, with doctors not having a great idea of how to treat what I've been diagnosed with or how to treat my symptoms. Now, my symptoms started in 2017. I don't remember the exact month, but in 2017, my symptoms started with tremors. I was on the island of St. Kitts and Nevis. That's where I did a few years of my medical school training. And the tremors, I remember saying to a professor of mine about the tremors that I have, and he suggested that these are probably just essential tremors. And I'm like, okay, essential tremors. He's like, yeah, alcohol should help. I'm like, okay, alcohol. No, I can have 2 glasses of wine, right? That's an excuse. So, okay, after those essential tremors, with studying, being so busy, I completely removed that from my mind. Then I got addicted to caffeine and Red Bull. Story of my life there. So the tremors got completely worse. I thought this tremors were 1, associated to stress, 2, the increased intake of caffeine. Fast forward to 2019, in the midst of the pandemic, I came home I think it was around March when everything was closing down. I came home and the tremors, they escalated and they were more constant than before. And then I started having these electric shock it's radiating from my shoulder to my fingers and also in my legs. And I'm like, okay, I don't know what is going on. I've suggested this to my family physician. So that's like 2019 to 2020, March of 2019 to 2020. I kept going to my family physician. These shocks, these tremors, they're becoming constant. They're becoming painful. I'm in a lot of agony. I have no idea what's going on. She could not figure it out. I was studying for my board exam at the time. So I'm like, okay, Shanice, you're just gonna have to be tough. You're gonna have to stick this out. Stop thinking about your pain, focus on your exam. So that's what I did. I focused on my exam, forgot about my pain. Then August of 2020, that's when everything turned completely bad. I was sleeping and I got up with complete numbness and paralysis in my right hand and my right leg. I screamed and I called my mom. I'm like, I cannot move. Like, there's something seriously wrong. I cannot move. And she came and she started to massage my leg and she rubbed my hand. She's like, I'm like, I am not feeling anything. This lasted for about 30 minutes. And then I started to get sensation in my hands and in my leg. The next morning, I called my family physician and I said, I really need a referral to a neurologist because something is definitely wrong. This is not just stress related. Like, there's no way I should go to bed and get up with complete numbness and paralysis. So she got a referral to a neurologist, and I was seen within a few weeks. And we all know the wait time for a specialist. So I was pretty lucky to be seen within a few weeks. The neurologist, he was very thorough. I am very happy for that, very grateful for that, where he decided to do a full autoimmune panel blood workup. And that's when I got diagnosed. So everything in the blood work that we did ANAs, we did Lyme disease, anything you can think of, syphilis, he did everything. And the only thing came back positive was the aquaporin antibody, aquaporin 4 antibody, which is a biomarker for NMOSD. So he called me a week later. He's like, Shanice, your blood work came back with the aquaporin 4 antibody. I'm like, I have no idea what that is. First, I asked him if that has something to do with the kidney, because I remember in medical school that has something to do with the kidneys. He's like, no. This is, you have Devick's disease. And I'm like, Devick's disease? I've never heard of Devick's disease. What is Devick's disease? And he explained what Devick's disease is. And he said, I've only encountered one patient with this in my entire career. My neurologist is probably around 60. And I'm like, okay, that is not very comforting for me. Just one patient, like, how are you going to treat me? And he wanted me to start steroids immediately. Now, after hearing that news, you can just imagine how devastated I was. I started doing a lot of research. I took an entire week. I found almost any article I could to read up what is Devick's disease, what is this neuromyelitis optica that I have that is going to change the entire route of my life at this moment, right? And I remember getting so depressed. I was emotionally down. I completely decided to give up. And I'm like, is this going to slow me down from school? What am I going to do? How am I going to go back to the US to finish school? How am I going to continue my rotations? I was just completely down. And about 2 weeks after that, I was like, I need to snap out of this, completely snap out. And I was asking my neurologist for a support group. There was none. Like, he wasn't familiar with any support group. Being the proactive person that I am, I started Googling, okay, support groups for NMOSD, support groups for Devick's disease. And I was lucky enough to find the Samira Foundation. And I met with Samara over Zoom. We had a great connection. And then I decided, you know what? This is going to be a story that I'm going to tell. I need to start advocating for this. So I'm here to say that because of my early diagnosis, my symptoms, they did not progress to blindness. They did not progress to complete paralysis where I'm in a wheelchair. So the diagnostic odyssey is very important when it comes on to rare disease. So I want to implore physicians, listen to your patients. Don't shut out any symptom that they're saying. Listen to them. We as patients, we completely know our bodies, we understand it. So just listen to us. It's not always somatic, right? So I'll probably close off with that. Thank you, guys.
Thank you so very much, Shanice. So I had the opportunity to speak with Shanice a bit earlier, and really, I think it kind of comes back to what we said before, and that is it's so important for us to think about, as Shanice talked about, the entire diagnostic odyssey, and that we can't always get everything with newborns, and we cannot get everything just by, doing the symptoms. And quite frankly, she says, I'm not sure she would be here where she was today if she didn't have the huge medical background she did. And we cannot rely on every patient and every parent to have deep medical knowledge. So this is something that's a really important lesson. But we are now going to switch into talking about genetics and genomics as a gateway to diagnosis, and really very excited. We've got two panels, one's following the other. The first one is going to really focus on the genetics and really around newborn screening as well, but also a bit about what it is that we have currently in place in terms of genetics and testing. And then the second panel, we're going to focus more on genomics. So give us an opportunity to really explore what we have in place, which is really quite substantial. On the other hand, I think as we all know in Canada, we do not take full advantage of all the capacity that we do have. And some of the things that could be brought in are so really easy to do if we just have the will to do it. So I'm really delighted to start off with this roundtable on the genetic diagnostic programs, including newborn screening. I'm going to invite Whitney Goldstone from they're now Immunity Canada. I have to get used to your new name, which I love. And Jennifer Van Janet, who is with the National Rare Blood Disorders Program, and Dr. Schultz, Andreas is here, yes, who's speaking from the Hospital for Sick Children on the Inherent Metabolics Program. Unfortunately, Dr. Chakrabarti, who we heard in June, actually do triple duty, I think, in terms of presenting on newborn screening and actually on the genetics screening program there, is ill and unable to join us, but we know that Dr. Schultz is going to be able to handle some of that as well. So we're going to start off with, I'll let you folks run it. Actually, I was very excited because Whitney came to me and said, we would love to present on a survey we've done on newborn screening. I think some of you will know is that we do have newborn screening in Canada, and we have, unfortunately though, like in many countries, we have a mishmash in terms of what's actually available. And even across the provinces, we do not have consistency. Certainly, we've done a great deal more than we had when I think I first joined CORD, where we had something like, 6 to 12 diseases that were being tested in newborn screening, except for Saskatchewan, which had 30 some diseases and was way ahead of everybody else. Now we've got some provinces that have done a great deal more in terms of including more diseases into newborn screening, but it really is a mystery in terms of why we don't actually do a better job of it, because it is, talk about something so completely cost effective and talk about something that's so completely easy to do when you think about the panels that we've got. So I was really delighted when Whitney says we've done the survey. We would like to be a driving force for having, a consistent program on newborn screening, and certainly be able to talk about how that can actually be implemented as part of our new rare disease drug strategy, our new rare disease strategy. And I guess with that, I'll just turn it over to Whitney and Jennifer. You'll start. Are you going to start, and then we'll have Dr. Schultz come in?
Sounds good.
Okay.
Thanks so much, Durhan. And it's nice to be here. Thank you for having us. And as Durhan said, this is a really perfect timing for us and where we're at. My name is Whitney Goldstone. For those of you I have not met, I'm the Executive Director for Immunity Canada, formerly the Canadian Immunodeficiencies Patient Organization. I'm also currently the chair of the Network for Rare Blood Disorders organization. And I'm really happy to be able to be leading a joint initiative with the NRBDO, looking at the current state of newborn screening across Canada. And our initial goals in this initiative was looking at whether or not a federal newborn screening program is feasible to create equity amongst the conditions across Canada and rare disease across Canada for newborn screening. When I approached Jennifer and we looked at this initially, we thought, yeah, that's super easy. This is really low-hanging fruit. Why wouldn't it be feasible? And we haven't really found that. What we are looking at more in our conversations across the programs and across the provinces is really more, how can the federal government step in to really fill some gaps to create equity? And what would that look like in their role? It's been really interesting so far in our conversations. Our goal is to create a patient-centered report, keeping that collaborative and co-design at the center and focused. I am going to pass it over to Jennifer to kind of go into more details, but I did want to say, and I when we spoke to Durhan initially, she was all for it. I'm here both days. Jennifer has to leave after today, but please find me if you're interested in talking and having an interview or talking to us or being part of this conversation, this survey, this report. We do really want to keep the patient voice center and the patient experience center in this newborn screening report. All right, Jennifer.
Thanks. As Whitney said, I'm Jennifer Van Gennep, and I'm the Executive Director of the Network of Rare Blood Disorder Organizations, affectionately known as NRBDO. As Whitney said, it seemed like a really simple thing, and it seemed why wouldn't we have a national program? This feels like a no-brainer. This will be a 12-page report, slam dunk. It'll be no problem. It's actually going to be a lot more nuanced than that, as anyone else who has spent much time looking at it could probably have told us on our first day. So some of I think we've come through what I would consider, anytime I'm working on a report like this, you start doing the reading and start doing the interviews, and then it feels like all your assumptions have been blown out of the water and you really don't know where the thing is going to go. And I think just in the last day or two, coming back to being able to find themes and do some grouping and hopefully making it make sense. So one of the I guess categories of things that I'm able to start pulling some of the information that we've found together into is some of the factors in the inequity across the provinces. So the most obvious one was the differing lab capacities and the differing follow-up capacities. So depending on the province, of course, and depending on all the factors within any given province, comparing maybe even Ontario to New Brunswick. I can compare those two because I'm from New Brunswick and I live in Ontario. Very different capacities, both in the lab systems, but then also within the ability to follow up afterwards. And I think that comes to also one of the factors that I hadn't considered, which is the different philosophies from province to province. We have some provinces that are saying, we're going to test for this because we can. Our lab can do it, and so we're going to test for it. And then we have other provinces that are being much more careful, and they're saying, we're not going to test for this because we don't have a physician that can follow up with this available on weekends, even specifically. And so I think that is one of the driving factors is the difference in philosophies from province to province. And also one of the things we talked about with you as well last week was decision-making within the provinces. A lot of the provinces don't, well, not, I shouldn't say a lot. Some of the provinces don't have a clear path for even how a decision is made for a new criteria. So these are all things that need to be considered. And is there a role for the federal government? I would say, and it has come up over and over again with the national centers conversation, a lot of that also applies to newborn screening specifically. There are a lot of interprovincial efforts underway. I really liked someone, and I don't remember who said this morning, collaborative spirit. Actually, I think it was Dr. Ward said, collaborative spirit and a collective goodwill. We have found that in our conversations with practitioners from province to province. What's missing is any momentum, any in collective impact. It's not that they need a lead, it's that they need a backbone organization to help drive the whole thing forward. And so I think newborn screening from province to province seems to also follow a pattern that I see in other disease areas where it's so driven by an individual champion in the province. And if that champion gets distracted by COVID or goes on mat leave, then the whole thing can really fall apart. Or if their CIHR funding evaporates, then, or it doesn't evaporate, that's not how it works, ends, then things can get left to the side. So I think a role for the federal government, one of the things we're finding, and one of the things we want to continue having a conversation about with you today and after today is, how could the federal government, is there a role for the federal government in being that backbone, and what would that look like? To date, there has been a lack of clarity, even what branch of the federal government, what within the Ministry of Health could fill that function. Historically, maybe there isn't an obvious department for that to live in, but I think this rare disease strategy presents the opportunity. Wherever this rare disease strategy is going to live could be perhaps where this new newborn screening, whatever it is, lives as well. So there's a real opportunity here. And I think with that.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've learned a lot. We've learned a lot that there needs to be, whatever this looks like, there needs to be sustainability. There
Mhm.
needs to be the ability to have it grow and continue on, or else it won't work. There needs to be, will it look like, there are models that we've seen. Andreas obviously will probably talk about the German model, but there's models in California. There's hub and spoke models, which I know have been mentioned today. But I think the key points, and we talked a lot about it today too, is, the patient journey starts at diagnosis. And if we don't have that correct diagnosis, costs obviously to the healthcare system, to the patient itself, emotional and social costs. And a good, with standard operating procedures, solid standing operating procedures across the country, newborn screening across Canada that has that equitable access for rare disease conditions could really benefit that accurate diagnosis for that patient journey.
Thanks. And I just remember that I had a page 2 of notes. So I do just want to add, if all we came up with was a core panel, that would bring us a core panel of things that we screened for. That would bring us to what the US had in 2005. And since 2005, the system that they have has only allowed them to add 6 conditions from my reading so far. And what they're now looking at is how do we modernize our system, because they have a pipeline of what they expect 60 new treatments over the next 10 years. And how is their system going to be able to scale to handle that new influx? So I think we have an opportunity here to build, again, we're not building from the ground up because there's so much good work happening in the provinces, but whatever system we do build needs to be built in a way that is scalable, so that there is a clear decision-making process and new conditions can be added to be screened for very efficiently. Thank you. Thanks.
You're very welcome. My name is Andreas Schulz. I'm a professor at the University of Toronto, pediatrics and biochemistry. I'm also a clinician scientist at the Hospital for Sick Children and medical director of the newborn screening program at Sick Kids. I had a couple of things that I wanted to tell you, but then I learned that Pranish, Dr. Chakraborty, is not able to attend because he would have mainly talked about structure, newborn screening, national programs, and so I asked him, and he sent me his slides. And what you see now is kind of an amalgamation of a couple of things that I wanted to say in his slides. Okay, so, and I'm very grateful to the AV team that they had these 3 bullet points on now for the last 15 minutes, because that's what I wanted to hammer home. So that's great. I will go into this in a second, but I think the opportunity that we have here with the ministry really committing to a national strategy, that is huge. And I really hope that we can kind of advise the ministry with a unified voice what the most important things are. There are tons of problems, unsolved issues that we really want to have solved. But here we talk about the national strategy. So this is the beginning of something that should allow us in the future to care appropriately for rare diseases, for the whole spectrum, from diagnosis to management, everything. So, and I think we all should keep this in mind. I at least have it in my mind. Okay, can we go? Oh, no, let me talk about these 3 things briefly. So I'm convinced that we need to build on things we have. So Canada is really, really good. I'm a German, and I have a little bit a national view on that. And I have to say, Canada has a lot of advantages in terms of systems, and so that we could use, and we have already very good systems in place. We have very good registries, networks, programs, but all of this is spread over the country, and we don't have something that holds it together and builds on it. And that's what I would hope, that we could use many of our structures that we have built with a lot of sweat and tears over many years, that we can keep that and build this to the next level. The next thing, and this is what I learned, for example, in Germany. Germany also had this vision to foster rare disease programs, networks. So the Deutsche Forschungsgemeinschaft, DFG, one of the main, similar like CHR, NIH or so, dedicated a lot of money, for example, to set up a network of excellence, centers of excellence in rare inborn errors of metabolism. And it took 6 years with a lot of money, first of all, to decide who is the boss. That was the hardest fight, until it was decided which city gets this. Then they started kind of spreading the money a little bit. And okay, long story short, it took 6 years to build a structure, and then the money was ending and it broke down completely. So it was a waste of money completely. And what we have here often is we also get support for building structures, networks. But again, there is no sustainability. Also in the US, it isn't. They have, for example, this rare disease network with, I think, 20 consortia right now. I am working as the only Canadian side in this urea cycle disorder consortium. That is the most successful of all of the consortia. It was funded for 3 cycles, so 15 years. The funding is now running out in 2 years. We have enrolled more than 1,000 patients with urea cycle defects, rare diseases. We have come up with a lot of publications. We have a long-term study where we register all of the data of those 1,000 patients going on. But again, in 2 years, we are out of money. We'll find some ways to continue things. So it has established a lot of new centers of interest, collaborations, and most important for the patients, if a patient is diagnosed with a urea cycle defect, be it in the US or in Canada, they know where to go. They will find that, because just when you Google, you will see this immediately. And then we have a system that we can advise them, where do you have to go, and about best treatments, and so on and so on and so on. So there is some lasting effect, even if it is not completely sustainable. But if we can make something better, then that's what it should be. And the last thing is this integrative approach. So it is not only diagnosis. I will speak newborn screening diagnosis because it is so important. And I really liked what Chris McMaster said this morning. Yeah. So this is where the pipeline starts, and why shouldn't we not begin there? So I agree, that is a good point. But it is about treatments. How do we get access to treatments? How able are we to participate in clinical studies? We are reaching our limits already right now, and 10, 20, 50 new treatments are coming up in the next 2 or 3 years, and we just don't have the resources to do this in clinic. But it is also the whole care system that needs to be part of this strategy from the beginning. It's not only medical treatments, it's how we care for the families, what opportunities do they have, and so on. And it is research. So without research, and I forgot perhaps education, because it's evenly important to train the next generation and raise awareness. But research is fundamental. So these are my 3 points, and okay, I have to hit the green one looks most promising. Yes. Okay. So these and you can see the children of Dr. Chakraborty, because he always puts them on the slides. It's lovely, and one of his kids is sick today, so this is why he couldn't come. This is just to make one important point: screening, newborn screening or whatsoever is not diagnosis. As much as newborn screening has improved in terms of the breadth of what we can test, and also about the sensitivity and specificity of this test, it's still screening. And we do not do newborn screening just in order to diagnose. That is really, it's a different purpose of newborn screening. So there is a difference between screening and diagnostic testing. The other thing to say is that newborn screening is perhaps one of the 2 most successful measures of secondary prevention that we have in the world. It is really impressive what we can accomplish with early identification of affected individuals and then providing them with the best care. It does not necessarily have to be cure, but it prevents worsening of disease and so on. So this is secondary prevention. And the last thing is kind of showing a little bit that all of this is interconnected. There is screening at one point, but then also diagnostic testing. And then it has to be associated with treatment somehow and to monitor this whole process. There you can also see Dr. Chakraborty. Okay, but what he highlighted in red is research and innovation is needed for both, not just for early diagnosis or so. One has to continue doing this innovation, both for screening and for diagnostic testing. And so now I want to come to perhaps this slide and want to stay there for 2-3 minutes, because Ontario has the ministry in 2006 had a plan to improve newborn screening in the province. At that time, we had only screening for 2 conditions, phenylketonuria and hypothyroidism. But the plan was to expand newborn screening by using tandem mass spectrometry. And that's a method that I had introduced in Germany as first provincial newborn screening center in Europe, and we used this since 1999. So I had some experience. This is why the kids hired me. I didn't know that. But at that time, newborn screening was planned to go on a higher level. And this is what the province has accomplished. There is no doubt. I was president of the Newborn Screening Society in Germany for a couple of years. I really know the newborn screening systems. We had to really fight for unify what the different provinces are doing, because they are similar organized like Canada. It's a federal system. So the federal minister cannot tell the province what they do when it comes to healthcare. And of course, the system between the different provinces was very different until, for example, one family sued their government because their baby died on MCAT deficiency. If this baby would have born 50 kilometers more to the east, this baby would have survived because this province did newborn screening for MCAT. So this could be a driver. But there are also other ways how it was somehow unified in Germany, although it's still federal, but the payment. So physicians in Germany are paid, and the decision how they are paid is made by a federal committee. It's the Gemeinsame Bundesausschuss. Oh, I had a translation here, but anyway. So they sit together, they represent the physicians and the insurance companies. And these two parties together decide what people can, physicians can, and practitioners can invoice and whatnot. And so they made also the decision what is included and will be paid for in newborn screening. And even if it remained a provincial system, now almost every province is exactly doing the same, because that's what you get the money for. Again, but this is a system that we have really built with a lot of struggle, and it is not perfect. Initially, when I came to Toronto and I saw this whole idea that we will change, for example, one thing, and this is we will not do recall testing. So for anyone who has had a baby newborn screen where the blood spot is taken on day 2 of life, a little heel prick, a little blood plotted, put on a filter paper, and this is sent by post mail to a screening laboratory. And then if the laboratory finds something that is slightly abnormal, they would, worldwide, in most centers, they would ask for a recall. So basically the information goes back to the center of the sample. That's the birthplace, that's the midwife or so. The family already, baby already discharged, they would have to contact the family. Family goes back to the birthplace, baby gets another heel break or so. And that's done worldwide. And I was considered as the state of the art, but Ontario decided to do this differently. They decided heel break, yes, one laboratory, this is in Ottawa, CIO. And then if this test is positive, Ottawa will inform one of the 5 treatment and follow-up centers. So this is the kids, this is London, Hamilton, Kingston, and Ottawa. So, and what we do, we get a referral. We immediately, we have our newborn screening team, and the team contacts the family, the healthcare provider, if the healthcare provider is known, and they ask the family to come in. So they don't do a new heel break, they come with the baby. Depending on urgency, it can be next day, it can be in a week, depends on the screening condition. So what happens then is those families, I mean, they have to travel with a mother that just delivered, let's say 7 days ago, still wobbly, not in the best mood perhaps. But they come and they are met by a team that knows exactly what they have to explain to the families. Families, of course, have a lot of questions. So your child has been tested positive for maple syrup urine disease. Ooh. What would a midwife say if the family goes back to the midwife to get a repeat heel break about maple syrup urine disease? Of course, and we have 30 ultra rare conditions now. They are not able to provide, and it would be very, very different from midwife and nurse to nurse. You know, it really depends. But if you have a team that is used to that, it's a different story. The other thing is, the other positive effect is we can do some tests that can exclude the condition same day, because we don't only do the repeat the test, we do other tests. And so this is one aspect, and you can see this on the scheme. So the regular way is, and in 95%, it goes from the sender to the newborn screening laboratory. And then after the test has been normal, the report goes back to the screening place. 5%, the test is abnormal. And then it goes to one of those 5 treatment and follow-up centers. They do confirmatory testing, and then there is and then take care of the families. There is one important aspect, and this is what you say referral feedback. This is a very technical process where we, as the treatment follow-up centers, have to report back to the newborn screening program what happened, what was the outcome, what did we find. So Newborn Screening Ontario, NSO, can then use and does use this information to improve the system by finding out how well did we do this? What can we improve? So this is a self-improving system that I really now like to say is one of the absolutely best systems in the world. And almost nobody has it. But the bad thing is nobody knows about it. We don't have time to publish this, but I am now invited, for example, to Germany to report about this program. They want to try to do something perhaps a little bit similar, but it's not all. So there is also an advisory committee, for example. So this is a group that advises Newborn Screening Ontario and the ministry on the newborn screening aspects. And this is a large group with healthcare providers, with health policy people, with the public, and so it's a large group, ethicists and so on. And we, for example, so I'm in this committee, and we get reports from NSO about their performance. They produce an annual report. By the way, you can read this on the website. It's very informative. And so then the committee advises ministry and NSO in terms of improvements. But we also have this process in place how to add or remove a condition from newborn screening panel. That's something that is very, very critical. So everyone in this room can nominate a disease. The committee will review this nomination. It's just one page. You don't have to write a lot. And then the initial decision is made, should we send this for review or not? If we send this for review, we will create a task force, and the task force really only looks for the people that have the most experience. Whether they, and this is a word to Cardiff, whether they have conflict of interest, because they are also in clinical studies for this and get paid by a pharma for running those studies also, will be reported, but is not an exclusion criterion, because if you do this in rare diseases, you exclude all the experts, and that's what you don't want. And this committee then, so the task force prepares a report, takes a year, and then the committee basically decides, recommends the ministry adding or not. So that's the process. And what I want to say with this demonstrating and talking so much about this is that's a program that we should have in all provinces in Canada, not only in Ontario. We just added a new condition, and I talked to my colleagues in Alberta. They also want to add this condition to a newborn screening panel, but there is no process in place. You know, so that's the problem. Okay, last slide, I think. Oh, it's me. Okay, it's going back to what I want to say. We do have structures. I could talk about metabolics because we also build these in the metabolic community in Canada. But we need to build on this. It needs to be sustainable and it needs to be integrative. Thank you.
I don't think we should stop and do questions at the moment because we do want to get to our genomics panel. So if you don't mind, we'll do a roundtable. I don't know whether we'll have time at the end, but we can also wrap around, you know, in terms of this discussion as we're moving forward tomorrow. So I'm really happy. First of all, thank you very much. That was extremely comprehensive. And I'm sure Andreas Branish would have been proud of you. He did well on his behalf and really provided additional details. So that's great. So I'd like to invite up our next panel. Is everybody, Greg and Christian, are you here? Yeah, they're here. You're here. Is Kristen here or is he speaking to us remotely? Christian is speaking remotely. Hopefully he's on there remotely. Allison is here, I know for sure. Leon, you're here. Okay, good. All right, so we're switching from genetics and we're going to be talking about genomics and genomic sequencing, genomic screening, genomic sequencing as a, I won't say as an alternative to, nor as a addition to genetics, but it is in fact an advanced approach to being able to do diagnosis. There's a lot of controversy about it still. There's a lot that's still unknown about it. So I'm hoping this panel will not only give us the basics in terms of what we need to know about genomic and the use in diagnosis, but also where it sits now in terms of its availability in Canada and what the recommendations would be going forward. And again, it's obviously not straightforward. It's absolutely, a bit more complicated. If genetic testing, genetic screening, testing, diagnosis, still leaving you a bit confused as to where and how we should adopt this will be even more challenging. So, but this panel will help us enlighten it. So are we starting with Kristen or are we starting with Greg and Christian?
Sure, I'm happy.
I don't know if you can hear me. Are you able to hear me? Sorry, this is Kristen. It doesn't matter the order, just let me know.
So
I'll go first, Kristen, if that's okay. I see our slides up here in the main room.
We'll let the slides drive it. Go.
So, hi everyone, I'm Greg Costain. I'm one of the clinical genetics doctors at SickKids. And so I'm one of the clinical geneticists in this room or who's joining us virtually right now. We were described earlier this morning in an unfortunate, but sometimes accurate way as being seen as doctors of last resort. In that we're often involved fairly late, perhaps too late in someone's diagnostic odyssey. And so our job in the clinic is to work with families to try to find the underlying cause of a person or family's issues. And so I want to speak today briefly to the role that genome sequencing plays in our clinic. And so here I'm moving from talking about genetic testing or other types of investigations for screening to talking about diagnosis. And how do we try to end diagnostic odysseys quickly once someone comes to care with symptoms? In contrast to some of my colleagues in this room or joining us virtually, I think that my job is a bit easier than theirs because I work at SickKids and I work in Ontario. And so I have relatively more access to a key tool, which is genome-wide sequencing. As a clinical test, this is the single most comprehensive genetic test that we can offer to families. And in one fell swoop, we can diagnose many, if not most, of the many thousands of rare genetic diseases. It is a tool, it's not the whole system, but having access to this really facilitates getting answers sooner. And the reason we're so keen on that is one, because we think getting a diagnosis and a label matters, even if it's not immediately tied to some change in care. Two, because the faster we can end that diagnostic odyssey, the sooner we can move on to being focused on the next frontier, which is that therapeutic odyssey. And third, because it allows us to move on to the next family. And unfortunately, there is always a next family waiting in the wings, waiting to be seen. To make sure we're on the same page in terms of language that I think you'll hear from me and the other presenters, genome-wide sequencing, the way I'm using it, is really meant as an umbrella term for exome sequencing, genome sequencing, WES, WGS, genomics sequencing. And I can't emphasize enough that it's a tool that we apply to try to help you in the rare disease community. It's not the whole system, and it's built and works because we have an infrastructure in our healthcare system where there are the professionals needed at each step to identify people who need this test, to actually do the test, and to help return the results. It's not a perfect genetic test, and so it's not a diagnostic panacea that we can necessarily apply blindly and end that diagnostic odyssey for everyone right away. It's not used by us in Canada as a screening test to this point. And unfortunately, it's not readily accessible in most provinces and most territories, partly because of infrastructure, partly because of cost, partly because of a lack of expertise and people who can order that test or organize that test. And finally, I want to acknowledge that studying this issue and getting the data that I think the policymakers in this room are asking us for is complex. that each of us has our own idea about what evidence looks like. And so we can look here as this slide expands at how people working in the lab might think it's important to know, and I agree, that this test is reading the lettering of the DNA correctly. The clinicians in this audience might say, well, is this helping us make those diagnoses sooner, and are we getting accurate diagnoses? Families, payers, policymakers might be asking, well, are people benefiting from this in a way that we can measure? Is it helping us make different care decisions? Is it acceptable to society? And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Marshall.
Hi, everyone, and thanks very much for the invitation to come speak. I'm Christian Marshall. I'm a clinical lab director at SickKids Hospital in genome diagnostics. I do research. I have two hats. I do research primarily on genomic technologies, and I'm very interested in finding genetic variation and its association with rare disease. And then on the clinical side, in the lab, I'm taking those discoveries and those findings and translating them into new tests. And so my job there in the clinical lab is to develop and deploy genome sequencing. So I just have a few slides just to kind of go over where we were, at least, and where we're going, and where we're at and where we're going. So this is the first slide, and we've heard before that genomic sequencing or clinical testing, of course, in Canada is under provincial jurisdiction. This is going to be hard to see, but you can see the population of the different provinces, and you can see underneath it the number of tests that would have been sent out of the country every year for genome-wide sequencing. So it's a relatively small number, and the other number that you need to see there is that it's sort of inequitable across the provinces. The big number that I want you to focus on is that arrow going south. That's pointing to the US, which is where all the testing was going. This was in 2020. So even though we had the expertise and the ability to do the testing in Canada, it wasn't done here, and it was even though it was available to the clinicians, it wasn't done. And this is a big issue because once you send the DNA down to the US, they generate data, and it's essentially lost. It's not something that you can get back very easily. And it's very important. Data has become so important for us to look at, especially if you're dealing with rare disease. All the data that we have can then be used to diagnose new cases, right? So it's information. So this data was lost in the past, and there's a lot of barriers, as Greg mentioned and others, to the implementation of this kind of sequencing in Canada. But thankfully, we're starting to do this now. If you go to the next slide. And I'll just tell you a little bit about the experience that we've had here in Ontario with a pilot implementation project called Genome-Wide Sequencing Ontario. And I should mention that these things are going on in different provinces as well. They're at different stages. And this is really a testament, at least in Ontario, a real collaboration between the Ministry of Health, SickKids Hospital with Martin Somerville, and CHEO under the leadership of Kim Boycott. And the idea here was with this collaboration with the ministry and also some ancillary funding from Genome Canada and their genomics application partnership program, we've been able to set up a pilot where we're repatriating this test back to Canada. And as I said, other provinces are doing this as well. And what we set up here is essentially a hub and spoke model, where CHEO catchment is roughly about 40% of the province. SickKids is around 60% of the province. All the DNA is eventually sent to SickKids for sequencing and informatics, so it's done in a uniform way. And then we get the data back and report it back through the different catchments. And I'll just summarize really quickly our experience so far. So we were able to implement this in April of 2021. So now just roughly 18 months into us repatriating this test. Here's some of the stats that we have so far. About 95% of the applications are approved. So we are still, it's still relatively limited in who can order the test and the indications. We do look at the tests and decide whether they're appropriate. We have sequenced over 3,000 individuals. So this is a combination of exome and genome sequencing because we're doing sort of a study within a study here to see what would be the most effective technology. So over 3,000 individuals have been sequenced, including 600 genomes. 98% of the cases were reported within 12 weeks. So that was the bar that we set, and we've been able to do that. Our mean turnaround time is actually around 7 weeks. So it's actually much lower than that. And our diagnostic rate in this cohort right now in these patients is about 32%, which is very consistent with the literature. And so future development, what we're really looking at now is looking at more advanced technologies. We want to do a more complete test. So we're looking at genomes and the associated algorithms. We're really interested in decreasing that turnaround time even further from a lab and clinical perspective, either doing rapid sequencing or more. Importantly, we're looking at broadening the indications to increase access to testing. And very importantly, data sharing strategy at both provincial and the national level. And so I'll just end with this. I talked about the fact that we had data that was in silos before, and I think that this is what's really important, is trying to build this all-for-one network. This is a knowledge network that hopefully data from all the provinces can be shared. And in that way, we will be able to help increase diagnosis in patients by looking and sharing data across the different provinces from the data we generate. Because really at this point, it really is the genomic information and the data that's extremely valuable. And that's why we want to keep it and make sure that it's having a use across the country. I will stop there.
Great. And maybe we'll go to Kristen and then we'll open it up a bit more for discussion because these are absolutely related. But thank you folks very, very much. I mean, I think as you know, as you said, both Greg and Christian said, you know, we have capabilities in Canada and especially in Ontario. They just were not being utilized. And I think it drove everybody mad, certainly on the patient side, the fact that these tests, you know, were limited what was being ordered, took so long to actually get the test results back because they were going to the States, but beyond that, as you said, the loss of the data. So this has been a huge, huge advancement in terms of being able to turn all of that around. So Kristen, if you're on the line, maybe we'll turn it over to you to help fill out this picture. And then we'll talk a little bit about where we are now. And as you say, where we hope to be going.
Yeah, I'm here. Are you able to hopefully see my screen and hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Thank you. Okay, so my name's Kristen Kernahan. The same as Christian, I'm a molecular scientist. I actually am the molecular genetics lab head for Newborn Screening Ontario, so that's relevant to the last session. But on a research basis, I've been highly involved in the Care for program since about 2014, so for quite a while now. And so today I'm just going to give you a high-level overview of some of the Care for Rare activities and just a little bit of insight in terms of where we're hoping to go. And so for those of you who don't know, Care for Rare is a pan-Canadian collaborative project that's looking at using multi-omics to deliver innovative diagnostic care for rare genetic diseases in Canada. And certainly I would be remiss if I didn't mention the rest of the leadership team, and there's many, many more collaborators I'll see in a second that I'm here representing. And so the Care for Rare team, as I said, this is a very large pan-Canadian project, and this is one of the reasons that we've been able to be so successful, is that essentially this is right across the country, everyone working together to try to help these patients. And so there's 21 Canadian sites, over 100 physicians, 50 scientists, and 350 collaborators, as well as you'll see along the bottom here a number of great collaborative groups. And so this is really what the scope of this project has allowed us to help as many patients as we have. So Care for Rare started, sorry, it's cut off on the left for some reason, actually even before my time. And the first project was Forge. And so this was in 2011, and certainly you don't need to look at all of the stats within this, but I thought this was a nice slide to highlight a couple points. So one is that this has been an iterative program that's built over the years as new technologies and new approaches were developed. So it went from Forge in 2011 to Care for Rare in 2013, and then the most recent is Care for Solve, which began in 2018. And so each of these projects have had a number of families. You can see the numbers here and differing diagnostic rates. Certainly in the beginning of Forge, there was a higher diagnostic rate, and this is largely because some of the large families with clearly genetic conditions that had been just waiting for years for technology to catch up to be able to find them a diagnosis. And these were the first ones in the door in Forge. As we moved into Care for Rare, A lot of those families, we already understood what their molecular diagnosis would be. And so certainly we had a little bit of a lower rate. And now in Care for Ourselves, we're in essentially this cohort of the undiagnosed Odyssey patients. We're trying to use new technologies to understand the molecular cause of disease for all these families that have been refractory to this technology so far. Right. And so Care for Ourselves has 4 different activities. So the first activity is to be able to optimize data collection and analysis. The second is looking at novel gene discovery. The third, innovative approaches. And the fourth, to optimize delivery. Now, Christian and Greg's talk just went through what activity 4 is involved in. And so for today, I'm going to very briefly touch on that. But the other 3, I'll just give you some overview of what the activities are. So activity 1, looking at optimizing data collection and analysis, our main activity within this is the creation of a database called Genomics 4RD. And so our goal here is to facilitate precision medicine for all rare diseases. And for this, we know that we need data storage for genomics, multiomics, images, phenotypes, and clinical utility data. We need data collection tools that allow physicians to input this information. We need data analysis pipelines. And so this is all of these new technologies. We get DNA sequencing data as well as data from other technologies. And we need a way to be able to analyze those. We need data governance. And so we need frameworks, the ability to store patient consents, to be able to tag data sets with consent so that patients are able to participate in activities that they would like to, and that if they change their minds in the future, that we can withdraw their data sets. We need the ability to share data. And so we've integrated with Phenome Central, and we need the ability to have open and registered controlled access. What I mean by that is that if we have collaborators within the country and in different countries, we need a way to be able to give access to specific data sets in a way that will allow them to conduct their research and to be able to help both their patients and ours. And this is all hosted within Genomics 4RD, and it's hosted on a cloud resource called HPC for Health. And so I know this is a lot, but essentially what we've built is this integrated platform to be able to share Canadian deep phenotype and multiomics, as we call it, multiomics meaning multiple different technologies data. And so you can see here on the screen, there's a number of different things, but at the end of the day, it's a cloud-based system that we have the ability to host different types of genomic data. We can, with the phenotypic information, and then we have open access for members. So for me, for example, if I see a gene of interest, I can go into our database and say, do we have any other similar patients that also have mutations in that same gene? And then we have controlled and registered access for individuals outside of our group, again, to do studies that would be with specific consent, and they have to go through all of our processes to be able to certify that the data will be used for what it's intended for, et cetera. At this point, if patients are still unsolved, we're able then to push data into matchmaking, and I'll talk about that in a second. And I'll just mention that we've recently published just an outline of what this Genomics 4RD database is. The second activity is looking at novel gene discovery. And so we've been doing this in 2 ways. So when we're looking at data from a family and we've identified what we think is potentially a new disease gene, we need different patients unrelated with the same condition and mutations in the same gene to be able to confirm this as a novel disease gene. And so one of the key ways that this has been done over the years is by matchmaking. And so essentially we can input a gene of interest into the Matchmaker Exchange database. Other physicians around the world can do the same. And if we've inputted the same gene, we each get an email saying that you've made a match. And so to date, CareFor has submitted 194 novel candidate genes to the Matchmaker Exchange to give you a sense of just the scale of this. And this has resulted in over 1,500 matches, and about 15% of these result in collaboration. So the ones that don't, for example, we exchange emails that talk about just high-level phenotype information about that patient, and sometimes it doesn't match, for example, or there are different types of mutations or things, and so that then would not result in a collaboration. The other thing that we're looking for the future into doing, and one of the future, is the concept of one-sided matchmaking. So right now, for matching to work, both groups have to identify the same disease gene as potentially causative. What we would like to progress to is a system where only one of the groups has to, and you can then query a database or a data set to be able to say, is there another patient with similar phenotype that also has a mutation in this gene? And so that wouldn't require both groups to have identified this. On the flip side, for some that we just can't find a match, we have a number of lab studies, and certainly this is something I had put together years ago now, but it just had a number of the genes that we had identified in Care for Rare and their location in the cell. And in this, we've developed what we call the functional toolbox, which is that it's just a set of standard assays in the lab that we're able to use on many samples from many different patients to help try to resolve whether a specific gene is impacted by that patient or not. Moving on to the third activity, this is looking for innovative approaches. And so we know exome sequencing and genome sequencing have been really successful. And now we're looking towards new technologies. How, for those that we still can't identify a cause, what else can we use? So we have transcriptome sequencing, which is looking at the RNA products from DNA to see if there's any changes there. We can look for mutations that might be what we call mosaic, meaning that it's only a small proportion of cells. And so to do that, we have to sequence a lot more than we would normally. And so that's what we call deep exome or panels, and that's here on the bottom left. And then there's a number of metabolomic studies, and you can see the number of samples that have gone to date. Metabolomics has been a lot more difficult, especially during the pandemic, to get patient samples from. And the fourth, as I said, I'll keep this one brief, and Greg and Christian did a great job talking about many of the activities that are ongoing in Ontario, but it's just looking at optimizing the delivery of clinical DNA sequencing for rare diseases in Canada, and was recruiting a prospective cohort in which we'll analyze clinical utility, compare the cost of diagnosis and care, and develop e-consent methods. And so I thought I would, just as I'm wrapping up, mention that we did actually just publish our experience of the last decade. And so for those who are interested in more details than what I've been able to go into today, that is available as of recently. And so I wanted to end just with some thoughts on where do we go from here. And so certainly none of these activities are complete. And so in terms of how this can move forward, essentially within Genomics 4D, we have visions of incorporating different analysis platforms, being able to facilitate multi-omics data analysis. So what does that mean? It means that we often will run multiple different genomic tests. And right now we're often analyzing those in silos, so independently. To be able to really reach the full potential of these, ideally we need to be able to analyze these together to use one of these to inform the others. And so that's still quite difficult and something that we're working on doing. And then we need to be able to advance data sharing, because we certainly know that that's one of the ways to really help find answers for patients. I talked a little bit about one-sided matching. There's also the concept of zero-sided matching, which would be that an algorithm would be able to go into a database and find similar patients, similar mutations. And so that's something that certainly we have not developed at this point, but is an area that we think could help in the future. And then in terms of innovative approaches, there's always new technologies. And then even beyond that, there's new ways to analyze the data we have. And so we have lots of whole genome sequencing data, and there's new ways to look at that for different types of disease mechanisms that are being developed all the time. And that's it.
Brilliant. Thank you so very much. So we're getting to the point where we've got not necessarily a comprehensive picture, but let me just ask you, I know we're running really tight on time, but we've got certainly some of the leading experts, not just in Canada, but when I travel internationally, everybody points back to sick kids and points back to, well, back to Christian as well. Yeah. To say, you know, you've got the best scientists right there in Canada. You've got the best, and certainly Kim's program is certainly considered to be a world leader. Where are we now in terms of utilizing, you know, the capacity for genomic sequencing, whether it's exome or whole genome sequencing, to the optimal benefit? You're saying 98% of the testing, I mean, of the patients who refer to you are appropriate. Is that too, does that mean we're just looking too narrowly? Should we actually be widening that scope? Where are we relative to where we should be in order to optimize the benefits of the technologies that you've got?
Want to go first, Greg, or?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's a great question. And I think, yeah, with a 32% diagnostic yield, I personally think at this point we're it's pretty narrow. Like, I think, I do believe in getting this test more broadly applicable, because what's happening now is a lot of times there's multi-panels that are being ordered, and then they're negative, and then eventually they might go through genetics and reach this test. I think it's what we're trying to do is broaden the indication so that you can insert this test much earlier. Now, that's it's a complicated test. It's not simple to do. It involves a lot of consent, and there's a lot of things that you need to do, a lot of expertise that's needed to just deliver it in general. But I think through education and just inserting it earlier in the testing strategy, it should yield better results. So I mean, that's where we need to go. It will involve a step up. Like, we can't just do all the tests. Like, we're talking about it in Ontario now about broadening it, but we can't just do 8,000 a year. We can't go up 10 times. We need the people in the lab to be able to report them out.
Okay, so some limitations in terms of certainly the lab facilities, but could definitely expand the reach that we've got. I mean, we keep, as you mentioned earlier, this should not be maybe, the test of last resort, that we should be moving to that a lot quicker. Your thoughts, Greg? Where are we relative to where we could be in terms of optimizing it?
I agree with Christian that we want to make sure that we walk before we run. And yet, when I look at other areas of medicine, I think that we do equally complex and expensive testing in other fields of medicine with a much lower diagnostic yield than 32%. Because there it's seen as being a priority to get to a diagnosis. And I think that there are some misconceptions about rare disease or rare genetic disease. For example, a diagnosis doesn't change anything because there isn't a cure or a specific treatment. And so I think if we challenge those, there's certainly a way forward where this test is better utilized. And I wonder if that's going to be a segue into what Dr. Elliott can speak to in terms of maybe another challenge with scaling up.
Yeah, I mean, thank you very much. And we are running out of time, so maybe we will pivot over to you very quickly. And I look back in our history, and I think Allison spoke to us good number of years ago. And I was really kind of like, oh my gosh, this is thrilling in terms of the program you've been doing on Gene Council, and really very interested in terms of where you are now. And as both Greg and Christian are saying, how does that help supplement our ability to provide this test much more widely? Because we do know that's one of the limiting factors in terms of being able to implement not just the technology, but also the ability to have the follow through.
Great. Well, thank you for that introduction. And it's a nice segue. My name's Allison. I'm a PhD geneticist and a board certified genetic counselor. I feel like I'm representing the West coming from UBC. So I'm going to talk a little bit about Gen Council. We heard from Genome Canada earlier, and we were one of the fortunate people who put in a grant in Precision Health. And it was $4.3 million. It's the largest research genetic counseling grant that's ever been awarded. And in that grant, there was no sequencing cost. It was all about research into trying to optimize genetic counseling and access. So just in terms, I'm going to go through these a bit quickly. Bottom line is, it was mentioned earlier, people shouldn't just be sequenced without appropriate support at the front end and the back end. So genetic counseling is recommended in Canada, in Europe, as well as internationally and in the US for any families considering genetic counseling or genome-wide sequencing. Consent comes after the counseling, and informed consent does not equal genetic counseling. We don't have a lot of counselors. We graduate about 24 per year in Canada. It's a master's trained allied health professional program. At UBC, we'll have the biggest next year because we're taking 8.
Yeah.
So the bottom line is, if we're going to start sequencing a lot of people, which we are, and it's great, there's a bottleneck because we don't have a lot of counselors to support the need. So as part of our Gen Council Genome Canada grant, what we wanted to do was see how we could increase access, not just to sequencing, but to genetic services. And you can see, I think in genetics, we follow families, we don't follow one patient. So families are right at the center of everything we do. We've got 4 main activities. The top is there about profession and looking at need, especially as sequencing ramps up, costs go down, and these people are going to need genetic counseling, and then different kinds of programs. We know that if you integrate genetic counselors in genomic test triage, that you actually reduce misordering and you create economic efficiencies. We also have a lot of programs looking at neonates, adolescents, and at the bottom it's practice. We've got online decision aids and an electronics genomics booklet I'll mention. And then finally, policy. So Manzawadi, who we heard from earlier, is one of our leads with respect to policy work. Genetic counselors, like unlike in the States where they can be licensed, we don't have that here in Canada. So genetic counselors are generally not in the communities. They're in tertiary care centers, working usually with a medical geneticist. So these are the leads of the team. Just to mention Janine Austin, who's also a PhD genetic counselor, Bartha Knoppers with ethics, law, and policy, who works with MAN, and Larry Lind was our health economist. And again, we've heard that quite a bit today, and there's Olivia, who is our project manager. I wanted to bring this up because this is particularly relevant to this audience. So I came to BC to help lead the study called the CAUSES study. And at that time in BC, we could not really get a clinical exome, clinical genome-wide sequencing, unless mom was pregnant. So I refer to that as anti-genetic counseling. So what we did was we started this CAUSES study, and it was 500 families. It was pediatric based. These were kids whose conventional testing did not have a diagnosis, and we did genome-wide sequencing. It was trio-based, both parents and the child. So our diagnostic rate was actually 52.2%. There's different reasons for that. We set up a service on the front end that was led by genetic counselors to identify the most appropriate patients for this clinic. It was multidisciplinary in nature. We involved the referring physician. We had access to the clinical data, and this is with reanalysis. So these patients were actually followed for 5 years. This is some of the work that we're doing as part of Gen Council, this issue around the need. So Nick is part of Larry Lynn's group. What we're actually doing is some forecasting. In 2030, how many genetic counselors are we going to need? What if we use a lot of electronic decision aids? And there's a lot of pieces around how this is implemented. The fact that we aren't regulated actually makes our roles fewer with respect to being able to order testing and things like that. This was brought up a little bit earlier, this going to the Brigham for your testing. Right now in Canada, a lot of people are paying out of pocket for genetic testing. And I used to be in Manitoba, and I was really blown away the difference when I moved to Vancouver and all the people paying out of pocket for testing. And again, when we talk about equity, this is a big issue. This is just showing in our hereditary cancer program. Bottom line is out of pocket pay increased 730% in 5 years. This is Courtney, one of our genetic counselors. She was part of looking at this system we set up before we did that CAUSES pediatric study. And the bottom line is genetic counselors can really make a difference in terms of ordering testing, or at least identifying the tests that should be ordered. And I'm going to end up in primary care here, because not just geneticists are ordering genetic and genomic testing. More and more other healthcare providers are. Having genetic counselors integrated in different clinics can help with this. And this was just an outcome for that system that we set up. And the bottom line is we had a really high diagnostic rate for tests that were outsourced. And then here, Manzawadi is the senior author on this paper. This policy and ethical and legal research is a really important pillar in Gen Council. It actually influences every activity we undertake. And then primary care. So we actually integrated a genetic counselor into a medical home in Victoria, British Columbia, and recently published this process. We don't often think about genetic counselors in primary care. A lot of people think I'm going to go see a genetic counselor because I'm 41 and pregnant. We actually do a lot of different things in different places. And this is something that we are actually building upon. And there was a lot of resistance to having a genetic counselor, even though it was a multidisciplinary team, but with time we won them over. This is just a couple things. I'm all about access. So we have this online decision aid, great, called Decide. So what we did with some of our Gen Council funds is translate it. And what this does is, because we can't automatically generate 1,000 genetic counselors. So this is at the pre-test stage for genome-wide sequencing. And what it does, it tests knowledge, it tests your values, what's important to you in terms of the testing, and decisional conflict. And there's always the opportunity to speak to a counselor. And we've had this translated into Punjabi, Simple Chinese. And then we also have a genomic results e-booklet that has been translated into French, Punjabi, and Arabic and Simple Chinese. This is at the back end. So you have a new diagnosis, and your parents. This is a customizable booklet. It talks about what was found, what it means, and anticipatory guidance, what can be expected, and a lot of support groups. And at this time, I'd just like to acknowledge the funding. Very grateful to Genome Canada and CIHR.
Thank you very, very much, Allison. I mean, I'm so sorry that we've had to rush through this, because I can tell you, when I've read, Gen Council program, I was just blown away. My biggest concern is what we do really well in Canada is that we have amazing resources. We do amazing pilot programs. We set up all of these kinds of tools and initiatives, and then we abandon them. And this would be an absolute crime. And as you can see, genetic counseling is such a critical part to actually being able to optimize. And when I talk about what we need to optimize, I mean, as Greg says, is a perfect segue to what Allison does. And we have, really need to think about, I don't know in Canada how many genetic counselors we have per population, but I would imagine it's pathetically low.
Yeah, there's about 500 across.
And especially as we think about genetics and genomics, and all of us are looking towards gene therapy as being the key, we're not going to be able to do that unless we've actually got that full set of resources. But actually, as you say, starting with the genetic counseling, I love the tools that you've got. It's sort of like that poor man's, genetic counseling, but at least it gives you quality information that you can use as well. And I think that's the other thing. You're not just looking online for things that are just could be somewhat hit and miss, or also not relevant to Canada. And I think that's the other part of it. So huge thanks to all of you. Leon, I'm not sure we've left you much time, but I do think it's worthwhile moving in terms of hearing, because I think what you've proposed, what you're bringing forth is actually a nice supplement to what we've got here.
Well, thanks a lot, Durhan, and thanks to the audience for sticking around to the end of the day here. Appreciate it. And my name is Leon Atkins. I lead the diagnostic strategy for Takeda Canada, but I'm here today to speak about the Screen for Care project, which is a large public-private partnership based out of the EU. I do feel the need to preface my comments by saying that I am not an expert in newborn screening or genetics, but as you'll see as we go through this project, there are many experts involved in this initiative. So I think the issue is well recognized, and I think most of the content on this slide has been covered already today. I think just in summary, there's often no screening or very low diagnosis rates for rare diseases. This makes research and development for therapeutics very difficult, which results in a lack of available therapies for the diagnosed rare diseases, and ultimately poor outcomes for patients. And so this project was really born of a question that the EU government asked industry, and that is, what can you do to help patients with rare diseases? So we had some good discussion about public-private partnerships earlier today. The Innovative Medicines Initiative is a public-private partnership that's jointly funded by the EU government and the European Pharma Federation called FPIA. And it's actually the largest public-private partnership in the world. And its mandate is to improve health by speeding both the development of and access to innovative medicines. It does this by supporting collaboration between key players involved in health research from the public and private sectors. And Screen for Care is one example of this project, of this type of project. And there are a number of benefits to this type of approach to public-private partnerships. And those include creating the conditions for long-term investment to address complex challenges, aligning diverse perspectives and expertise towards a common goal, sharing data and other key inputs to avoid duplication of effort, and probably most importantly, it's building trust. So delivering results and recommendations that are trusted by key decision makers because they've been involved in the process and there's a transparent approach. So there's two main pillars to the Screen for Care project to shortening the path to rare disease diagnosis. And so one of those is genetic newborn screening. And the other pillar is how can digital technologies be leveraged to support clinicians with diagnostic algorithms and patients with tools to find answers and access care. And so I think we spoke earlier today about the challenge that adult patients face and the disproportionate focus on pediatric patients. But I think the digital arm of this particular project does have the potential to help adult patients as well. But I'm going to talk more about the newborn screening element because that's the focus of this roundtable or this genetics and genomics in general. I'm happy to take any questions by email or offline about the digital technologies component of this project. So it's a 5-year initiative. It has a budget of 25 million euros. It started over 1 year ago, just over 1 year ago. And the project's bringing together expertise from 35 partners, including from academia, clinicians, patients and patient advocates, data scientists, privacy experts, pharma and associated industry experts, public health regulators, and other subject matter experts. And the newborn screening arm of the Screen for Care project is a pilot study to assess the impact of screening newborns for an expanded set of rare diseases based on 2 innovative rare disease gene panels. So the 2 panels that are being developed, they're based on carefully chosen criteria, and they consist of a treat panel, which will include approximately 80 rare diseases for which an approved treatment is presently available, and an ACT panel, which is essentially an additional 200 rare diseases that, although there may not be a therapy currently available, they're deemed to be clinically actionable. Additionally, whole genome sequencing will be offered to infants who originally test negative in the study, but who develop symptoms during the course of the study. The plan is to offer or test 18,000 infants over the course of the study from Italy, Germany, and 1 additional country in the EU to be determined. And key stakeholder preferences are being assessed in the development of the panels, and the impact of newborn screening on exposed families will also be studied, as well as the cost effectiveness of the approach. Ultimately, the goal of the project is to reach a set of policy recommendations that will be made to the EU based on the outcomes. So one of the keys to building trust in a project like this is having a very strong governance structure in place, and Screen for Care has built this with a scientific advisory board, an ethical, legal, and safety team, a multi-stakeholder engagement board with representation from academia, industry, and government. But under the leadership, but most importantly, under the leadership of Eurordis, and with representation from 11 rare disease patient organizations, the voice of the patient is really truly embedded in this project via patient advisory board. So particularly for the newborn screening pillar, what that means is that the patient advisory board will be weighing in on the preference assessments with rare disease families on what prospective parents would want to know and when. They'll be contributing to the definition of and selection of actionable and treatable diseases. I'll be studying, involved in studying the impact, or the project will be involved in studying the impact of expanded screening on families and ultimately contributing, patients will ultimately be contributing to any policy recommendations that come out of Screen for Care. So in conclusion, I think the hope of this project is that by demonstrating benefits of greatly expanded newborn screening on rare disease diagnosis, that we can ultimately have a broad impact on rare disease research, on clinical trials based on larger patient numbers, on drug development investment based on the knowledge that patients requiring therapies will find a diagnosis, and ultimately on outcomes with more therapies available for more rare disease patients. So that's it in terms of the summary. I did just want to show kind of the consortium partners that are involved. As I said, it's 35, actually, I think 36 now. And there's a really broad swath, and there's a lot of companies involved with Canadian affiliate representation here today, and broad participation from academia and patients. And if you want to learn more, please go to the Screen for Care site. And as I said, I'm happy to take any questions offline. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Leon. So in the interest of those who are looking forward to gathering somewhere for a post-conference watering, we will conclude this panel really thanking all of you so very much. Obviously, we could have had a great deal more discussion around this, and absolutely commit to hosting additional sessions in which we can, with all of these that we've done today, we really want to be able to come back, talk about the next stage of this, because this was really just the beginning in terms of talking about it. We're always so really impressed, as we say, with the depth of the expertise and the capacity that we have in Canada. And unfortunately, number one, broader community doesn't necessarily know about it, doesn't take full advantage of it. And we're always so very concerned that things get started. We have the ability to actually build on them, but we don't necessarily allocate the resources to it. So again, it's an opportunity for us to think about how do we not only incorporate some of these, and I love this whole, Screen for Care program, not that we are necessarily going to be built on it, but also the partnerships on it. Because I always, I've said from the very beginning, the federal government promised $1 billion to initiate this, 500 million a year. We're really looking for that to be at least double, because we want the private sector in there. So really, we're going to be looking at how do we actually leverage the interests of the private sector to really contribute to every single one of these and build true partnerships from it. So thank you again very much to this great panel. And thank you all for the end of the day. Bill, you're going to say some final words here? Closing this and leading us to tomorrow.
No, I think that's about it. People were wondering where we were going to go. We're looking at Bar Hop at 391 King. It's literally across the street. It's half a block away. So won't have to bundle up too much if people want to join. I haven't gotten to actually talk to a lot of you, so I'm hoping to do have a proper hangout there. And if not, we'll see you all tomorrow. We start at 9 o'clock again tomorrow. Breakfast will start here at 8 o'clock. So yeah, come, we'll see you tomorrow if you don't make it across the street. And thank you again. This has been a great day. Durhan, way to pull together such an amazing group of people. Right.
Thank you.
It's really nice to meet you.